exactly 8 hours ago. 8 hours and 2 minutes. It's becoming a thing where I'm like, the last couple of days I've streamed every single waking second. I haven't been always here. But why not? You know? Why not? Why the fuck not? Oh wait, is it past 7 minutes? They're gonna get mad at me if I use a swear word this early. Alright, I'm gonna do some coding. My brain's all on in the morning when I wake up, so I'm gonna code on this tool I've been using. Alright, we call it KEG again. That's right. Why does it have to be GOG games? It's so stupid. So stupid. Why do GOG like that? KEG. You know, I noticed if I keep the mic close, I don't have to talk very loud and my voice doesn't hurt. Makes me sound all weird, though. Like I'm trying to be all sexy. That's what my wife says. Why are you put your sexy voice on? Like, it's not my sexy voice, it's just a voice. Alright, here we go. Set the tmux as the main thing. That way every time I make a new thing, you'll see a new window in the same place. So I can do testing. I go back and forth between the two. I have a number of actions I need to get documented so I can kind of knock them out. I'm going to do that really quick. So this will help you guys understand what I'm building too, if you care. Most people know already, but I'm like, I just woke up, so I don't look good. I've got like goobers in my eyes and everything. You know, that's the thing. It's just like, do you want to stream or do you want to, you know, do your makeup and stuff so you can stream? And it takes time to do all that stuff. And my brain works better in the morning, so if I wake up and just start coding, it's usually my best coding, usually. Not always. I need date. I'm just going to start throwing it. So there's all the day-related stuff. So we have day, which has an optional separator. We have time. Do 21. 0321 at the time. I mean, it's just little stuff. This stuff's going to go so fast. I have to code it fast. Time. By default, the separator is this colon, but it doesn't do it yet unless you add it. Sep colon. How about that? I'm going to turn all these into subcommand actions. What is the time? The time is so like 16, something like that. The log. I should use the golang date time. I'm going to do this because it's unique. And that way when I'm writing the code, it'll be comprehensible. Also, when we do the formatting thing, this is what we're going to be doing. I kind of want to expose the best parts of Go to the scripting so I can integrate it into my Vim sessions. So that's largely what's going on here. Can date. So the date command will be, let's do the date time stuff right now. It's super easy. It's like low-hanging fruit. I know how to code it. There's no mental thing going on. Date command, let's see. Date Unix command plus Unix date formatting. How's it going, Big Jim? Drinking from my wife's big doggy cup. Pretty fun, huh? So today, sounds like we're going to be doing a lot about Unix time. We're going to be learning a lot about Unix date time formats. And yeah, T-Stamp's already in the house. Where is it? I already made you. This is already a thing. So again, part of the reason for, let me give you an example of what this is about. So let's say I'm working on, anything, right? But maybe a log entry. The way I get this up here is because of an integration. Let's just say I just want to add a date. I can do boom boom, and I can type can T-Stamp, and I get a timestamp for the current moment in time. I'd probably screen key that. Is it on? I don't think screen key's on. Oh, it is, okay. So let me do that again. This is how you use VI, okay? So you're on a line and you want to do something interesting and cool, so you write a command for it, or in this case, a command with a subcommand. So I want to put a date stamp. Let's say I had some JSON here, and I wanted to put, I don't know, current, right? Or I could do this T-stamp. I want to do like a nice happy timestamp. This is the standard for the closest to a standard we have. So on this particular line right here, I can do this. I can get to an empty line. Watch carefully. Exclamation point, exclamation point. See how it takes it down here. It says this. It automatically does this for me. It says replace the current line with the output of this following command, and also send that line to the command. In my case, this time I'm just throwing the input away, but you could modify stuff, and if you haven't seen this before, let me just show you how all of this is based on VI magic. This is why VI is the supreme editor on planet Earth. Can't do any of what I'm doing with Vim. I mean with VS Code nor Emacs. So let's say I could just actually right now I could just write a date command, right? And then I could go bang bang, send it to the shell sh, and I have a date. So anything that can run on the shell can be integrated and process your input through a filter. VI filters are the most powerful editing technique known to planet Earth ever, and most people don't know about it. So here's another one. For you want to do it in Python? Okay, let's do Python. So, God, it's going to take me a while. So let's see. Let's do a comprehension. Print. Now let's do a comprehension. Shit, I can't remember how to do them. My Python's bad. I gotta phone up on my Python. Let's do this. Print x for x in range 0:2. Is that a thing? By 1, right? I think. I don't remember. Send that to Python 3, and you get an error because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in Python anymore. I cannot believe how bad my Python's gone. This is why I like Perl, because it's a lot faster for this kind of thing. Someone who knows Python can figure that out. I don't remember. Actually, I already did it in Python. This is all covered. If you want to know how to do this stuff, go to this URL, people. Okay. Oh, thanks. Well, there you go. So, but if you wanted to do that, here's why. Some of you already know about this, but I have to talk about it every time. I'm really spreading the gospel of shell integration. and go to rwx.gg/vi magic right now. And that, oops, let's put HTTPS in front. And I have to do a sidebar before you will understand why I'm doing KN, why I'm doing all these simple commands. Why am I filling this stupid with all of these simple commands? It's because I want to universally be able to install KN on any system, including a Windows box even, on PowerShell even. And I want to have KN on that box, and I want to get all of that functionality so that I can use VI there properly. I can use VI in PowerShell. So I call them the magic ones, whatever. But so here you go. There's the Python one. There's the for loop. Here's you can do math. So this I use this one all the time. So people don't know you have like one of the world's best calculators built right into VI. Nobody knows this because you have the shell. You have everything that can run from the shell. There's your printf. That's the one I was trying to do, guys. So you have a section one. You can pass an entire section. If you want to do a big long loop, you can write full-blown code, right? Line after, you can do total. You can calculate totals. This is why, it's just anything you can do from the shell, which is everything, and everything you can pipe, which is everything. So this is why. This makes the power of Perl and Bash regex really powerful, obviously. So this means, yeah, you can do all kinds of things. So, okay, so knowing that, then you know that I can do this. Bang, bang, KNT step. And if I would, okay. Well, I just got a timestamp and I put it in my file without leaving my editor. So people give me a hard time for context switching between windows or going in and out of Vim, but they don't realize that for the stuff that matters, I don't have to go out of Vim and cut and paste, cut and fucking paste. I watch other people doing that who are in. I watch, let me give you an example. So I watch people who are like doing editing sessions in VS Code or something like that, or even Emacs, and I watch them and they're like, yeah, they stay in the editor until they have to do something important someplace else, and then they're over touching their mouse, and they're like, going and getting, they're firing up a shell, and they're opening up their terminal, and they're cutting and pasting the output, and then they're middle clicking or whatever, and they're pasting it back into their code. And so the same people that critique me for like context switching and going out and running tests and then restarting, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know, I detached on accident. I'm an idiot. Tim would say, shit. So I'm just saying, there we go. I'm just saying that is not the full picture. That's all I'm saying. So, no, I don't want to commit that, but that's an example of the law. All right, so that's why I want to make this. I want to make a bunch of little utility things because I want to be able to use these things. This is, every time I make one of these, it saves me the hassle from adding a plugin to something. Plugins are shit. You should never use, the only plugins you should use in VI are like maybe syntax and Pandoc and things like that. You should not be using like plugins for this kind of thing. Alright, so I have a day, a time, a date time. I have epic, of course. We have to have epic. Now, the reason I'm putting these here is because most people know I can just do day plus s, right? Well, this is another reason I'm putting some of the basic tools, things that I do. The most common command line things that I do, I'm building them into KN so that I get them all no matter wherever KN is. So if I am on a new system and I'm taking notes or something, let's say that I'm on a system that's remote because I don't want somebody to know about what I'm doing. I'm doing kind of gray hat stuff, and I'm over there and I'm like, okay, I want to capture all my notes on a remote system. Well, let's say that remote system is a Windows machine that I've hacked. Okay, I've never done this. I haven't. I might like to have people think I did, but no. So let's say I've hacked a Windows machine, but I want all the Linux stuff, and all I have is PowerShell. Well, if I can ship over the KN tool, see, this is one of the reasons I'm making the KN tool. It's not just for the knowledge exchange grid and all that stuff. It's so that I can make a rootkit that has full-blown editing capability. Yeah, and the only other thing I have to get over there is I have to figure out how to get VI over to the system. So like if I wanted to set up like a rootkit nest or something, I could. I'm not, but if I did, I could set it up on a Windows environment without any Linux or Unix capability. But I would have all the power that I've come to use and love in Linux and Unix. So part of the reason I'm doing all of this and I'm making it modular, and you're like, why don't you just use the date command? Is because I want to create a rootkit that has all of the tools that I use built in. And people say, well, just ship over, Docker Arch or something. Well, I can't necessarily use Arch over there, right? I'll be lucky if I'm going to get a bash shell script. But if I can so basically what I'm talking about is a portable, fully supported, fully note-taking ability rootkit. And I'm actually, whether or not I actually ever get to deploy something like this, the fact that I'm building it one tool at a time, and when I get the final product, I'm really going to be able to demonstrate the value of being able to do things on multiple systems. And that's what I get shit about all the time. Just use Emacs because it's on the computer. Just customize the shit out of your computer. You're just a software developer. You're never going to leave. Well, if your goals are different, FI system, oh boy, yeah. I don't know, dude. I have that problem all the time. That's why Pop! OS deals with it better than other stuff. Actually, I'm gonna put that in my log. I gotta take a quick little log here. Here's why I can. Realized that I have the beginnings of a system independent Unix-like portable environment. God damn, I just thought about something. Fuck, we could build a shell into KN. Yeah. Holy shit. I gotta think about this. Actually, what I could do is I could make another tool besides KN that uses the KN library, and then I could have that be a shell, and I could include a VI into the bundle. Anyway, I wasn't planning on thinking about this. I have really crazy thoughts in the morning. I was noting the value of having even simple commands, actions like date or s within KN because it makes them available. If I push KN to another system, even if it is Windows with no shell inside. Next shell. Combining a few things into it would result in a single executable that has all the wicked fast tools I use to do everything, making my workspace 100% portable to any computer or other device, to any computer, period. It must be made. I can't believe that. It's just added to the list of projects. I like DuckDuckGo. Haha. I like DuckDuckGo. I went back to liking it. Yeah, you haven't checked in in a while. I went back to liking it because I learned how to turn off their tracking. I still think my Linux is tracking right now. My links, I think DuckDuckGo is still tracking. One executable to workspace tool to rule. What do we call it? Mim. That's what I can call Mim. Oh. I have to get this. I have my best ideas in the morning. Oh my god. I think I found something worthy of the Mim name. Oh my god. I can't put into words how cool that is. I have to make that. Goddamn, I gotta get busy, guys. I gotta code faster. But then if you code too fast, then you don't have these, you don't get these sort of tangential ideas that lead to really cool things. So it's fun to let myself kind of rabbit hole every once in a while, or I wouldn't have thought of that. And that is like fucking awesome. That's one of the best ideas I've had all year. And I am so excited. You saw it here first. All right, so all I was doing was just telling you guys about the value of putting some of these commands and bundling them up into a single executable. But the value is really, it gives less relevant searches, but it also doesn't track you. So that's why I use it. And I notice we have Ruski здесь. У нас русский есть. Starost na radost. Starost ni radost. I have no idea what does that mean? Что это значит? Как переводится? Вставать. Being old is no fun. Oh, haha. I think being old is awesome. Fuck that. Dude, I can code this shit around any of you young people. Most of you. Not all. Being old is awesome, dude. Being old is fucking awesome. You're not overwhelmed by like a constant surging testosteronal demand to fuck everything in sight, so you can actually get shit done. You are able to like distinguish things. You have enough experience under your belt to not spend time doing shit that doesn't matter. It's fucking awesome. In fact, most of the world's major breakthroughs have been by people over 40. Most startups are by people over 40. Yeah, there's this idea that you have to be young and fast and sexy to do a startup and shit. It's absolutely, totally, objectively false. The numbers are that people from 40 up actually do more shit than any young people do. That matters, actually. And you have your family's grown, so you can just work really fast. Anyway, I'm not bagging on young people, but I'm just countering the opinion or the statement that being old is no fun. There's certain parts of it being old that really suck, like the fact that I have to go use the restroom right now. But there are so many awesome things about being older. and I am so great. My wife is like one of her most prolific, active outputs of art that she's ever had in her whole life, and it came in her 40s. So all you young happy people, you know, I salute you. I think it's awesome what you do, but try to keep up. I couldn't resist. Yeah, when you're older, your body is useless. You only can sit straight and work. That's probably true. But I know a lot of young people that do the same thing, and they just let their body get out of shape and stuff. You know, I don't. It is true. It is definitely true that it's not as easy to get out and about. But that's also a myth. It's harder. It's definitely harder. It's definitely harder. So I mean, it's definitely harder. Look, you guys know I'm not attacking you, right? But I'm probably, I mean, next Last Miles and Wolfram are the oldest people I've seen stream on Twitch, period. And I've watched quite a few Twitch channels. I know there's a couple other people out there, but there's this like fucking bias against old people. Also, old people are biased against Twitch. So yeah, and old people get busy, man. We talked about that. They got a big chlamydia outbreak in Florida because all the retired people, they're fucking like rabbits down there. So I don't know. Gotta go for a sec. I stream Skyrim for some time. I didn't. That would be fun. I did not see that. No, I'm gonna go for a sec. All right. And there we go. All right, so we're going to do the time one. I'll do the time one. The time warp. This is how you do the time warp. Yeah, you guys don't know that. You're too young. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Do the time warp. Ring any bells? Probably not. What was I doing? I was doing, hi, how's it going, CT Night? Let's do the time warp. You know what? That'll wake me up. This is just like nice cozy stream, and you see me do the time warp. I gotta wake up. I'm like, you know, I'm all good for a tangent, right? Particularly since every single 16-hour stream I do. Tonight, when my brain is dead, I'm gonna play Shenzhen. I'm gonna play Shenzhen at the beginning, but yeah. I have a lot of reading to do to play Shenzhen. I'm gonna do a lot of real work, like, you know. I have to do the time warp now. Sorry. I should say this for tonight. I should do the time warp tonight. Rocky Horror time warp. If you don't know the time warp, it's like a cult thing. It's like, you know what? Did you see how long it takes for that to find it? You see how the redirects? I think DuckDuckGo changed its search engine. It's like doing like several redirects. You see that? I do. I think they changed their search engine. Yep. Is there a tool that allows you to keep an overview of variables, including files? No idea. I would use something like KN to manage my knowledge. I don't like specific tools. I want something that's generic that will do management anything. There's something wrong with this. A CLI tool? Yeah, I use a CLI tool. That's what I use. I don't know. I've never heard anything, and I wouldn't be interested in it if it existed. I have a feeling this is not doing the right thing anymore. So I'm going to go back to just a regular old query and see if it takes longer. Actually, I already had that one. I just uncommented. All right, so see, it took exactly the same amount of time. This is not good news. This means that DuckDuckGo is back to their regular old practices of redirecting everything. Yep. Fuck. All right. No, Duck's not broken. It's just doing a redirect. I'm going to make a topic on this. I'm going to change the topic for this. I'm going to spend some time on this. This has been bothering me for a while, and I just noticed it again. See how it's like redirecting? It takes so long. It wasn't doing that before. This is Go. Google beats DuckDuckGo in speed. I have Bing. Here it is. Right there. I already have it. You guys bag on Bing, but which one of these is the fastest? I mean, you can hate on it all you want, but watch. This is how fast it takes me to look up the same thing. There, see how long time to data is. Compare that to Google. Faster. Google's about the same now because DuckDuckGo did something that broke. And Bing is the fastest, hands down. Fastest. Bing is the fastest search results you'll ever get. They just all suck. So now I have to type a couple extra quotes or question marks to get to it, but let's see the time warp. Now that I've figured out how to do Google search results so that they appear properly, the fix for that, by the way, was to set your user agent properly. I had no idea that was coming. DDG is powered by Bing? Is it? Is it really? I'm not against Bing if it gets me results. I don't give a shit. Let's give it a shot. So, I mean, I can switch between any of them anytime. So, let's say Bing making moves. I don't know. I know Bing is silly. Everybody laughs about it. Well, if it gets you your results, who gives a shit? Seriously. Most of the stuff, I thought something else powered it. I thought DuckDuckGo was powered by multiple search engines. So if I want to get questions for the golang time API, that was so much faster. Did you see that? Did you see how fast that was? Most of the stuff I search for is going to hit high in the search results. Almost everything is going to be within the first 2 search results. So, you know, if I want something more, I dig in farther. You know what else I like about Bing better? God, you guys are joking about it, but now I'm like, did you see that? That was 1 click. 1 hit, 1 tap. I'm on what I want. I'm switching to Bing. For most of my searches, command line searches, I'm switching to Bing. Did you see there was no shit in between? Watch. So when I search on DuckDuckGo, this is one of the reasons I don't like DuckDuckGo. I got mad at it because to try to save you per privacy, they redirect you. So you end up with like 5 requests instead of like, watch, you see them. See all of them? See that? There's like, look at how many redirects that is. So there's like 1 direct from them. There's probably 4 redirects. There's 1 direct from DuckDuckGo to go to the right, to go to something else. And then there's the site, and the site says, no, you don't want that. And it redirects you. So you get 2 or 3 redirects. Meanwhile, Bing just gives you the fucking result. 1 request without any redirection. Redirection is the number 1 problem for time and upload, time to load. And when you're talking about command line searches, which is all about the milliseconds, I don't give a shit. Well, who's giving me the search results? I just want my answer. I am really glad we did this. I did hear about that. I got rid of Brave a long time ago. What else did they do? I'm not sacrificing any privacy because I'm on the command line. What the fuck? Where are you calling? Where are you saying that from? This is a text-based browser query. They don't know anything except for my IP. The end. That's it. They know my IP. That's the reason to use a text-based browser also. They don't have... Why would I send any of these requests through Tor? Oh, being no pun intended. Yeah, I'm I can't believe how fast that is. Fuck. Let's try something else because this is crazy. I'll Google myself, whatever they say. Nope, that's not me. That's the fucking asshole from the Utah State Senate for whom I got hate mail all the time because he's such a dick. That's me. All right. Wait, what? There's a Robma on Twitter? Oh, it used to exist. Good. I was gonna be afraid there for a second. All right. So, did they patch it already? Don't they store your search results for all the analytical data sharing evil that Google is known for? No. Okay, so I agree with all of that, obviously. You know how much I fucking hate Google and anything that's going to store your analytical data associated with you personally and track you. Hell yeah, I'm not doing that. None of that applies. None of it applies. There's no information about me other than my IP because I'm using links or W3M, either of which block all of that automatically. So it's like, all of the graphics browsers go to great lengths to like protect your privacy and shit. The text browsers have been doing it since the beginning, and they'd be like, "What? Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that's really cute. That can't happen here because we don't support JavaScript. So bye bye." Yeah. Kept a patch in the beta. Oh boy. Kept a patch in beta until the next release. Interesting. That sounds about right. The Brave lost my trust. I dropped Brave a long time ago because of the way they treated the people that called them out on their affiliate stuff. I wasn't so much opposed to what they did for affiliate. It was pretty above board. It was just a shitty default. But it was the way they dealt with it. And that sounds like what you're describing right now. Yeah, they were so out of bounds. And I was just like, no, this is not cool. I couldn't support Brave at all after that. I dropped it, and I'm using Firefox. Has made its own mistakes, but nothing that bad. Firefox hasn't personally, as an organization, attacked individuals on Twitter for helping them make a better product. As soon as Brave did that, I didn't want anything to do with any of them. It actually made me really not. It really tarnished my opinion of Brendan Eich. Because before I've even interacted with Brendan Eich directly on Twitter before. But after that, I was done with him. I was like, I don't want to talk to you, dude. This sucks. Everybody should be forgiven for mistakes. I get it, but that was just no. Use your IP in search history. Worried about them stockpiling the info? No, not that info. Personally, no. If somebody's stockpiling your IP and what you search for at that IP, I don't think that's a privacy violation personally. For me, what a privacy violation is when you track that data and then you associate it with every other system and you force those systems to exchange your data in order to get search tracking results and be paid for advertising. That's what Google does. Google basically says, I'd really hate for you to not be able to find anything. I'd hate for you to not know about your performance on your site if you don't join our ring of trust. That's over the top. That's what Google does. Google puts a gun to everybody's head who wants a website to participate in their statistics and says, oh, you want the amazing statistics and the free money and the money that comes from advertising from us? Then you need to turn over all of your customer data to us. And by customer data, I mean people browsing your site. Every path that they hit, every file they go to, you're going to pass over all of the tracking history of every customer who ever participates in your site. In exchange, we will let you advertise. That is privacy violation. Tracking IPs and search patterns is a part of anthropological science that I'm totally cool with. But that level of intrusion is not okay to me. Some people are not even okay with that. Some people are okay with all of it. I'm not. So I'm not attacking anybody here. I'm just, except for Google. Google's a fucking devil and it needs to die. Google needs to die as fast as possible. And the rest of the world needs to understand why they died. They need to say, you died because you broke the trust of humanity and lied to everybody and told us that you had our best interests at heart. Meanwhile, you harvested our organs and sold them to the highest bidder. That's Google. Yeah, I know, and that was my point. So if you're coming late to the conversation, CT was saying, why are you using Bing? They track you. And I said, not me. I've got just my IP. I use links in W3M, just like you said. So, yeah. Alexa, you must be new to the stream because there ain't nothing but me telling you how I feel. Yeah. To the level of becoming an asshole about it. So I'm sorry. That's just how I operate. I'm often very, very wrong, and you'll see that and laugh at me, and you can see me correct myself. I believe in all, strong opinions and passion and well-informed opinions that have a lot of research behind them. If I'm guilty of anything, sometimes it's I have a really strong opinion, but I haven't done the proper amount of research for the opinion. But I never, I cross my heart, hope to die, I never hold on to opinions dogmatically. If I, or researcher or objective, if I get new information, I change. Running Privacy Badger, right? That's what I'm talking about. You know why? Because they're terrified. It's because they're in the system. It's like that Snowden movie where he can't have sex because the computer's there, because now he knows how easy it is to turn a camera on. So, but yet he works for the same agency that's doing all the privacy violations. Yeah, they're so cheap they can't get up. Being wrong, willfully staying wrong, however. You're getting quoted. Welcome to my quotes list. Welcome to my quotes list, EXE. Again, I think you're probably already there once. That is a great quote. See, I would be paying you all kinds of points if I didn't have other things to make right now. Uh-oh, you have a but. Is there something else coming after that? Because I don't want to misquote you if you got a big butt coming. If you have a butt coming, if you have a big butt, just own it. It's okay. We won't judge you. No judgment. Give me your big butt. What is it? I want your big butt. The ... Does that not mean you have a big butt? No? No butt? No big butt? Well, I'm not judging you. All right, so it is actually that easy to hack camera on laptop. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, that's documented. They can find pretty much anybody with a cell phone within 5 minutes. It's insane. I didn't believe it until I saw the fictional representation of it, and then I looked it up in the Snowden docs. I was like, this is fucking terrifying. They're like usually around 10 minutes from find a person on their cell phone to flipping the camera on, because all of the vendors are in partnerships with the government to make that happen. They've given them full APIs to do the whole thing. All right, I'm with you then. I'm with you. I'll leave it in there then. That is such a great quote. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. Willfully staying wrong, however. That's dogma. Dogma is death. I'm gonna add that. Mr. Rob. It is literally death. Dogma is death. Yeah. An everyday hacker could absolutely do the same thing once they get access. Yeah, but it's not just the movie, dude. The movie just tickles your curiosity, and then you can go confirm everything that's in the movie that's fictionally that's non-fiction. It's like dramatized. I know, but it is a movie. It definitely is a movie. But that, obviously, yeah. Wait. I don't know if I got that right, but however, is it going to fit? No. To err is human. Willfully staying wrong is impish. Nobody should commit to Git repos like I do unless you want to be shot if you're doing it for a project. But if it's just content, like knowledge content, I think it's fine. Did you find the new recipe, Red? Oh, you demand, or woman. That's what I think. I think they changed their keys because my links used to be really fast before, and then it slowed down like big time, you know? And I was like, what's up with that? Let me see, VI duck. Oh, see. You did the HTML one instead of the. Here, okay, let me see if it. I want to see if it works with the light URL. I think it should. Oh wait, no, that's no, that's not gonna work. Are you saying the HTML one doesn't do the bump? That's exactly the same thing I have. I have up here. You think it needs HTTPS? Really? Well, unless my links is not doing HTTPS anymore. You know what? That's possible. It's possible that my links command is not replacing with HTTPS anymore. Let me try that. I actually have that already. Was it KD KPKQ, right? Okay, so this one is the same. So let's try this. And HTTPS. Let's try that. We must use our. No, I mean, it's only like 3. That was only like 3 bumps, but I see what you're saying. All right, let's do it without the HTTPS. And that I have my links command inserts HTTPS in front. It could possibly be not doing it properly. That could be the problem, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be. I think I might have busted my links command. So, yep, with this, I'm pretty sure. Look at that. I think I might have done that. I think I might have broke it. Well, so first of all, yeah. Yeah, that's that. Adding HTTPS definitely removed one of the redirects, which was probably the HTTPS to HTTP. Yep. But I thought I had the replacement here. I don't know if I ever had it. I may have never had it. I might be confusing it with another thing I have called open. So I have open, and my open does put a thing in there. Open will actually put a thing in, so it gets the HTTPS. That's pretty fast, by the way. That if you've got your Firefox already opening, if you guys want that, by the way, here you go. Here's my open command. I'm really proud of it. If you have to have GNOME. Sorry, if you have GNOME though, you know, this will. You might also have to change this line to suit your needs, the first line, but this will open XTG. Open if it's, otherwise it'll open Firefox. If you have Firefox, you can change this to be your browser if you want, but this opens Firefox with a new window. So if if you have a file, it will open the file in whatever your editor is. Oh, it doesn't know what go.mod is, so it thought it was a media file. That's kind of funny. It's like, this is not a video stream. I know. So the moral of the story with links there, actually I'm going to fix links and speed it up. Guys, if you want my links, here's my links. I have a wrapper. Oh, wait. Yeah, so let me give you, well, the problem I have with links is I actually have the real links on here, and I've replaced it. I wrapped the real links so that I could use the same command. But what it does, this is the problem with links. This is why most people should probably use W3M. If you don't care about the subtle differences between links and W3M, and I did a whole video on that, and I've come to conclude that actually vids W3M. There's my videos on Doubt. You can go find them. I did a video comparing W3M to links. often people have recommended W3M to me, and I've always been on the fence on that because W3M is faster out of the box and easier to intuit how it works, but it also doesn't. It even has VI support out of the box, Vim binding support out of the box. But it's slower in terms of like browsing. Like you have to like, spam the down arrows and stuff to get to the right thing, and then hit enter to go. So, but links and the formatting is a little bit dirtier. I don't particularly like the formatting that W3M uses. Links is really good about putting white space around stuff, making it readable and digestible so you can scan it really fast. Even though it takes more space on the screen, it usually centralizes, and I'm like spamming my thumb already, and it makes it easier for me to read really quickly and scan. So I like the tiny little subtle differences between links. But Links has everything. But Links has this really annoying ancient idea and this really annoying configuration file. So that's why it's probably not the first pick for most beginners. They might want to try W3M instead. If you just want to install something and have it work, W3M, right? If you want to finesse something into working better than W3M, Links might be better for you for that sort of thing. And I gave W3M a really horrible review when I first went through it because for some reason, I don't know why, if I did it wrong or something, I had images activated by default. I think it might have been the default at one point. I was like, hell no, I don't want inline images in my text-based browsing. What the fuck? And that really tainted my opinion of W3M when I first experienced that. And that's been my memory of it up until that review that I did. And that was when I really concluded that Links and W3M are virtually identical. The other things, eLinks, Links, and all those other things that are out there to try to participate in that space they're not worth looking at. But W3M has really strong, great support, and so does LYNX. So, but what I'm finding out now is that my links tool. This is all in my stuff. So what I've done here is I've created a shell script that wraps. This was the thing that really changed everything. So for a very long time, I thought links. I thought things like dev.to and even Google were shit because they were giving me a completely different experience. Dev.to won't even thinks the Links browser is a bot, and it bans you. It doesn't even let you open it. So you have to set your user agent if you want to participate in a lot of places on the web. And that's what this Links at the end is about. So I thought for sure it would catch it, but it doesn't. So when I browse, I look like a Mac. It's kind of ironic, but yeah, when I'm browsing shit, I look like a Mac. So, yeah, I should probably update my user agent, but that is the real magic. I don't think you have to do that with W3M. W3M is you might not have to, but apparently the reason for this is because Links has been used maliciously, because you can write it, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff that people would do with Burp Suite now, but you can do that with Links. Once you audited Links code, there was no going back. Oh, did you look at the Links code? Yeah, the code sucks. The internal code? Yeah. Yeah, the internal code, look, Links' internal code is ancient. Probably the oldest. It is the oldest web browser on planet Earth. I'm pretty sure it predates even NCSA. So, but the formatting is the reason. If at the end of the day I want to use the formatting, so that's why I'm doing it. But if you don't, I completely understand people who want to use W3M, and that's fine. And I prefer Vim settings, but yeah, cause that's the reason that you Links. Links' default settings are absolute shit. You have to approve every cookie. You have to, do a bunch of stuff. It makes it unusable. So I don't recommend Links to beginners at all for text-based browsing. I recommend W3M. And you may stay with W3M forever. It might be totally fine for you. It's more likely going to install easier and everything like that. But if you want a little bit more precision, or you're used to Links, then you might consider both. If you watch the video that I made at the beginning of the video, I was very inclined at the beginning of the video to drop Links completely, And during the video, I go through the discovery that there's actually a few things about links that regarding the formatting of the output that were really important to me. And it was kind of a frustrating moment, because I'm like, well, I would love to go with W3M, but for example, I really hate that they use every available space, and they spread the content out across the entire screen. I don't like that. I know people, and the way they display tables is different than links. Those are things that bother me enough to not use it, even though I totally agree with you that W3M's got a better code base, probably a better support community. And so, yeah, I'm with you. I have no judgment for W3M users. In fact, I recommend it to beginners. But I'm still my eyes are still kind of stuck on the formatted output of links. I wish, that might be a ticket. I'm going to put that on my to-do list. I wish, actually, I'm going to put it on my wish list. Did I port my wishes over yet? I don't think I did. Damn it. I got to port that over. Shit. I didn't port my wishes over. Where are they? Uh-oh. Okay, so where did my wishes go? I have like a whole wish list. Anyway, I'll put it on my to-do list. Okay. Add output format configuration to W3M. So you're talking about the code base, right, EAX? So let's do it, man, or woman. Let's do it, or anything in between. I apologize. Fork and output format configuration W3M. So, I mean, the chance, yeah. We were talking about being in DuckDuckGo, and then we got on text-based browsers in case anybody's just joining. So, is links for the things you pointed out? Links having the ability to be a poor man's burp. Yeah. Yes. I forgot about that. That is I gotta add that to my poor man's burp to list of reasons to use links. It absolutely is, right? And that's also why it's banned by dev.to and other sites. It's because it's used by hackers like you. Very, very interesting information. If I could get W3M to do the formatting, though, I mean, that's the kind of, there's so much open source stuff I would love to contribute to. That is something that I would really, that's all, their code base is, wait, where's the, is it on GitHub? It probably is, right? I want to see where the code base is. It's legit, yeah. Oh, links? Oh god, yeah. Yeah, he's yeah. ACG, huh? I just want to see something really quick. I need to make my repos utility work again. It's totally bork. No, that's not what I wanted. I did not want that. Why should you use rmdir instead of rm-rf, people? What usage does it have? They're redundant, right? I'm being devil's advocate. Why should you use rmdir instead of rm-rf? Does the same thing, right? I'll tell you, there's a very solid reason to do that, and it will save your keister. The answer is that rmdir will not work if there's anything in there. And a lot of times you think you're just removing the directory and you've forgotten there's something in there still. And you want it to fail. It'll fail and say you still have stuff in here. And like, oh, that's right. Okay, I got a .git directory in here. I don't need it. So rm-rf, and then it's like a confirmation on it, or you can get rid of the f if you want to. But I like that because if you just accidentally made a directory and it's empty, rmdir is your friend. So it's kind of like a safety mechanism to keep you from doing what everyone will do at some point with rm-rf. Everyone will be burned by it at one point or it's just a matter of time. GH repo clone ACG W3M. He's like one of these minimalists. I love it. W3M. All good old traditional C. Ooh, make files, config. Oh, nice. Old school. That's, yeah, he's using configurator. Yep. This is the kind of C I can really get my teeth into. This is good C. This is some good C right here. This is the kind of C that makes me smile. Because it's kind of like, what would you call it? It's not GNU C. It's kind of like Linux C, because it's not burdened by all that. You can tell because it's using all the normal tools, right? It's using configure. It's using make. What is it? Or it'll. If you don't know what I'm talking about and you want to get into C, which I am, I'm getting into C a lot more now. Damn it! If you can read English. Also, it's Japanese. You can. This is one of the reasons I think he likes to go all the way to the edges. I hate that it's on SourceForge though. Okay, it's been moved. He needs to update this whole thing. He needs probably an American to help him. Do not do this in your Markdown. Oh my God, do not do that in your Markdown. Also, don't make multiple first level headers. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know how to write docs because that's not what he does. He's a coder. Every time I screw myself, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. So anything you can possibly do to save yourself from that, including rmdir first, I recommend. People say that rmdir is a useless command. I don't think so at all. So, oh God, this makes me very nostalgic and happy. So, yeah. This is the kind of code base I want to work in. So I'm EAX, I'm glad you mentioned it. Because if I had to work in the Linux code base, look, he's got all this. He's even written a bunch of awk here. Awk is shit, by the way. Awk is fucking shit. I hate it. Perl for the win. Yeah. It's funny, this entire thing is almost exactly compatible with Perl. Yep. This should have been written in Perl. This should have been written in Perl. And look, people look at this and go, "Oh, Perl is dense and write-only language," and they read this and they're okay with it. Hypocrites. Hypocrites. Mostly people who bag on Perl don't know shit. They're just following the crowd of JavaScript script kiddies who want something to complain about because they're dumb. The only thing I'm going to add here then to fix the problem at hand is I'm going to insert HTTPS if it's not already there. Yep. Markdown folding, I turned it off. No, I did this. Yeah. Yeah, here's my, actually I used plug for that, and I forked and improved the Vim Pandoc plugin so it does smart quotes and stuff. The upstream maintainers said they didn't want anything to do with it, and I was like, fuck you. Actually, I was fork you. Huh. So yeah, that's what's up with that. Let me send that to you really quick. I gotta get back to doing what I was doing. Pandoc. There we go. So this is what you want right here. You need that one. Oopsie, I should probably send you, well, let me send you both. There's a better one. Here's a better one. That one has both of them. That has my my version of the Pandoc. And I disabled folding by default, which is on by default in the shitty Pandoc syntax plugin. It does a lot of amazing things, but that's the full. It has another thing it does is it by default it hides headers and puts crazy like header link. It sucks. I hate it. It doesn't have smart quote support at all. So I added mine. If you want the whole entire, this by the way, this uses plug, which is really the only plugin manager you would ever want on. I'm convinced it's the only plugin manager you would ever want. I'm sorry to say it's still very much better than default plugins. They added plugins to Vim, but they suck. You know, if you're that into your plugins, yeah, use NeoVim if that's your thing. Then just own the fact that you don't actually know how to use VI or Vim. But plug is awesome. I mean, plug is awesome. It is just so awesome. It keeps everything. It keeps all the stuff in a separate directory, which is huge if you're keeping your stuff under, if you're keeping your vimrc config and stuff like that in a Git repo. Oh, what was from Markdown? Yeah, that was the one. Yep, that's the one. All right, back to what we were doing. I don't feel inclined to fix my my bash RC right now. I tell you what I am going to do though. I'm going to change my alias priority because Bing kicks ass. February 20th, 2021, Mr. Rob is quoted as saying, Bing kicks ass. I can't believe I have to say those words, but I am forced to admit that Bing is by far the fastest path to information from the command line. There's nothing faster. I just proved it to myself and to anybody watching. When do I have to own that I don't know how to use Vim? I just want to know the cutoff. You know, it's really up to you. I confess it took me a full year of Nano once I discovered, you know, the command line and Linux and everything, to back in the 90s to really, you know, make the decision that day and look out the window at the gray Portland sky and say, today is the last day I will use anything but VI to go on Twitch. And like I say, it's really great to have you in the community. Thank you for joining. So yeah, so that's the thing. So what was I doing? Oh, we're you're on Vim 8. Set your editor evaluation in NVim and make a dummy NVim config and reap all the plugins that are NeoVim only. What? Yeah, I'm not a co-completer, but I know a lot of people like that. That's interesting. Did not know you could do that. That's cool. I mean, yeah, my whole thing on Vim is I don't want to build any dependencies, but it depends on your approach. If you're building an Emacs clone or you want VS clone on the terminal, then yeah, like go to town, do whatever makes you happy. If you wanna write plugins in Node fucking JS, go for it. NeoVim is your thing. You know, ton of plugins so I can use an ID. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so I'm not upset at anybody, but I just want to say that if you're adding you gotta nip this plugin mentality in the butt, because if you don't stop thinking about expanding your editor with plugins, you'll never get shell integration into your editor. You'll never understand the point of it and the power of it. And frankly, you'll never understand the Unix philosophy, which is make things that do one thing well and that integrate with everything. That's the Unix philosophy. And if you're like, the opposite of Unix philosophy, which is pretty much Windows philosophy, is make one bloated piece of shit and plug in the fuck out of it. It's the opposite of the Unix philosophy. And I'm not angry. I'm a little bit frustrated because people who claim to understand Unix and Linux still use this bloated shit Windows mindset of bloat and plugin, bloat and plugin, bloat and plugin. That's what NeoVim is. NeoVim is the Windows version of Vim. It's like, You know, it's like, so every time I hear about people, you know, they say, oh, I've got a 6,000 line thing. I wrote this plugin in VimScript. Even VimScript, I fucking hate VimScript. I use VimScript enough because it allows me to do things that I need to do to integrate other tools. And I do use plugins. Obviously, I use plugins. You know, use a plugin when it's appropriate, like for syntax highlighting, which Rob Pike calls juvenile, or, you know, whatever. But don't become dependent on plugins. Become dependent on the shell, because the shell is there for you. Perl is there for you on all systems. Nobody wants to admit this, but it is. You can do Perl transformations on anything. So learn Perl. Don't learn how to do fucking plugin in Lua or Vim or Node.js or whatever the fuck. Learn how to use Unix. Learn how to use links. If you want, you learn how to use. You don't have to, but learn the Unix philosophy and then learn to adopt it in your own practices. And then instead of having a bunch of plugins, what do you end up with? This is what you end up with. You get this. The thing that's really cool is if you do the Unix philosophy, you end up with a really rich and full set of scripts. And I've since started using only POSIX and Bash. I'm sorry, I was using Bash, you know, but it was making it incompatible with other stuff. So I've gone back to POSIX and Perl. And when I need power, I use Perl. When I need some basic, I use Shell, or Python if you want. It doesn't matter. The point is that it's independent of any editor. It's no longer a plugin. And what's really cool is you can use that same transformation anywhere. Remember all those cool things I was using, right? I use this to put date stamps inside of my thing now. But because I follow the Unix philosophy of doing one thing well, I can now integrate that in another script. So I can actually combine that command with another command that maybe puts, you know, some other thing. And now I have another command that I can also integrate into a script. It's the Unix philosophy of like modularly adding on stuff. Now, sometimes you can be careful you make dependencies. You can even do markdown this way. So the point is, if you follow the Unix philosophy and you make your extensions in Shell, POSIX Shell, and in my case, Perl or Python, you automatically have sustainable longevity that has no dependency on any particular editor configured in any particular way. And that is gold. That's the Unix philosophy. People don't like admitting that's the Unix philosophy. There's really, really staunch Linux advocates who do this, who have no fucking idea how to actually implement the Unix philosophy, and they push this shit all the time. Some of them are really, really big YouTubers, but they have no idea how to implement the Unix philosophy properly. And it frustrates me. Anyway. Yeah, and so many of the plugins are syntax sugar on what Vim does already. So learn the tool before you throw a plugin in there. That's all I'm saying. You know, how's it going, Pentesticle? I love that. Web text with browser. We're actually talking about that right now. There's two browsers, W3M and Lynx. If you're a pen tester, you probably want to learn Lynx because you can use it as a burp suite replacement. Yeah. So that's, in fact, that's why Lynx is blocked by dev.to. I found out is because it can be used as a bug bounty sort of pen testing tool. You might like it. It's an old tool. I've done lots of videos on it. So vids on Lynx and W3M. There's the one you can go watch. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's super. We're just trying to make it faster right now. So, hey Wingdini. Vimgo, I love it. I used to hate it. The one from Fatif. Yeah, I love it. I used to really hate it. By the way, if you're gonna use it, sounds like we got a good community going on here, coming on in the morning, they're waking up. If you're gonna use it, make sure you understand it. I didn't. So let me show you a bunch of stuff from the Go plugin from Vimgo. That is not immediately obvious. We're kind of switching gears here. We're gonna talk about this, but I'll give this to you really quick. It's all of the stuff that starts with Go : Where is it? Where's my Vimgo stuff? Oh, You know about this one, right? So if you do this, install binaries, when it'll actually pull the binaries down for you. It takes forever, but how do you get code to compile in Vim? I would never compile code in Vim. That's stupid ass shit. I'm so tired of people telling me, why are you exiting your your editor to compile? Because I want to use GCC or I want to use Go. No offense, but Vim Go, if you want to do, look, okay. If you want to stay in your browser, in your editor, because you think it's going to slow you down to exit your editor and reopen another editor and run the compiler in another window or something, then that's probably not the way to do it. But you can do it. Fatih lets you do that. The Fatih VM lets you do that all the time. I'm living in a terminal, but compared to you, I feel like a noob. Great job. Well, thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, look, you're not a noob if you're starting out. So what? Here's what I was going to show you. Somebody was asking about Vim Go. There's a bunch of stuff that I did not know about until like a year in, and I really regret not knowing this. So see this stuff here? Let me give you this. Do you have my config? If you don't have it, consider what these things are. Although I'll send them to you right now. That's the extra stuff you might want to put in your Go. So by default, a lot of this syntax highlighting is turned off for performance reasons, but it's a good chance that your computer is not going to have any problem with it. So I would give that a shot. I also, you talked about how to build stuff in your thing. Here you go. Look, I hate those Go things. You might be, if you're a purist, don't do them. I'm not the one who made it. This is a problem with Fatih. I'm just telling you what to do if you want full syntax highlighting in Go. Does it mean it was well implemented? I don't know. But if you want a lot, like a lot of the extra highlighting stuff has to be set like this. It's not particularly pretty, I get it. Here's how somebody was asking how to do build coverage and all that stuff and run the linter. You can build that all with Go. You can do it right inside. So you can build and run things inside a thing with hotkeys if you want, but I don't do that. I usually have another window open that's doing that, or pane. Most of the time I'll auto detect changes and then rebuild automatically. So yeah, I didn't know about this. That's why I'm showing it to you. So if you want to buy into that kind of ecosystem, you might want to at least understand these. There's actually a really good one that will, let me show you. So there's one that there's one that's sort of like, I find it useful. Let me show you. So if I make I gotta make a function. So blah takes a string and returns an error, right? And we can just say return nil. The reason I want to show you this is if you have this in there and you're going to do like a blah here, so I don't know. Oh, did you see what it did? Watch. See that? If you use Vimgo out of the box, it does not do that. I don't ever use colon shell, no. And they got rid of it, by the way, in NeoVim. They ripped it out. I call stuff that goes to the shell, but I never do direct shell escapes in Vim. There's no need. The startup cost for me with Vim is so low that I'm in and out of the shell constantly. I'm in and out of Vim constantly. That drives people crazy. They're like, you do a lot of context switching. I'm like, yeah, I do. Because I like my brain to be thinking about things differently. I don't want to... If I try to like add layers of embedding, like, oh, okay, well, I would, like, if I did the shell, I would never know. I was like, I have a shell, okay. It's like, well, but I don't know that if when I exit, I'm going to go back to Vim. This is fucking no, just no. I'm never going to remember that. I would just rather exit the program and restart the program. So, but what I was trying to say, that's what I was trying to show you. See this? See this right here? So I may not be a fan of COC, you know, the stuff that does code completion with tab and stuff like that. But this is useful for me. So it's useful for me to sometimes remember this saves me a you know, half-second text-based lookup for the syntax. So like, check this. So if I didn't have this, I would have to open up a new window and I would do golang printf. printf and, or something, and then I go find it, and there's my Go package, and I go find my package. There it is. So here's all the docs on it. So that doesn't take me very long, but this, just being able to look at the highlight stuff down here is kind of nice. Yeah. Internal term, there's a term open, some command shell in Vim script. I would never do that. Again, I minimize my dependency on Vim script and use VI the way it's supposed to be used as much as possible. I use a lot of Vimisms that I'm very married to now, unfortunately, but I refuse to like unnecessarily complicate things when I could either make, I mean, to be fair, Boar, I could add some random Vim script thing, or I could exit Vim and be on the shell in the first place and have command history. There's another reason not to do that. It's not saved in your command history. I guess it could be if you force your history to write after everything, which I have. So yeah. Oh yeah, every single thing. I'm doing tmux here all the time. I have tmux inside of a tmux actually. The stuff down here, in chat, the stuff down here is on a remote system that I've SSH'd into. So I have a tmux within a tmux. I didn't say that. I said if you run a shell thing, absolutely no, there's command history. I use it all the time. But there's not history for the shell that you invoke from within Vim, not to mention the fact that you'd forget you're running a shell. Look, if you're going to suggest using more than just exiting the shell and using this thing that's already there, the burden of proof is on you. It's not on me. I don't have to prove why I'm doing the default thing to do. This is another thing that kind of frustrates me, and I'm not mad at you or anyone. It frustrates me because people they act like I have to prove why I'm not using NeoVim, or I have to prove why I'm not using Z shell. I'm like, oh, wait a second. Okay, so Bash is the default, and Vim and VI are the default on everything. The burden of proof is on you. That means it's up to you to convince me why I should leave the default and use your newfangled thing. And if you can't produce enough evidence of that, that's on you. That's not on me. It's not. I'm not somehow obligated to defend my position on using the default behavior of the system. And it frustrates me. It frustrates me because I get hit with this all the time. Yeah. How to install this? Just reading your GitHub links. Try W3M first, Pentesticle. Seriously, try W3M. I'm strongly going to advise you to use W3M first. Get used to using W3M, and then then maybe switch over that to, so you know what I'm saying, and then maybe switch over to links after you figure out how to configure it and stuff. Yeah, and we have a great community here. I have a Discord. I'm just going to say, I don't use Discord. You're probably better coming into our IRC and asking the question than Discord. Your Discord, people will answer you on Discord, but I don't ever go in Discord anymore. I have it, but I don't mod it, or I don't moderate it or anything. It's just there. But this IRC channel is available all the time, 24/7. So you can come in here and ask your question. Let's say what I like. I don't want to convince you your way works. Right, and that's, saying what you like is one thing, right? No need to use Vim like it's Visual Studio and run shit inside of it. Yeah. Alan, thank you, Alan, for that. I mean, can I quote you on that one too? What's your full name? That's quotable too. That's totally. This stuff's all going in my quotes list because I'm going to put it in like pages. So, the reason I like what you said there is because it's indicative of the problem. It is. It's indicative of the problem. People come to Linux and Unix with a Windows VS Code editing mentality, and they it's not that they're bad people or they're wrong or something. They're just approaching the entire paradigm wrong. They're not wrong, but differently. They're not using the Unix philosophy in general. They're just not thinking like a Unix person. They're thinking like a Windows user or a Mac user. And so there's kind of a paradigm shift that has to happen. And you see it happen. The people that I've mentored over time, once they get bit by it, it's amazing the stuff they start to make. Yeah. And then they make things like this. That once they get bit by it, once they get bit by the Unix philosophy, they start to do things that are even traditionally in the kind of Windows graphics domain. Yeah, they do stuff like this. They make something like this. One of my guys made this. He went into a special. This is a millions of colors color picker written for the terminal that will output escape values. Oh, I gotta figure out what is it dash help? There we go. Shorthand, testing, sandbox. I can't remember all the support. You can do this. You can use like as an ANSI. So if you do this, you can pick a color, and it will output the ANSI value. Oh, see that? Watch this. This is cool. This is so cool. This is in color. Yeah. So you see in this? So watch. I can pick a color and then I can print it out. Oh, I forgot. Did I forget ANSI? You see what it did? And now I'm gonna do this is another color. We'll do like bright green. How about that? You see that? or you can do it as CSS colors. Actually, I think it's hex. I think this one is hex. Yeah, there it is. It gives you a color. Yeah. So once somebody has made the transition over the Unix philosophy, they start to bring the tools that they need into. Isn't that cool? Yeah, it's not completely baked, but if you want to find it, go do. Let me show you where to get it. It's oh, hi Suffolk. So go duck yourself. I think it's Ethan Baker CPIC. I think that you'll find it. You'll probably find it by searching on that. But that's with Bash and VI. I'm upgraded to VM. Yeah, nice. So those are fun things you can make. That's all done in Go, by the way. That's done with Go using the term. Was it TView and tcell? Using the CView fork of TView. If you want to get into terminal UI and terminal UI, that's also how you do things like this. Yeah, this is a fun little hack. This is entirely terminal. This is a modern terminal. Isn't that crazy? It's like, whoa, my hand's being cut off. Whoa. I need a bigger green screen. I want to get into the house. My high advice is to read the man docs as much as you can. Absolutely, read the RTFM, read the fancy documentation. ArtsWiki is great. I can't wait. I'm going to start doing some art stuff after I get my coding done today. So, I'm using Kali, by the way. I mean, Kali is a great start, but we're going to be building an Arch container that you can run from anywhere, including a remote system that nobody knows, so you can gray hat stuff. So, in case you're wondering, that here is the code for that. Sunrise. It's got some pretty crazy stuff. This is Bash. Can you believe it or not? It's insane, and it's using BC, which is not at all efficient. But if you want that, there you go. So, how to read man pages? Oh, I completely agree. Completely agree. You should know how to read the docs. Yeah, I agree completely. Where there is a man page. These days, creating a man page is kind of a dated idea, because you can bundle all this stuff inside of your app. So you see all this documentation in here? This is not a man page. This all comes with if you use the command tab API, you get it for free. And then you can do kn, whatever. So I can do like kn help config, and it will give me the configuration help. This is not a man page. This is all bundled in the KN application, which is a static. Also, completion is built in. So I can do complete-c kn, and I don't have to have a separate bash completion script or a Z shell completion script, in this case bash completion. So now I can do kn tab, and I get all of my possible subcommands. This is a thing called command tab, cmd tab. It's in my GitHub repo, and it's not completely ready for everybody to use, but this is my answer to the old school idea. They would never dream of bundling man pages and tab completion code inside of any C executable. They would never even dream of statically linking something back in the day. And so when that stuff was made, it was when the idea of a man page and a separate completion script, when those things were conceived, they were conceived at a time when memory was really at a premium and there was no CPU. We've since, in 2021, we've moved much earlier than 2021, but we've already moved very much to this concept of transportable executables and cross-compilation. Those things have trumped all of the needs, the memory constraints and stuff of the early world. And so command tab brings forward this idea of everything is in the executable. In other words, its documentation is in there, its code to detect tab completion and run in tab completion context is there, and the actual code is there, and every single library dependency is included in a single executable, so I can make a binary. Anybody have Windows over there? So I can actually make a binary out of this by just compiling for the binary. I can do go os goose equals is it Windows, and then I can do go build.cmd kn, and I get an executable. I do this because it's gonna have an error. Whoopsie. Well, oh well. I'm using an old copy of command tab, but that's already been fixed. I got to fix that again. Well, the point is I could have compiled, if I didn't have this bug, I could have compiled an exe, a .exe, on my Go system that will only run on Microsoft Windows. And that is the age we live in now of cross-compilation. So the demands and abilities to do things are way different. But I've just started to learn Linux. Nice. I want to at least learn some cybersecurity. Yeah, me too. Have any tips? I have lots of tips. But I don't know how many of those tips I'm going to be able to answer right now. The first tip I would suggest is to go, follow my. I'm not saying this. I truly, the best way for you to learn is to just kind of watch other people. So that's my first tip: is to find people who use Linux for what you want to do and follow them and start learning what they're doing just by watching them through example. It's the best way to learn of all. Example and repetition. Those are the two best ways to learn, because repetition is you doing it, right? By repetition, I don't mean listening to somebody say something. I mean doing something. And there's a couple of books out there to learn Linux. The hardest part about getting started with Linux is just getting a fucking Linux machine available, getting a terminal. And there are so many ways to do that. It just depends on you. What do you use? Are you using Kali and a VM right now? Most people, I mean, if you have the horsepower and run Kali and a VM, that's what people love. And that's fine. Just don't get used to running root all the time. That'll get you fired in another job. I'm so glad that OffSec finally decided to change that default. I don't know a lot of Linux developer channels because I don't spend a lot of time on YouTube. I'm not trying to dodge the question. I'm going to say something. I love Chris Titus Does Tech from what I saw of him. I love Lundeke. DistroTube is pretty good. I mean, he's doing his thing. He's definitely doing a good service for the world. I will say this: I don't mean this to be shade, but I get a sense that they do not have much experience using those tools that they talk about professionally in the industry. I don't know how many years they've been in the industry. They certainly haven't used anything besides Linux. So I think it's more important that you get Unix knowledge instead of Linux knowledge. Stuff like that. Kernighan is still, and Ken Thompson is still doing stuff. He's got videos on awk and stuff. Just don't write off the boomers either. If you find a boomer who's talking about Unix or Linux, don't write them off. Think about what they have to say. And I will say something that's negative. There's no way I can get away from this. What's his face? Luke? Luke is absolutely full of shit, and most of the stuff he does is dead wrong. And half of the stuff he does will get you fired. So I cannot strongly warn you enough against Luke. I would not do anything the dude says. And I have nothing personally against him. I think he's a racist, misogynistic asshole personally. So I guess I do have stuff against him personally. But I'd rather not call out people that I disagree with. But in that case, I feel like I have an obligation to tell people that if you watch him and do what he says, you will have to relearn shit. And I'm sorry, but John Hammond, I really like John Hammond, but he's not a Linux person. Read, write, and execute is really it. Yeah, you read about something, you read the manual, you maybe write about it, you log about it while you're playing it, you write some code. You know what I'm saying? And then you execute on it. You do something. That is the Unix philosophy of learning. It is. It's like an iterative process. And then you have a notebook. You have a fucking notebook. And you use paper or you make KN so you can track your own notes. That's the Unix way. It's the autodidactic approach. It's not clean. It's not comprehensive. There's not a lot of good comprehensive material for Linux that I have found. You can do the introduction to Linux for free. That I forgot about that. Let's recommend that for now. I actually started going through it as a thing. I totally forgot about that. I haven't been able to vet it yet, so I will do that. Introduction to Linux under the Linux Native Foundation, which is really controversial. You can do Intro to Linux for free. There it is. So this is free. It's an edX course. I would say, I love a term from another Twitch person. I can't remember right now. He called it discount bin learning. He pretty much called everything on Udemy discount bin learning, like the dollar store, like dollar store learning. I wouldn't go so far as to say as that this literally comes from the Linux Foundation, which is, Torvalds made it. So Torvalds actually talks in this. It's completely free. The reason the Linux Foundation created this is because they want to get more people to contribute to the Linux project. So and it's a whole that is my new official recommendation, and I totally forgot about it. So, VirtualBox, your day job, yeah. It's all great. Others don't. Oh God, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I've used lots of different distros. Yeah. I Java Linux because it might get you fired. No, I can't make that whole list. You kidding me? I'm trying to. The only way I can get this knowledge out, this is the plight of the old people, is they got a lot of stuff to convey, and we don't have an easy way to get the information to you. And by the way, if you're an old person who hasn't been writing all along the way, thank God I have a little bit, then you're really fucked, because now you've got like a life's work of wisdom to share. And you have to only be writing like an 800-page book. This is why I'm doing KEG. This is why I'm doing the knowledge node stuff, because I'm really about getting knowledge to be good people, and now you guys are asking for it, and I'm not ready. Because I use Pop! OS because it's the easiest to install and get running. I'm not ashamed. I'm gonna build my own Arch container to do hacking. You know what I mean? Programming from the ground up. Oh, yeah. What? I want this EAX. Oh, I'm gonna go buy that right now. I'm gonna go buy that right now. I did not even know that about that resource. I gotta do this off screen so you can't see. Intro to Linux is pretty good. And again, people ask me, well, what should I learn to learn Git programming? I'm like, well, it depends on what you want to be. I want to be a kernel committer. Give us the CC. Programming from the ground up. What is this CC? Oh, right. Yeah, if you want to support my channel, I'm not gonna ask for money. You can give me money, but more than anything else, just spread the word. Spread the word, because this stuff, the reason I'm mostly live streaming is because it actually hurts me to see that people don't know it. I call it FUMA. This is my term. I'll trademark, RM, Mr. Rob. I have massive FUMA. It's fear of other people missing out, fear of others missing out, and it drives me nuts at night. I literally can't sleep sometimes because I'm so afraid that somebody's not going to get all of the information or the knowledge so they can make their own decisions, and they're going to make a wrong decision based on less than all the information. And so that's the reason I'm so driven to do all this other stuff. What's that? Why didn't you find this channel earlier? Because I wasn't streaming 16 hours a day, maybe. So like when you're first learning Go, yeah, when I first learned Go, I learned, when I learned about Go in 2014, I wanted to tell everybody on the planet about how awesome it was. And people need to make their own decision. I'm not telling you have to learn Go. I'm telling you, you shouldn't learn Rust. That's not what it's about. It's about making your own decision. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming by. You're going to have to help me because I'm doing more OSCP sort of things and forensics specifically. In fact, that's why I've been playing Shenzhen. I've been playing Shenzhen because I want to learn assembly because I want to get really good at forensics. And since I started going back into sort of a coding. So just long story short, for this last week, I've been searching for full-time employment to supplement my mentoring that I've been doing for 8 years. And I've been trying to decide what the better job is. I have an interview this week. Actually, I turned down an interview for another job that made me move. And I've decided to do SRE work, which is system administration, site reliability, combined with cybersecurity. And at one point, I was trying to do offensive security stuff, which is like breaking shitty PHP and code and using PowerShell. And I was like, I don't know if I like that, because I really like analysis. And then I ended up deciding that my 5-year plan is to take all of the knowledge I have with regard to system administration and engineering, combine it and software development, and then start making cybersecurity software and working for forensics teams that are their primary job is digging through assembly code, memory dumps, and things like that. No, it does not. That I know for a fact is true. I actually researched. I was really heavily into OSCP in January, January 2020, and we did a lot of research, and we found out there's several people who got OSCP with Parrot, and they have no requirement whatsoever to use Kali. They obviously push Kali really heavily because it's their product, but you don't have to use it. And when I found that out, I was like, that was when I started building my own Arch distro. That had, Do you have a Parrot? Are you a Parrot guy, Alexei? Or girl? Programming from the ground up on Amazon. Thank you so much for telling me about that book. The reason I'm telling you the story of why I'm doing full-time job stuff is that my interests have now shifted back to software development, because I can do that remotely more than I can SRE work. And I've heard people love Parrot. I tried it for a bit, and then I tried Black Arch for a bit, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to build my own Arch. I've told everybody else I want to make an Arch. I want to make a tool that's portable. I want to be able to go 3 hops away on a terminal system, and then I want to be able to attack targets from there using my Arch distro that has all my tools in it on a Docker container. That is what I want to do, and that's my goal. My goal is not to use, I can't put Kali on a system that's 4 hops away and is totally safe from IP scrutiny and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? Most of the hacking, most of the offensive hacking that you're going to see me doing is going to be with a slant of 3 hops in a ticker. Yeah. I don't even know. You probably know more than I do, but my foray into offensive security is gray hat. It's I don't want to assume I have Kali on my desktop and everybody can see my IP to what I'm doing. I want to do gray hat, because those are the skills I want. I don't have any intention of doing anything malicious or anything. I just want to be able to do malicious things. That's kind of a quote, I suppose. I should probably put that in my quotes list. I just quoted myself. Yeah. So I mean, why would you learn martial arts? Why would you learn how to break a person's neck in 20? With a 20 seconds? Because why do you learn to shoot an AK-47? Why do you learn sniper? Why do people? They learn it because they want to be able to do it, not because they're going to go out and kill people. And there's something empowering about having this skill. Yeah. Is the palm machine? Yeah, because you're like making me. I want to make 0 days. I want to understand 0 day code. I want to be able to find I want to be able to be the dude at Symantec who found, what was it? The particle accelerator or whatever. No, the centrifuge hack. What was it? The Israeli centrifuge hack against the Arabs. What was it? I forgot the name of it now. That they found at Symantec. Oh, I can't remember it. It's driving me crazy. But I want to be able to understand that code. I want to be able to read through it and go, there's 3 different... Hey, how's it going, Ruff? Let's say, to do malicious things. But I do... Let's see. I just want to be able to do malicious things. That I'm glad I kind of came upon that couplet, because that is exactly my desire. That means that when you watch me, you're going to see me think of things that are kind of spycraft. They're not. I was in a stream the other day, and it was a very, very respectable and successful hacker / pen tester, right? And I suggested that going to learn skills from people who do malicious things is a good way to learn skills, even if you don't agree with what they're doing. And I got fucking roasted in there. At least it felt like it. I don't want to say who, because I've talked about other channels. You guys will figure it out eventually. I should probably just come clean. It was what's it called? I forget his name now. I mean, I actually subbed him for a while, and then I unsubbed immediately. Because I realized his approach is, he's got way more skill than I have. No, it wasn't, what was his name? It wasn't Bob, it was, I want to say Insecure something. What is it? I mean, he's probably streaming right now. Should we go see? I gotta buy this book. The reason I want to buy more books about coding and deep, dark, device driver sort of things, and getting into the kernel, is because those skills apply to software engineering and to forensics. and crazily enough, also to a certain level of site reliability engineering, because if your system's all of a sudden crashing all the time, and I've had an extensive experience unwittingly with this stuff. So, for example, when I did the shopping cart algorithm for Nike.com, or software for Algo.com, I found a massive bug in the JVM, and they had the fly guy from Sun Microsystems in to confirm it. And I found it because it fucking destroyed my work and made me look like a fool. And I said, this is not my problem, this is their problem. So I ended up doing root cause analysis and forensics without wanting to. So having forensics is a good thing. I wrote an entire project in PHP that blew the fuck up. Random memory, all out, cost us 10K at IBM, and lost time and wages and stuff to redo the whole thing in Perl. And I ended up having to do root cause analysis on why PHP was such shit. So I looked through that, I ended up doing that. And then I ended up, a lot of folks on this channel are leaking their IPs like crazy. No, they're not. No, I am. I leak my IP all the time, but I don't care. So, they're not. They're on a system. You're talking about the IRC people. Yeah. Look, if you're connecting using HetchChat to the IRC, may I suggest you understand what's going on with that? If you're using true IRC and you're not using the thing, make sure that you know. Okay, this is something I've told everybody. If you want to safely use IRC, use the interface we provided, which is on a DigitalOcean host that we have no way of knowing your IP at all, because you're coming in through the web browser. There's no way to track you. So you can actually use the IRC through that. Yeah, the bridge. There are people who are not using the bridge, and if you're not using the bridge, you are giving up your IP. That is a yeah, that is and that's just part of IRC. That's why why kind of begrudgingly I agreed to allow Twitter and to allow Discord. That, well, you can, you should, yeah, old school on paper, guys. If you need to start taking notes, grab a piece of paper and just start taking notes. And even the most digitally focused pen testers and old school hackers will. Even the most modern, they will have paper, because you can do things on paper that are just faster. I'm on damn Twitch like this. Okay, before you guys come flocking into the IRC, which I welcome you to do, just know that people will know your IP. I do not believe that's a dangerous thing, but it's more of a dangerous thing if you don't know why that would be dangerous. It just means people can attack your computer and your home network. They'll know who you are, and they'll be able to identify your location regionally. That's the reason to not give up your IP. If you're not using, you can use a VPN for all that stuff, by the way, if you want to. If you don't care about your IP, it's funny. There's a hacker called 0 Day, which is on the nose. I don't like that name, but he was commenting on Hackery Sports the other day, and I was watching him, and everybody said. And everybody told him, what was the words exactly? They said, he said, yes, please hack me. He actually gave everybody his IP. He goes, yes, please. Please hack me. I encourage you to hack me. He has a honeypot on a Raspberry Pi on his home network. And obviously he doesn't use any Wi-Fi. He's probably, look, if you want to be immune from attack, first of all, most of the attacks that happen are troll attacks anyway, phishing scams, stuff like that. Yeah, protection from the ISP side. Sort of, yeah. Most ISPs have really locked down scanning attacks and stuff like that, but not all. It just depends. Vera, the guy who set up our IRC bridge, he would go so far as to say he doesn't care. He's like, fine, here's my IP. Because people that are scared of giving up their IP don't understand how IPs are protected these days. Which one? Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of really smart people out there. And an IRC client, they also give a lot of info. Yeah. If they leave the default settings on IRC, they do give a lot of info. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What operating system they're on, stuff like that. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm glad you said that, because I need to put another to-do. It's already on my to-do list, but I need to escalate it. Because I need to put that in my welcome Hi. Good morning. Ish. Can I tattle on you? My wife is way into Downtown Abbey.
Downton.
Downton? I even.
Not downtown.
That's something who is into Downtown Abbey
No,
would say.
I haven't recovered from the deaths.
That was harsh.
Yeah.
It's really harsh. I'm making a little note so I don't forget. Need to add IRC disclaimer and warning to welcome video. I'm going to take a quick break and have some coffee with my wife, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Discuss amongst yourselves about things, okay? But I'm not going anywhere really far away. I'll be here today. I'll be here all day. Literally. I'm going to buy this programming around the ground up book too. That looks really awesome. Back after coffee with wife. How's it going, Sonu? So guys, go talk. Oh boy. Just use VI in a markdown file. That's what I'm doing. My to do is just a script. It just opens my editor on a file. That's all it is. 0 day. Yeah, I don't know what his actual name is, but he was. If you go to Hacking Esports, there's a Twitch channel called Hacking Esports. You go back and look at one of the ones when they did cover the Portuguese CTF team when they won. He talks about it. He talks about in there about how he doesn't care about IPs being hacked because he actually wants you to. What info do they RCs? Ask other people. I can't tell you right off the bat. Just it depends on how much of your information you put in there, frankly. It also depends on the client. Skip up this speed. What are you guys talking about? What did I miss? What did I miss? Standby waiting list in case something goes wrong. Backup for the backup. Ooh. Back to the can tool. So I'm gonna do a little bit of coding here. Oh, the perseverance rover. Oh, super cool. Are you talking about the internals? Nice. Yeah. Do they have a live feed up yet? Because if they do, I want to put it in the background. I have to buy this book. Programming from the ground up. Yep. On my back here. $200 MHz processor? What? Where did they even get one? Sounds like it was influenced by microservices architecture. Right? I gotta make some more room, sorry people. Alright, I'm gonna use this fresh start to I don't even think I changed the topic. Oh yeah, I need to finish doing that. I'm switching to Bing. I can't believe I said those words. But it's true. Oh. Golang time. Let's try this. Oops. That was only 2 hits. So that's not too bad. Alright, let's try that compared to Bing. Same search hit time. Except for the Bing results are on the top there, closer. And it's slightly more. Slightly more. And what does Google look like? Font amazing. I think it's in here. Go look in my FAQ. If it's not there, let me know and I'll add it. It's Nerd Font Mono. Fira. No, it's Ubuntu Mono Nerd. Rad 750. Huh. I did not know that was a thing. 2. 1, 2. I'm trying to do an informal test here on performance. Google's pretty damn fast on the results hits. Let's try Go again. You know that I don't like about Go is I don't like how far down on the page the results are. I like the results better. They're like prettier to read, but they're pretty far down on the page. Oh my god. Alright, so that is like 1. Bing is they're all 1 tap to the actual stuff. So none of them, but the results are so much easier to read on DuckDuckGo. So DuckDuckGo remains my preference, and I can change the topic. All right. So the result of that, by the way, was realized that not having HTTPS in the URLs for URLs when using links was not defaulting to it and forcing a redirect that slowed search result lookups just enough to be annoying to me. So that was the reason. I have it logged so I don't forget it. I can go back and search it, hopefully. Reason for slow links queries. That's crazy. 200,000, wow. For one CPU? That's crazy. That's pretty amazing tech, huh? Pretty amazing technology. That seems like it slowed it down, though. What happened? Why is it back to slow again? What did I break? Something's not right. Maybe I'm just seeing things again. No, that's definitely faster. God damn, it's fast. That's so fucking fast. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. And now that Google knows what my it's just the results are a little bit convoluted. It's faster though, I'm not gonna lie, it's like way faster. Fuck. That's crazy fast. I don't want to say Google it, but it's just too, it annoys me too much. I'm sorry. It annoys me too much. And I'm going to keep Go Duck Yourself using Duck, but I'm going to reattach my alias to Google, because Google can't track me, so I don't mind. Lines of code to behave. Oh my god. Full monitoring execution. Oh. There they are. Oh yeah, ZNC. Somebody told us about that. That's good. The execution space for flat. Nice. Wow. On Blogspot. Oh, thanks. Yep. Interesting. All right. What am I doing? I'm redoing my assignments here. My aliases need to change. And this is kind of where I say, okay, Google, I'm going to take advantage of you. Yep. I'm going to take advantage of you. I mean, if you're going to rob us all of our privacy, I'm going to rape you. And I don't mean that that's a bad reference. Is there a better way to say that doesn't have such horrible sexual connotations? I need to figure out a better way to say that. That's less offensive. That's like super offensive, particularly if you're a woman, I imagine. Terms of service. DOS attack. Wrecked. Is that what the kids say? Wrecked? I like wrecked. Wrecked is better than rape. Rape is jarring, but and kind of old, right? Not an attack. Just a doc. Oh, DOS attack. Wrecked. I'm gonna wreck Google. Pwn. I'm gonna pwn Google. Actually, pwn. Yeah. Well, this has been nice. This has been a nice conversation about an army. I'm going to say something that's going to sound really weird, but the reason that other word works better than wrecked is because it implies that you're taking something from them violently, which is so disgusting of a reference that I probably shouldn't talk about it anymore, but that's the sentiment I have. I want to be able to say, oh, you're going to take advantage of the whole world and sell us out to the highest bidder. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to use as much of your service for free without allowing you to detract me as possible. Let's see how well that goes. It's basically, we're going to GameStop you. That's my new term. I'm going to write about that. My new term for destroying something that is shitty in society or tech by taking advantage of its flaws and shining a huge light on them by maximizing everything I can suck out of them for free is GameStopped. Actually, I'm gonna do a thing here. To GameStop. To GameStop. Verb. I'm laughing at myself. Verb. I'm sorry, I'm having fun. Okay. Google free phone? Yeah. I have a flip phone. I don't use Google for anything. I use it for search now. You've been GameStop, son. No tablet or smartphone? No, I'm 100% Google free. I use YouTube, but it's owned by Google, Alphabet, technically. I've been Google free for a couple of years. I used to be big into the Google ecosystem, but not anymore. That's why when I make a decision to use Google search, the fact that I'm not giving them anything in return makes me happy, because it means I'm burning their CPU cycles for free. Suck it, Google. I'm still big into them. A lot of people love it, and that's fine. I'm not judging you if you're using it, other than that you're saying that you're complicit with the devil. You are. You're enabling them. You're an enabler. You know. I didn't rape that girl. I just am friends with the guy and drove him to the party. But he can't hold me accountable for it. I knew he was a rapist, and I knew she was there, and I knew he wanted to do it. But yeah, no, Google is shit. So Google is shit, and I'm gonna do everything in my power to take down that company. I mean it. And if that means that you don't want to hire me because of it, so be it. Yep. Until either take the company down or get them to see the error of their ways, to GameStop them. I am going to GameStop Google. There's a lot of good things that have come out of there. It's usually from the engineers. It's not from the company whose primary market-driven, value offering to the world is how much can we invade and sell the personal data of the people who use our service. If that's your primary business model, you need to fucking die. And I cannot wait for those things to die. I can't wait for Facebook to be dead. Facebook's going down bad. Google got hit huge in earnings reports last year. So it's happening. Keep your dignity and outsell your show. So, ooh, that looks good. Yeah. No, not to rape. That's why I had to come up. No. I did not using Google to rape. That is not what I said. That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. That's not at all what I said. I said I want to rape Google. And if somebody's going to clip that out of context, eventually, I know that's going to happen. And then it's a response from a Google creator. Very interesting. Is it? What is it? Millennials are coming to cancel me. Well, they should, because I should not have used that word. I admitted immediately that that's not a word we should use today. We should not use that word today to say for what it traditionally meant, which is to GameStop something. To GameStop something means to shine a light on something and take advantage of a system that's horribly... To suck all of the advantage out of it for gain, but the gain is inconsequential because what you're trying to show is how fucked up it is. That's what I want. That's what I wanted to say. Yep. And if you don't think Google's a problem, that's fine. That's your prerogative. Check my Discord. About what? You're going to tell me that you're using it inside of your internal stuff and that I must comply. Vera has a... I didn't want to make the thread about this. I just randomly said something and now I'm in trouble. To GameStop. Verb. Oh, damn. Social media, especially what? Yeah, I agree completely. That's why I don't like the word. That's what that little conversation. If you're coming late to the conversation, that's what it was about. It wasn't about anything more than that. Open the Discord. Wait, I don't want to switch my auto device. No. About attacking Google? I disagree completely. I disagree. And I don't care if I get kicked off the streaming platforms. I don't. I'll still do my thing and I'll RTMP stream to a server by myself and I don't give a crap. So there's a lot of people who are concerned about me taking on Google so vocally. And you're not, there's many people, every time I say this, they're like, you did not just say that. And it comes from the attitude of people. There's a lot of people out there who, there's actually a lot of young people who don't dare say anything negative about the FANG companies because they have such power. And they think it's going to screw up their career, and they're not going to be able to make money, and their families will suffer and die in the streets. What were you talking about? I mean, are you talking about the use of words that are the other part? Well, I know. That's why I got rid of that word. Are you talking about the GameStar part or the other bad word part? I need to know because yeah. If you're talking about the bad word part, then I totally understand that. Yeah. Use of words. Yeah, I used a very horrible word. That's why I caught myself using the word that many people use all of the time. Oh, you're talking about using the, all right, well now I fully understand. See, I totally misunderstood your comment. So the concern is that even saying a certain word over and over and over again might end up getting me banned from a platform through the AI, even though I'm saying don't use this word. Which is very legitimate. That is, I completely agree with that. That's a good caution. So let's recap there. Actually, I'm going to log about this. So very sound advice to new streamers and YouTubers. YouTubers. Actually, I know of. I don't remember the details of somebody who was sort of canceled on YouTube for talking about China, and that's all I'll say about that. But they were talking about it negatively, and they got reported and they got taken down. They didn't have any way to go against it. Very sound advice to new streamers. I totally misunderstood what you said. Thank God I got clarification. Very sound advice to new streamers and YouTubers. But I do get the other one too. People say, "How dare you say negative things about Google?" I say, "Watch me." But very sound advice to new streamers and YouTube about not using keywords, even in voice. Frankly, this is true. That will cause your content to hit with AI that detects objectionable material. I was realizing that an old word that is used in many plain contexts could be easily replaced with a better one. But I repeated that word a lot, perhaps putting myself in the scope of such an AI's detection. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm going to get banned, it's going to be because I believe something. It's not going to be because some AI randomly found a word that it didn't like and thought I was using it in a different context. That would suck. That would really, really suck. That's exactly why I hate Google. Let's go on live book. It's only from people our generation that use that. The younger generations really don't. They don't use it. You're right. They were saying look, this little moment that I just had, lest it be misunderstood, has been a moment of me understanding a word from my vocabulary that I grew up with that is a bad way to say something. There's an alternative way to say it. And I don't mean, a more woke way to say it. What I mean is there's a way to convey the same meaning. And this is completely different than the master and the main thing from GitHub, which I still think is bullshit. But this is a way that I used a word that I would rather have a more modern colloquialism than the word that is like 18th century colloquialisms. I think there's a lot. I mean, you guys know I love language, right? So I think there's a lot of 18th century sort of 19th century, 18th century colloquialisms that we need to get rid of, and they have connotation. We don't associate the connotations with those things now, but to someone who's never used it, particularly when you're using words from literature that are used from that time, so maybe you've read a lot and so you've been influenced by the language and vocabulary of that time, and then you start to use those things and you're actually speaking at a higher literary on a higher literary plane. You're using more words from a larger vocabulary, but you might end up using a colloquialism from an age that's going to be misunderstood by people today, and that's a very, very real scenario. So I'm really glad that we were able to talk about that. Yeah, the R word. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah. The R word. Let's not actually say it out of concern. I'm completely and totally in agreement that we should not use the word right now, because I don't want to trigger this conversation unnecessarily in an AI. But I don't think that word is used colloquial to mean a lot of things, and I use it. It's been a part of my vocabulary for a very long time. It's like I'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Oh, this did this," and I feel like because the reason the word works is because it is so disturbing. That's why the word works. The word works because it's like, no, this is a violent act that people are doing to us to take something without our consent. That's what it means. And I don't know of another word that conveys that more dramatically. In my particular case, there was an angle on the word that I could twist it a little bit and then use this, to GameStop, which is kind of a fun thing. And that's totally different. This other word still has some meaning that I have not got an alternative for. Does anybody have an idea of what another word for that would be? Anybody have any suggestions? We got any language people out there? What is a word that like really, really viscerally communicates the idea that you're having something violently taken from you without your consent? What is an appropriate word to replace a word that has clear, sexual connotations? Beyond that, it tends to be a misogynistic word, even though, strictly speaking, I mean, if you've watched Outlander, the word is not gender specific. Okay, do you guys know about Outlander? My wife and I love that series. We're like really big fans, and there's a scene in there that is probably one of the most disturbing scenes I've ever seen. And I don't want to make this really dark, but that scene perfectly conveys what this unfortunate topic that we're talking about is about. It's about power. It's not about the other stuff. It's about power. And yeah, if it isn't Eminem, you can find lots of words and combinations. You know what? I've been meaning to listen to more of Eminem's works. I haven't listened to a lot of his stuff, but there's a lot of his stuff I really like. Yeah, or to pilfer them. I like pilfer. Pilfer is about right too, because I mean, let's face it, I'm not planning anything violent, right? So that's both a more appropriate word in terms of strength and accuracy. So that's my new word. I put here another new word I plan to use in my vocabulary. If I could spell, that replaces another with rougher meaning is pilfer. I like pilfer. Pilfer, rob. I mean, rob means that you're taking something from them that is theirs. Hopefully that will work. We'll find another one. Till I find another one. I mean, if you're here for tech and stuff, I do that stuff too, but I'm really obsessed with language. So you'll find me writing a lot and doing this kind of thing. To take valuable things from a place using force. Ooh. Sometimes causing damage. Eviscerate. Ooh. Essential content. Ooh. I like that one too. I almost don't want to pull a thesaurus up right now, but I guess I could, right? Because thesauruses are things. What's the plural of a thesaurus? Is it thesauri? That's not right. It's a thesaurus. Thesauruses. Sign language translation is doing rap. Did you really? Yeah. Eviscerate. Those really don't convey the meaning to me. Yeah. There's that. Yeah. I don't want to watch that right now. I can't get off this topic. But this word, I like meaning, right? the other word, the thing that's so amazing about it is that it conveys taking something most sacred. Pilfer and eviscerate are nice, but they don't convey you're literally robbing someone of, something you can never get back. These words don't capture that. And I believe that's an accurate description of what Google does to our privacy. Google takes everything from us. Actually, the truth is we give it to Google. But actually, no, that's not true, because because you know why? Because you can opt out of the Google thing, but every time you visit any site, your IP is tracked, which I talked about this morning as not being a big deal, so maybe that's not a big deal. Let me think about that. It really depends on how much you associate privacy and self-possession of an IP address. So let's say, soften the language, that is not good. Yeah. Taking the liberty to remove my liberty. Yeah. So you give it to Google in exchange. Yeah, and it's important that I bring that up more often, is that we're giving it away. Because, okay, is it a fair statement? No. All right, no. I'm going to change the topic. What about Google? So I'm going to change the topic. I actually do want to have a conversation about this. I know it's a Saturday and it's 12:30, but it's more of a Sunday conversation, and it feels like I'm burning time on things that don't matter. But I like these kind of tangents. So what about Google? This morning we did a lot of talk about searching and DuckDuckGo and things like that, and getting off Google. And in the process, we toyed around with the language, use of a word that I think is inappropriate, but talks about taking that which is most sacred from us, and it might be overly stated, but I believe that that's an accurate description of what Google is doing. And then I got rethinking my conclusion and saying, well, no, they haven't taken anything from us. We've given it. So I'm just exploring that idea a little bit. If you want to get more of this and you're just joining us, you can backtrack on the video for a bit to get the context. But Google does sell the data. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They absolutely sell the data. Maybe not directly. No, they sell, according to the Snowden docs, they sell, I'll have to go look for it, they sell all of your access to all of your private information for $15 per person to the NSA. And they collaborate with the NSA in providing direct access to all the data within the Google database. This is documented in the Snowden docs. So, and I'm talking about anyone. Not to mention the fact that they indirectly sell. I mean, you go watch, what is it? Adam Ruins Facebook. Adam Ruins Facebook. Yeah, that's a given. We just assume the government's snooping on us. So, look, I'm not being tinfoil hat Stallman guy. I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to state facts here, and I'm also trying to consider how much. Okay, so this all got triggered because I found out that the Google search requests are faster than DuckDuckGo search requests when I do command line searching, and a few milliseconds to me matters when I'm doing massive amounts of searching during the day, which I do all the time. It's a part of how I operate on the terminal. That all led to, well, can I get away with ethically with I don't have any other Google stuff that I use because of all the reasons I talked about. So is it okay for me to search on Google? Right? Is it okay for me to search on Google? Am I being complicit with Google by just giving them my IP because I'm searching? Is it, if you want to get a quick getaway, the Cygnus 15 rocket is leaving in 2.5 minutes. Oh, that would be cool. We should go watch that one. Yeah. It's the modern Faustian bargain. Oh, Faustian bargain. That's interesting. That, Matt, you just got quoted. Thank you for that. That's beautiful. Beautifully stated. Beautifully stated. There's an EFF article about how to sell it. Yeah. A bit late to the had to create a Twitch account. Oh, thanks, welcome. But added a light subdomain to the query URL seems to speed up time. I had light in there before. I don't know if you saw that, but did you see this? See light? This I actually have light in there. Yeah, yeah. I use light for my search. Yeah, that's been something I've been doing for a while. Thanks though. So yeah. Oh boy. Load. All right. All right. So let's do this. Let's do. I want to put Matt's comment here. Using such services is a modern file student bargain from Mr. I'm Matt. Man. I like these quotes because they're just so relevant. Yes, modern student bargain. And so I had to add the subdomain. Oh, you put light in front? Really? I didn't know that was a thing. Did you have light in the as the domain part as well? Yeah? Let's see. So we're still trying to optimize our search times by milliseconds. Most people would look at us like, what are they doing? We're like, test mine is my kind of people. It's launched. Let me try. So wait, I have to do this one now. So golang time is the test I've been using. That's not too bad, man. All right. Well, let's do it so there's no question. Let's do DuckDuckGo time. Oh, that one sucked, man. Oh, did you see that? Dude. You got the prize. Points to Tet's mine. I mean, that is definitely faster. Oh my god, how you're the man. You'd be getting like 100 points here on my stream if I did that shit. Which I keep saying I want to do. Yeah. But okay, so I'm glad, Vera, you guys, EAX talked about what I was going to bring up. By sell, I mean allow it to be manipulated and attract advertisers, because advertisers are paying for attention, and Google is mining your privacy to get that attention and then sells that attention to advertisers indirectly. To me, that is selling you to them. They're not giving you your privacy data, you know. But yeah, at least I know of. Hey, how's it going, Palm Tree? Oh my God, Dads! I would so be giving you points right now, man. You just made my life that much faster and better. What the heck? If I could type. What? All right, so be it. So be it. I guess Duck stays. I gotta see. Did I already rechange my thing? No, I didn't. Google. Wait. Golang time. I've just been using that one, so I don't want to. I want a consistent control in my pseudoscientific test here. That's pretty damn fast. Holy shit. That is like. What is that? That is like great. Let's try this one. That's Google. Google cannot top that. Look, there's like 2 or 3 redirects. Did you see that? At least 2 or 3 redirects. You know what though? That's not a fair comparison because I didn't put HTTPS in here. So let's try it with that. Dang it! All right, we gotta redo our control. So that's pretty fast time. And let's do Google now. No, still redirect going on in there. Even with the HTTPS. I want to think, did I mess something up? You're actually doing time to look up? Look at you go. Did you do it with a curl direct? I also wanted to just have kind of a sort of a, you know, I definitely need to fix my .dot files now. Yepers. I do, because well, which one is faster? You of course you went through and did. That's just Vera for you. Of course you did that. Of course you did. Duck is back in the house. Now go duck yourself is still relevant. Go duck yourself. Google privacy violations. This is my test. Go duck yourself. I like that much better than let me Google that for you. I also, for your reference, have FAQ off. Aggregating data about you isn't selling your data, though. Well, okay. I see where you're coming from. So you're saying if selling your data is literally giving up your... Well, first of all, they do know who you are. They do. They absolutely do, because if you have Gmail or YouTube, you've given up your identity and your email, so they can associate your IP with your browsing habits because you've given up that data and your emails. Now, the one thing that caused me to do this topic was because I was saying that Google violently steals stuff from you, and that's not true. That's not true. I'm going to pull that back. I'm going to walk that back, because that's not what they're doing. You're giving it to them. And I was trying to think of a scenario where you're not giving up your stuff to Google, and that got me thinking about, well, what about can't go to Google unless it's the government and ask for everything Google has on me. Right. It is fact that they are selling your browsing habits. Let's put it this way. They are using, how about not selling, they are using your browsing patterns and habits to specifically advertise to you based on private information they have about you, and giving the demographics indirectly to the advertisers about you. But they're not, as far as we know, they're not giving the advertisers your data. That's an overstatement. And I probably have made that overstatement several times. So I'm glad we're having this conversation, because I want to be accurate, and that's truthful. I still want that to die. I'm going to do everything in my power to take them down, but but it's a different thing. Another thing too that's different is search. So this comes back to, is it ethical to search on Google? I mean, if you're a guy with kind of overinflated sense of ethics and who violates his own ethics standards all the time, I'm not perfect, but if you're that person, do you search on Google? If you're searching on Google and they can't know anything about you other than your IP address, then why can't you use that? I know DuckDuckGo uses Google and Bing, and they pretend to save your privacy, yada yada yada, right? So, well, okay. So let's talk about that for a second, because earlier today I said, look, I got no problem using Google as long as all they have on me is my email, as my IP address. And then the question comes up, well, the difference between Google and other services is when they know who you are, they force. I mean, the practice that Google has of forcing people to comply with giving up their usage data in exchange for advertising and getting money from the Google platform, I believe it crosses the line. I think that really crosses the line, but is that any different than Nielsen ratings or any of the other marketing and advertising research things that go on constantly? Probably not. The difference is that it's like been, modified with Borg level power, which is literally what they call their infrastructure, to really, really own you. And whether or not they sell you is kind of a different conversation. But so can you use Google ethically? That's what I'm asking. Can you use Google ethically? Google is definitely good at letting you opt out, and that's how I decided I never wanted to use them again. When I went to my privacy settings on Google, gotta understand, for 2 full years, I was 1,000% in the Google ecosystem. It was easy. It was all cloud. I had a Pixel, and I got to tell you how I got here, so you know. And highly complicit, but you can do a lot with metadata. I agree. Opt in versus opt out, right? Versus opt in, yeah. ISPs log everything and sell that info. So doesn't that critique? Yeah, absolutely. Teaching. I mean, it's a very fair argument. And I don't think anybody here is trying to justify their use of Google. I think we're all really legitimately looking for the answer. And frankly, I'm checking my own, passionate position against Google, because I don't know. Well, there's all sorts of different angles to this. One of them is, by the way, that Google's not evil, and then you just have to, you have to help Google or Microsoft or Apple or any of them. You have to help them understand that what they're doing is not in the best interest of their customers, and you can help them to change rather opposed to just wanting them to die, because they are providing value for society. I'm not going to debate that. I use hyperbole all the time with Google and say, Google should die. Yeah, I'm going to kill you. I'm coming for you. But I'm rechecking that level of passion, not for any other reason other than I legitimately want to see if there's an ethical way to use Google that does not buy into their control of the internet. I mean, they totally control the internet. So what's that? Yeah, the ISPs. There's no way around it. I completely agree with the ISP thing. I do. I completely agree with that. And in fact, there's the reason to use a VPN is more because of your ISPs. When Time Warner or whoever the fuck decides to do what Google is doing and starts to which, by the way, you saw net neutrality got defeated big time, right? I hope, I mean, there's a lot of other priorities ahead of it, but I hope that Biden and the gang or whoever's in power will relook at net neutrality is really huge, because if they don't, if Google ever got, Google's trying to lay down its own network. Did you see that? Yeah, Google Fiber. Google Fiber would have been disastrously bad. If Google gets control of the pipes of the internet, that is really some major social fuckage at that point. But then is Time Warner any better? There's no such thing as, I don't know. Then it gets that gets into a conversation about turning everything into utility, turning all our pipes into it, letting the government do it. Well, now the government just has direct access. They already do, but at least at that point, I mean, and then everybody just throws their hands in the air, and that includes me, and says, I mean, when I got this phone, the reason I got the phone is because I went in to check my privacy settings, because Google proactively, to their credit, told me, you need to go check your privacy settings because you have your location turned on. You need to go look at that. And I had it turned on because I was running and doing stuff where I could have a heart attack and my wife could come find me. I was using their service for tracking for a good purpose. And I used that same service while I was away at the Austin story. And people were able to track me and see if I got in trouble. So, and that's fine. And if the government had my tracking information at the same time, I wouldn't really care. I wasn't doing anything bad. And that's the argument against privacy all the time that I don't buy into. Privacy is not secrecy. So I still think everybody should have the right to be private, blah, blah, blah. The point I'm making is that when I was notified by Google that I needed to look at my privacy settings, I went on there and I looked through the whole thing, which nobody ever does. When's the last time you actually checked everything in your Google privacy settings? map before each style function. Absolutely. It does now. Generics are bringing it. You don't want map before each. There's a whole document on that. It's more traditional for loops, but they just added generics, which is going to enable maps and stuff like that. Both fiber is a monopoly policy in the U.S. should kick in. Yeah, nothing's that because of money and politics. Agreed. If you have a .dev TLD, Google owns it. They own the .dev TLD? Well, there you go. They own my pagan TLD. I didn't know that. I did not know that. And then tried to actually won a huge award the other day. Did it? Did you drop the case? Really? Did not know that. So this is how I came to have a flip phone, which I'm now reconsidering. And I'm really glad we're having this conversation, because as I look forward to full-time employment again, for the sake of getting a mortgage and insurance primarily, but for other reasons as well, I'm going to be getting a smartphone again. And the reason I got the flip phone was because I went through a moment I now believe was an overreaction, which Lunmar would be the first to tell you I do all the time. And I heard my voice in Google's cloud server played back to me while going through my privacy settings. It said, was it Google flippity flop? I'm not flippity flopping here, Mr. I have a macro for every time Mr. Rob flops, flips and flops. In this case, it's literally a flip. I could have no more of an appropriate phone, right? I'm buying into your regular troll of me here. We're not gonna talk about phones right now, because then it's gonna be talking about Librem versus Pine, blah blah blah. So let's not make it about a phone thing right now. Can we please not? I want to talk about phones. If you want to talk about phones next, I would really appreciate that conversation. But they own the registry? That's super interesting. I did not know that. Thank you for that knowledge, EAX. I'm going to log that real quick. Today, EAX, that Google owns the dev domain registry. That's probably why they got .google too, remember? Yeah, I'm going to finish the story. I know CT9, I don't do that, but I'm done. That log is done. I'm sorry. Give me a second. This is how I am. If I didn't do this, it would never get written down. It's the hard part about being around me, I know. Dev domain owned by Google. And now you want to go do something instead of listening to Mr. Rob tell half stories. They also own .app. God damn it. And .google. I did not know that. Okay. So here's how the story goes. So I'm like any person would be doing. I'm like looking in there, and you gotta understand, I did everything on my Google Pixel. I still have it. I did everything on my Pixel. In fact, I got so into conversational UIs. I'd say set alarm for 10 minutes. I would say, tell me this. I would do all my searches through the conversational user interface, and I loved it. They have all of those? Holy shit. Thank you for that, Vera. And I loved it. I used it for everything. It's very effective. It's very quick and dirty. People use Alexa, that kind of thing. We're moving into an age of conversational UIs, and it's a whole different debate whether conversational UIs are going to take us into a good place, because they depend on really, really high-end machine learning, and that machine learning needs lots and lots of data, which means lots and lots of voice data from us in order for it to even work, before we can get to a place where there's a smaller model that does things reliably, that doesn't necessarily depend on all of this previous data. So, the souls of all of our privacy have sacrificed themselves in a kind of, anime way to the now collective AI that can handle locally, our conversational queries. And so I'm like considering all of this stuff, because I was really big into conversational UIs. I created Kava, and I got to Kava is a conversational assistant virtual agent platform that I made and abandoned after I got into this privacy question. And so I was looking through the things, I clicked through, and I heard everything that my Google Pixel thought I was trying to tell it. And I had academically, understood the privacy issue, but never really cared, because I was like benefiting from the ease of use. I was like, one of my favorite things to do with my phone was set alarm for 20 minutes. Boom. I love that functionality, because to do that is like, you're tired, you don't want to key shit in, you know what I mean? It's amazing. It's super useful as a human to be able to do that. And the assistants are even more powerful now. So this whole conversation thing, but then I heard my voice, and then I heard every other thing that my phone thought I was saying to it, including stuff that I never wanted to be recorded and stored on Google. And then it really hit me hard what I was giving up by having the ability to talk to my phone at any time, because I heard it. I had never made the connection, but when I heard my phone, my push the play button on Google's site, and it played back to me, what are the best ways to prevent inflammation? That was one of them. And then I pushed another thing, and it was like, and it was my wife talking to her friend, some private conversation. I played it back to me, and I was like, I didn't even ask for that to be recorded. And I'm going to give Google credit to exactly, you don't even fucking know, right? So I'm going to give her credit that Google does tell you these things exist, but they don't and they do kind of proactively do that. Yeah. And been protected somehow. I think domains should have been protected, but they weren't, because money and government, like you've said before. So, you know, when you can go in, I don't even have the account to go show you anymore, right? Actually, I think I do. I think I still have a leftover Gmail account that I've been forwarding for a while, because it's got tons of stuff. In fact, God damn it, I can't forget to do this. This is really urgent. They were telling me that they're going to get rid of Dropbox or Google Storage, because I haven't used it in a long time. I have tons of stuff, including really important legal documents, and divorce contract exchanges and stuff. My stuff off Google Docs immediately, and they told me they were going to start deleting stuff because they're running out of space, and I haven't used the service in a year. I really have to do that. If I don't do that, I'm going to lose seriously important information. Gigabyte of email, my Gmail, yeah, yeah. And if I don't get my stuff off there, they're going to get rid of it. And there's an opposite argument to this. The reason I have so much stuff on there is I was like, the cloud's got my back. Hey, Juicy Bit, the cloud's got my back. The cloud is not gonna let me down, you know. And some other places, T-Hub or NAS or something. Yeah, I know. Experior, I know this. Okay, I know this. I know to do this. I don't do it. Like so many of us, I don't do those things because they're extra work, and we're all busy. And I'll be the first to admit, I don't take time to go mess with my privacy settings about whether it's going to record my voice, and in that case it wouldn't have mattered, because I have to have, in order for my Google Pixel phone to be useful to me with a conversational UI, it has to have free reign and be able to talk. And I'm not going to, the whole point of it is I'm really tired and I just want to tap the screen and talk to it. And if I can't do that, if I have to do a few extra steps, why the fuck even use it? Might as well just key it in and use some service besides Google. But for real, I don't have one. My own system. So this is what I'm starting to do. I'm starting to ask all these questions. Is log in once a year. There's a lot of people. There's like everybody has an idea about how to do this. Nobody does it. Every time I have this conversation with anybody online or off, everyone's got all of this. Very rarely do you run into somebody who has a strategy for managing their privacy they actually fucking follow. It's like changing your air filters in your house. How many people have changed their air filter in your house? Like every month, religiously. You do it every time. It never goes without fail. You always change them. How many people change your batteries in your fire alarms? You could all fucking die from asphyxiation if you don't change your batteries. How many people change their batteries and check their stuff every day? I'm going to say that most of us don't. And we should do it. God knows we should do it. And you can pedantically tell everybody else about what you should do, but how many of us actually eat well? We know how to eat. We know we're supposed to exercise. We don't do it. So, because of the damn beep, right? Well, that's true too. Self-hosting, Nextcloud is pretty cool, but yeah. And the other thing too is I don't want to entertain. I change them every time when they switch to the summertime. Yeah, that's Big Jim. That's usually the strategy that works for most people. When they associate springtime changes, fallback, rollback, and all that, to those kind of yearly kind of things, right? Google Nest reminds me to change my filter. Smart homes, right? Your car tells you when it needs a battery change or oil change. It's awesome. Look, some of the smartness, I'm not against it. I'm not against it. What I'm questioning right now is what are we getting for it? So, I gave up my beautiful conversational interface and my ability to add schedules. My favorite thing about using Google Pixel was set appointment at 5 p.m. on Wednesday. That was my favorite thing. I could tell my assistant. In fact, I got so into that, I started building a whole infrastructure, an open source infrastructure for conversational UIs, which are just text APIs, and that's where Command Tab came from and everything else, because it was all thinking in terms of natural language interfaces on the text, which is really what just conversational UIs are just text interfaces at the end of the day. And so I got really into this, like thinking about, hey, at the end of the day, some people might actually conversationally interact with their terminal UI. And we might see an entire resurgence of terminal UIs because terminal UIs are conversational UIs. They are. It's built in. And this has all been in my mind recently again because I don't have transcription happening on my site. And I've noticed a couple of people have mentioned, in fact, a couple of people have actually mentioned it's too bad that I can't read what you're saying. And so I want to be able to provide some sort of scrolling that is exactly what I'm saying in words, so that those who don't have hearing can, or want to turn hearing off, can watch what's happening on the screen. So I'm back. And by the way, all of those conversion tools that are out there, they all use either Facebook or Google, the effective ones, because they need access. Yeah, I want to do that, Vera. I know. Mycroft. I don't know what that is. It seems like a very nice alternative to selling your privacy. There are a couple of there's lots of alternatives out there. The real question is Google. So first of all, is Google, as long as you only have your IP out there, is Google bad? I guess not. The practice of Google, I still think the practice of Google saying you cannot have access to our advertising platform unless you authorize us to use your site statistics to our benefit. And they will say it's so that they can provide more timely, effective ads. But they also combine that data with everybody else's data who is also using AdSense. And to me, AdSense is no worse than what the advertising industry has been doing before, other than it is at such a scale that it's terrifying. It's very Minority Report, right? It's like you walk into the room, it scans you, it knows what you like and what you want and who you are, and starts to talk to you. I mean, that's the scene from Minority Report. And then there's the other part of the question: is the future, predestined to not have privacy in it anymore? I mean, we love to watch Star Trek and Star Wars and all this stuff, but there's no privacy in Star Trek. Now, of course, it's a military environment, and it's a different scenario, right? Nextcloud, I know a lot of people who like Nextcloud. It's running PHP. It's the only negative I have to say about it. So, the reason I find this a timely conversation is because I'm actually considering getting a phone again, a smartphone instead of a flip phone. When I heard, so the CT to answer your question, the TLDR at the end, when I heard myself being recorded and played back to me, and I deleted all that stuff, but the last year of conversations or so, anything that I had said to my phone was recorded and on file with Google or anyone who had my Gmail account. And my Gmail account had been hacked at least once, because of a shitty password and at that time it was a different issue. Actually, that was part of the Amazon hack, because I had done two-factor authentication to SMS on my phone, and I had given up my phone number because I didn't want to be called on that phone number anymore, and somebody took over my Amazon account and my Google account for a time being. And during that process, that's the kind of scenario where when you're playing back, whatever the phone was in the room with me, guys. The phone was in the room with me having sex with my wife. So God knows they can activate anything anytime. We already know that from the Snowden report. That is very clear. What was not particularly clear was that what was not I probably should. What was not particularly clear was the possibility that my phone could be recording me having sex with my wife. No, that's not what I'm saying. That my phone could be me recording having sex with my wife, depending on how loud we get. So if she or I accidentally uttered anything that sounded like, it's literally called an utterance. That's what Google calls it, by the way. Google doesn't, they call it an utterance. And so if I had uttered anything that came anywhere close to saying, "Hey Google," and you can make all kinds of jokes about that right now, but if I had done any of that, all of a sudden, guess what? My and her sounds are recorded on Google servers, either for Google to use at their leisure to add into their database of machine learning. That's the way they justify it. Or anyone who hacked my accounts could get the sound, or the government, of course, can turn on my mic anytime they want. That we've given in on that. But the fact that some random person with my Gmail account I could accidentally record myself having sex and not have anybody even know it, and all of a sudden have that thing land because I got hacked, because I'm a live streamer and people know that I'm a person, they want to hack me. All of a sudden I'm watching or listening to myself having sex because conversational UI on my Google Pixel. Next thing you know, you've got ads. Your ads change, right? I have had at least 3 people. I know this is not objective. This is in no way objective. This is very, very anecdotal. But I have heard 3 people specifically state cases where they were talking. In one case, they were talking about a cruise, and they started getting cruise ads the next day. And we have no way of knowing. Oh, welcome. Thanks for the follow, Impudent and the rest. So we have no way of knowing. Ad warmer, it's happened to me. It wasn't a cruise. I have not. That sounds really great. The prediction has gotten so good that you can't be sure anymore. Right. And Juicy, I completely agree. That's okay. Whether or not it's coincidence or it's really happening is a nice thing to talk about, but it's not the core issue. The core issue is there's no fucking way for anybody to know. Google is 100% proprietary, and they can be doing shit with your data and they don't tell anyone. And they are so big and they are so full of hubris that they're above the law, just like they've proven over and over and over again, same with Facebook, that they feel like it's okay to call underage children whales because they have access to their mother and father's credit card. And until they get called out on it, that's a true story. You can go look that up. So we don't know what Google's doing with our data. We have to trust what they tell us they're doing. And then there's a big, huge expose about what's going on. And then everybody comes out of the woodwork and says, yeah, I don't even let my kids use Google. Even I was their monetization expert and I don't use it anymore. True story. That's on that documentary. The guy will not even let his kids touch any of that social media after he was the one who created the monetization algorithms and hired the high-end PhD psychologist to totally own the psychology of engagement. And so when you have all that going down and then they tell you, oh yeah, just trust us. I mean, I don't, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist in this particular point. I'm just like, I don't fucking trust them. So when they say, yeah, trust us with your privacy concerns and trust us not to accidentally release your accidentally recorded sex sounds, it's more likely that if you were going to get hacked, by the way, that they would hack your phone, they would troll you, they would hack your phone and have full control of your mic. That if a hacker's going after you, that's what they're going to do. They're not going to hack your Gmail account just so they can get all your accidental recordings from Google. But we still don't know what Google is doing with all that information. Google could be capturing all of our recorded data because everything is sent to Google. Now, I did track this down. I tracked down that the data, you can actually see whether your phone is communicating, or Alexa or whatever. You can see whether it's communicating all the time with Google. And what is communicating? That stuff can be tracked and audited because it's external to the phone. And it appears that the voice activation turns off after a certain amount of time. And I trust that. I trust that that's a thing. Because at least it's not sending the data to Google, right? I trust Google. I probably shouldn't, but I trust Google in when they say that they're only sending data to Google when they think that you're trying to activate it. And they're getting better at when you activate it. I think one of the ways around this, by the way, is to make your phone so that you don't say "Okay, Google" to activate it. And the reason I'm talking through this is because I'm thinking of getting a Pixel again. And I can't believe I'm going to say it. I don't want a Pixel. I want a Pine, or now we're just kind of getting into the phone selection sort of issue, right? But the real question is, can you use Google ethically? And I mean, let's just face it, the Google App Store destroys everything else in terms of functional applications. So I get why people buy into the Google ecosystem. I was in it for years. And it wasn't until I had that privacy issue that I was really terrified and said I don't want to do it anymore. And then since that time, probably a year after that, I discovered streaming, and I was like, fuck privacy, I'm going to do everything online, and you're going to see everything, and we really don't have privacy. It's a big lie anyway, so why not just own it and just be out there? What's that? Improving is correct. They can change anytime they feel like it, though, right? What were the last comments there? I don't understand allows them to duplicate their HQs. So yeah, seeing what is being sent back and forth to the servers. Yeah, they have all the voice for the "Hey Google" call or whatever, right? And it's all matched what Google has shown online. Okay, good. They can change anytime they feel like it, though. Yeah, and that's the thing that scares me. A number of security researchers have done this and proven it's correct. Good. And KEG toilet stream coming soon. Not a toilet stream, but on the road maybe. Yeah, I'm toying with. I've been watching some adventure streamers, and I'm toying with the idea once I get the job of taking y'all with me when I do bike trips and stuff like that, because I love watching those things, so I would love to give that back if somebody's interested. Mostly I want to take you with me because I want somebody to talk to. Sometimes I want somebody to talk to. Sometimes I want to be by myself, but I think it's fun. I get yeah. And I'm seriously thinking of doing that. I've already drawn pictures of it up and planning on streaming to my machine here, and then dual streaming it out to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So. And a lot of that stuff would work much more easily if I get a Google phone. If I try to get a Pine phone or a Librem and all that stuff, then I have to, I don't know. I'm conflicted. I'm really, really conflicted right now because God knows, you guys know I don't know. The reason I'm the most conflicted is I'm really seriously questioning whether my position on some things is changing because I want a different outcome. And I know that as humans we do that no matter what, but I value avoiding that when possible. And so I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to say, oh look, I just made Google into, a saint because I want to use Google Pixel. I don't want to, confirmation bias my way into giving up ethics that I truly believe in deep down that are being manipulated by my internal desire to have a more efficient and easy way to get a Google app or to accomplish something. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing about why I don't use Windows versus Linux, but every once in a while I have to check that and say, no, I really don't need it. And I, I'm kind of, I gotta go read your blog. It sounds like you have a really interesting imprint discourse. Yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of interesting things to say. I'd probably really like to go look at that. Because this is me. I actually am aware of how we change our truth and reality to justify what we want. That's a very real thing that humans do. Everybody does it. We're not immune to it. And how do you check that? And one of the ways is to ask a question on a live stream. Now you're full of shit, Rob. You're just flip-flopping because you want a Google phone. Or have I been wrong the whole time? And did I overreact? Which is another thing I do all the time. So, what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, if the Pine phone is functional, that would be a great alternative. It runs on Linux. The main reason I want a phone like a Pine phone is I want to be able to terminal into my phone above everything else. If I can terminal into my phone and I can write my own apps like in C or Go or something like that, that is, I don't need a fucking Google app if I have that. You know what I'm saying? So this feeds into a different conversation, but I wasn't even thinking about the phone thing when I started asking this question. I was not thinking about it at all. Let's see, it seems to tell a decent privacy-based phone. Thank you for all that. Throw your router out of the window and destroy your nearest cell tower. Finished. Go offline. Yeah. Dennis, I couldn't agree more. Privacy is an illusion. And the TED Talk about this from the guy who made Proton Mail, I really value it. But he actually talks about we won't even have the idea of the very concept of privacy online is gone. And let me see if I can go do it. Go duck yourself. TED, Proton Mail. There's only really probably going to be one hit here. Open link. So here it is. We're going to watch this. This is related to this whole conversation, and it's old. It's dated. It's a pretty dated video. We're going to watch most of it, if not all of it. I'm not shilling Proton Mail, even though I love him.
25 years ago, scientists at CERN created the World Wide Web. Since then,
Enigma
the
machine
internet has transformed the way we communicate, the way we do business,
Dennis,
and even the way we live.
hold on to that
In many
thought.
ways, the ideas that gave birth
Okay, so the reason I'm interested in this video, which has really shaped my opinion of the world, I used to show this video to everybody after I got rid of my smartphone as mandatory. It was the reason that I encouraged people to get Proton ML accounts instead of Gmail accounts when they first started. So young people in my mentoring would usually have a Proton ML account before anything else, before Gmail. A lot of them bring in Gmail accounts that their parents had created for them and stuff, and I would have their parents sit down and watch this video with me. I'm going to play the video, and I'm going to actually go take a little break. I'm going to go get some coffee. I've seen the video 1,000 times, it seems like. But I want you to focus on the privacy thing, but most importantly, what Dennis said is privacy an illusion. So he's about to make the case, so Andy's about to make the case that if we don't change things, the very idea, the very definition of privacy will be gone from society. There will be no form of privacy. And this ties into the idea I was talking about with the Star Trek depictions of privacy. There's detailed stats for anybody on anybody. You just pull them up on your little tiny fake computer. And the image of the future that's portrayed in many sci-fis is zero privacy. You can look up details about somebody's kids and whether they went to school and what thing they got. Now, in the case of Star Trek, it's always in a military thing where you assume they have records on everybody. But there are other portrayals of sci-fi that say that basically put privacy in the back seat and say, look, we've given up on privacy. You old people who are afraid of privacy need to get in line. And it's like, the privacy is an illusion. Just own that you don't have privacy and be okay with having people know everything about you. And that is a huge topic. Does the future involve zero privacy or zero definition of privacy? And is that okay? Maybe that's okay. And that's the question I'm asking right now. Because of everything with permanent record, privacy is an illusion. See, I think privacy is an illusion. So if you accept the privacy is an illusion, here's another illusion: system security. Given enough resources and will, every single computer can pretty much be attacked and accessed, and which is why I practice this zero trust. There's a thing in security called zero trust, which means you don't trust your own file system even if you are that freaked out. And that means I don't put secure shell keys ever on disk. They remain in an encrypted thing, which can be everything's got a vulnerability at some point, but the zero trust mentality is, the idea behind zero trust is thinking you should trust something is the problem. So stop trusting shit. It's also the main downfall of the Rust philosophy. The Rust philosophy says, oh, you can trust us to manage everything properly. You can't do anything wrong here. And I'm overstating that to make a point. But the logic goes that it's actually better to be paranoid and to throw out your expectations of trust and privacy and these things and learn to live in a world that doesn't have those things, because you will live a life differently than you would if you said, oh no, I can actually have secrets, right? So another way that this is really dangerous, hackers all the time think that they can't be found. And the illusion of not being able to be found is one of the worst illusions ever, the worst myth. If you think that you can hide your identity today, this has become more clear than ever. I watched the Spycraft documentary. Even professional spies can easily be found these days. They can hide themselves. Okay, so watch the Spycraft documentary on Netflix. It's super amazing. And it goes in, and the ultimate conclusion about Spycraft from all of these veterans in the industry is they said it's virtually impossible to not, to be able to hide. Hi Piotr. Привет. Ça va? That is Jester. OBSEC will get compromised. Yeah, even paranoid military OBSEC will get compromised at some point. Stuxnet, that's the one I was trying to remember earlier. Says it really, yeah. So the conclusion becomes, I'm just not going to, I should never trust anything. Everything can be hacked at some point. So my wife and I had a conversation about this just now. We were sitting around coffee. We're like, do we really want, we're going to move out to another place. Do we really need to be hyper paranoid about hiding our address from everybody? And then we realized, you know what? If somebody wants to know where you live, they're going to figure it out. And then we actually talked about, if you guys know the Shia LaBeouf when he did that whole thing and was taken down by the memes with the flag, and they actually triangulated the weather and the contrails from airlines, and they found the flag and they burned it and cut it down with a drone. If people want to find you, they will. So basically, it's the problem that we have the expectations for privacy, or do we throw our hands in the air and say, look, in order to live in the society where we are going, the illusion of privacy needs to be called out as an illusion, and we need to accept that it's an illusion and adjust our lives appropriately. That doesn't mean, which is hard. I mean, not having privacy is going to be very interesting. Because there are things that you do that are completely and totally ethical that some other organization is going to find defensive, and you can't hide your actions from anyone. I mean, unless short of doing what Dennis said, moving to the middle of nowhere. But even then, with drones and satellite imagery now, you cannot hide. You'd literally have to go underground, to hide from anything, or go to a different planet, right? Been profiled and presented at SEC conferences. Wow. Yeah. Starlink. Yeah, Starlink, exactly. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to put this on while it's on. I actually am going to put it in the background if that's okay. And I'll shut this down for a bit so we can full screen Andy. I'm going to, what I'm going to kind of spoiler alert here. I actually, at this moment in time, think that Andy Yen's idea about privacy might be a little bit naive. Because he's painting a picture that if we don't act, nobody will even know what privacy is anymore. And that's a bad thing. That's his conclusion. And what I'm toying with right now is the idea that it's actually perhaps more naive to think that you ever had privacy or ever can have privacy. You can do certain things, but, and I still support proton mail, but a more legitimate way to go about life is to say, no, your privacy is an illusion. Just get over it. And by the way, why don't you stream 16 hours a day? Because it's actually safer for you, for people to know where you are. So if something happens to you, it's an entirely different line of thinking. But anyway, I'm going to put this on. I'll let you watch it. I need to take a break.
Google, Facebook, Twitter, and so many others have now really transformed our lives. And this has brought us many real benefits, such as a more connected society.
Wait, did I turn off OBS?
There are also some downsides to this.
Am I still
Today,
streaming?
The average person has an astounding amount of personal information online.
My OBS crashed.
And we add to this online information every single time we post on Facebook.
Okay, thank you.
Each time we search on Google.
I did it again. My OBS front end interface crashed,
Now,
and
many
I'm
of us
still
probably
streaming.
think,
It's super dangerous.
well, one
Talking
email,
about privacy.
there's nothing in there, right? But if you consider a year's worth of emails, or maybe even a lifetime of email, collectively, this tells a lot. It tells where we have been, who we have met, and in many ways, even what we're thinking about. And the more scary part about this is our data now lasts forever. So your data can and will outlive you. What has happened is that we've largely lost control over our data and also our privacy. So this year, as the web turns 25, it's very important for us to take a moment and think about the implications of this. We have to really think. We've lost privacy, yes, but actually what we've also lost is the idea of privacy itself. If you think about it, most of us here today probably remember what life was like before the internet. But today, there's a new generation that is being taught from a very young age to share everything online. And this is a generation that is not going to remember when data was private. So if we keep going down this road, 20 years from now, the word privacy is going to have a completely different meaning for what it means to you and I. So it's time for us to take a moment and think, is there anything we can do about this? And I believe there is. Let's take a look at one of the most widely used forms of communication in the world today, email. Before the invention of email, we largely communicated using letters. And the process was quite simple. You would first start by writing your message on a piece of paper. Then you place it into a sealed envelope, and from there, you would go ahead and send it after you put a stamp and address on it. Unfortunately, today, when we actually send an email, we're not sending a letter. What you're sending, in many ways, is actually a postcard. And it's a postcard in the sense that everybody that sees it, from the time it leaves your computer to when it gets to the recipient, can actually read the entire contents. So the solution to this has been known for some time, and there's many attempts to do it. The most basic solution is to use encryption. And the idea is quite simple. First, you encrypt the connection between your computer and the email server. Then you also encrypt the data as it sits on the server itself. But there's a problem with this, and that is the email servers also hold the encryption keys. So now you have a really big lock with a key placed right next to it. But not only that, any government could lawfully ask for and get the key to your data. And this is all without you being aware of it. So the way we fix this problem is actually relatively easy, in principle. You give everybody their own keys, and then you make sure the server doesn't actually have the keys. This seems like common sense, right? So the question that comes up is, why hasn't this been done yet? Well, if we really think about it, we see that the business model of the internet today really isn't compatible with privacy. Just take a look at some of the biggest names on the web.
Look at the money
and you
income.
see that advertising plays a huge role. In fact, this year alone, advertising is $137 billion. And to optimize the ads that are shown to us, companies have to know everything about us. They need to know where we live, how old we are, what we like, what we don't like, and anything else they can get their hands on. And if you think about it, the best way to get this information is really just to invade our privacy. So these companies aren't going to give us our privacy. If we want to have privacy online, what we have to do is we've got to go out and get it ourselves. For many years, when it came to email, the only solution was something known as PGP, which was quite complicated and only accessible to the tech-savvy. Here's a diagram that basically shows the process for encrypting and decrypting messages. So needless to say, this is not a solution for everybody. And this actually is part of the problem. Because if you think about communication, by definition, it involves having someone to communicate with. So while PGP does a great job of what it's designed to do, for the people out there that can't understand how to use it, the option to communicate privately simply does not exist. And this is a problem that we need to solve.
PGP thing.
So if we want to have privacy online,
never
the only way we can succeed is we get the whole world on board. And this is only possible if we bring down the barrier to entry. I think this is actually the key challenge that lies for the tech community. What we really have to do is work and make privacy more accessible. So last summer, when the Edward Snowden story came out, several colleagues and I decided to see if we could make this happen. At that time, we were working at the European Organization for Nuclear Research at the world's largest particle collider, which collides protons, by the way. We were all scientists, so we used our scientific creativity and came up with a very creative name for our project, Proton Mail. Many startups these days actually begin in people's garages or people's basements. We were a bit different. We started out at the CERN cafeteria, which actually is great, because look, you have all the food and water you could ever want.
You guys gotta watch Particle Fever,
but
fantastic.
Even better than this is that every day, between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m., free of charge, the CERN cafeteria comes with several thousand scientists and engineers. And these guys basically know the answers to everything. So it was in this environment that we began working. What we actually want to do is we want to take your email and convert it into something that looks more like this. But more importantly, we want to do it in a way that you can't even tell that it's happened. So to do this, we actually need a combination of technology and also design. So how do we go about doing something like this? Well, it's probably a good idea not to put the keys on the server. So what we do is you generate encryption keys on your computer.
This is how they burned Snowden, by the way.
And we don't generate a single key, but actually a pair of keys. So there's an RSA private key and RSA public key. And these keys are mathematically connected. So let's have a look and see how this works when multiple people communicate. So here we have Bob and Alice who want to communicate privately. So the key challenge is to take Bob's message and to get it to Alice in such a way that the server cannot read that message. So what we have to do is we have to encrypt it before it even leaves Bob's computer.
Hey.
And one of the tricks is we encrypt it using the public key from Alice. Now this encrypted data is sent through the server to Alice.
What do you
and
think?
Because
What's your
the message
theory on
was encrypted
Snowden?
using Alice's public key,
You think he was an
the
agent?
only key that can now decrypt
Think he
it
sold out?
is a private key that belongs to Alice. And it turns out Alice is the only person that actually has this key. So we've now accomplished the objective, which is to get the message from Bob to Alice without the server being able to read what's going on. Actually, what I've shown here is a highly simplified picture. The reality is much more complex, and it requires a lot of software that looks a bit like this. And that's actually the key design challenge, is how do we take all this complexity, all the software, and implement it in a way
they got
that the
access
user
to his
cannot
email.
see
That's
it.
what I meant.
I think with Proton Mail, we have
The
gotten
government.
pretty close to doing this. So let's see how it works in practice. Here, we've got Bob and Alice again, who also want to communicate securely. They simply create accounts on Proton Mail, which is quite simple and takes a few moments. And all the key encryption and generation is happening automatically in the background as Bob is creating his account.
But
once his account is created,
he
just clicks compose, and now he can write his
he used
email
an
like he
email.
does today. So he fills in his information,
Let's talk
and then
about
after
it.
that, all he has to do is click send.
I mean, this is kind of
just
lame
like that,
part of it anyway.
Without understanding
He-
cryptography,
Snowden,
without doing
from what I
anything
understand,
different from how he writes email today, Bob has just sent an encrypted message. What we have here is really just the first step.
No, they had
but
to.
it shows that with improving technology,
They had to get
privacy
access to
doesn't
his
have to be
email.
difficult. It doesn't have to be
And
disruptive.
they basically put a gun
If
to
we
the head
change
of the
the goal
email
from
provider and
maximizing ad
said, we know
revenue
you have the
to protecting
keys on
data,
site, and they
we can
forced
actually make it
them
accessible.
to
Now,
do that.
I know a question on
ProtonMail, that
everybody's
couldn't
minds
happen
is,
because they don't
okay,
have the keys.
protecting privacy, this is a great goal. But can you actually do this without the tons of money that advertisements gives you? And I think the answer is actually yes.
Yeah.
Because today we've reached a point where people around the world really understand how important privacy is. And when you have that, anything is possible. Earlier this year, ProtonMail actually had so many users that we ran out of resources. And when this happened, our community of users
they
got
don't.
together and donated $500,000.
don't. I confirm that.
This is just an example of what can happen when you bring the community together towards
They
a common
don't.
goal. We can also
They
leverage
don't have
the
my
world.
key.
Right now, we have 250,000 people that have signed up for ProtonMail. And these people come from everywhere. And this really shows that privacy is not
It was
just an
the other
American or
one,
European issue. It's a global issue that impacts
No,
all of us.
Snowden,
It's
I think,
something
had
that we
his
really
as
have
well,
to pay
but
attention
I know who
to
you're
going
talking about,
forward.
the girl.
So what do we have to do to solve this problem?
What's her name?
Well,
I
first
don't
of all,
have really solid
we need to
knowledge
support
on
a
that
different
stuff, but I
business
do
model for the
know
internet. One
that
that does
there
not
was
rely
email.
entirely on advertisements for revenue.
It's
and for
encrypted at
growth.
rest, but the keys aren't
We
there.
actually need to build a new internet where
No, it's
now
encrypted.
our privacy
ProtonMail
and our ability to
encrypts
control our
in the
data
browser,
is
which is
first and
its one point of
foremost.
failure.
But even more importantly, we have to build an internet where privacy is no longer just an option, but is also the default.
The one in Utah? Yeah.
We've done the
Manning,
first step
yeah.
with ProtonMail.
I think Manning's the one.
But this is really
we can
just
go
the
look it
first
all up.
step
We're just-
in a very, very long journey. The good news I can share with you guys today, the exciting news, is that we're not traveling alone. The movement to protect people's privacy and freedom online is really gaining momentum.
Freedom and
today,
privacy protection online.
there are dozens of projects from all around the world
I mean,
who are working together
this is
to
mostly
improve our
soapboxes
privacy.
for the rest.
These projects protect things from
Bitcoin,
our chat
yeah.
to voice communications, also our file storage.
Just know, say no to this. Say no to this. This we already know has problems. This right here is totally controlled by the government at this point. It's as I said, naive. I want to believe what Andy says, but I actually think that the statement about the illusion of privacy is true. You can do the best you can possibly do to make yourself private for both of them, right? They absolutely store mail on their servers, but not flat text. They store encrypted mail on their servers. That's my claim. But they don't have the keys on site. They don't have the keys on site. I know because their client is open source and the encryption happens in the client on the local system. And those keys are not stored on any server at ProtonMail. An exact computer was used. They could see that, but it's also in Switzerland and it has different laws. For an individual level, in the end, it will come down to societal values. Yes, still flows in and out of their servers. No, it doesn't. Absolutely does not. That is not true. I can confirm that. I've seen that. Yeah, that is not true. The one new thing that ProtonMail brings to the table is in-browser client-side encrypted stuff. Yep. The decryption of mail that is displayed to you in your browser happens in the browser. It's pretty damn awesome, actually. Yeah, in fact, it sucks because that's why I stay logged into ProtonMail so much, because it has to use the ProtonMail. The server sends the email out encrypted. Nothing touches the browser unencrypted. That's been confirmed over and over again. The one vulnerability in ProtonMail is the browser itself. So if somebody controls the browser, all the decryption's already happened, and a Chrome plugin could give up all your pre-mail. It could also steal your keys that have been generated. So you need to use PGP, etc., to get full privacy. Yeah. No, you don't. It has it. What ProtonMail IPs. Yep. They can see that you got ProtonMail IPs. If you have the best possible way to use ProtonMail is to use Thunderbird or something, or Mutt, or some localized IP. I mean, some localized client. So my favorite is ProtonMail Bridge. It is a localized SMTP mail server. So the problem with that is that if somebody hacks your computer, then your mail is just text files on your computer, right? So there's like, what do you trust more? The unencrypted content in your web browser that is encrypted during transport safely, or do you trust the unencrypted content at rest on your computer that travels encrypted through the SMTP bridge that ProtonMail provides? It's called ProtonMail Bridge. It's really awesome. No other servers can process the email. You're talking about, so you would know who was being sent to. Yeah, it's meant to be a more focused email provider email server from your IP, so it would be rejected. Yeah, I don't use Brave at all anymore, but I used to. Yeah, Dennis, I was with you, man. I went through exactly the same process. Yeah, lately I don't trust them. But maybe I don't care anymore. And this is again, Dennis, I'm really glad you brought that point up, because you really triggered a line of thinking that I've been entertaining recently, which is, why am I so fucked up about why am I so overly into privacy? Obviously I don't have anything to hide, but I hate that argument. Okay, can we just agree that the argument about privacy is not about having something to hide? That is not what it's about. The argument about it's privacy versus secrecy is a totally different thing. The fact that you support a free and fair election could become something someone will kill you for, and will kill you for in our modern world. So let's just not demonize privacy. I want to start there. I don't want to allow that line of argument into this particular conversation, because I'm sick and tired of hearing that. Oh, what do you got to hide? That is not an excuse for going against privacy. So if we can stand on that point, then the opposite question is, okay, is privacy even real? And why don't we just embrace not having any? So, Vera, I don't care how long you've been doing it. I'm telling you, I've seen the code that does it, and it encrypts the data point to point in ways that no other mail provider has ever done. Because I have two different passwords. I have a password for the key that does the encryption of the mail locally, that only exists locally, and then there's another encryption password for accessing the ProtonMail service. So it's the most secure way of exchange possible on the internet right now for email, in a mainstream sense. Obviously the most secure way would be your own GPG, and then just use whatever transport you want, which is what KEG is built on top of, if you want it. Right, but then you have to understand GPG and how to do all that stuff. Your email server can receive email that has the header information about who it's going to. If they're a ProtonMail person, it does have some way. I think the email addresses are probably, I think you're probably right if that's what you're saying. So maybe I'm misunderstanding you. I'm hearing you say that mail is not secure and it's not encrypted. That's what I'm hearing you say, but now I'm hearing you say, actually, the content can be encrypted, but who you're sending it to is not. Rob, к сожалению, понимаю на все, что вы говорите, но в целом я понял, что вы заинтересованы в приватности. Однако вы уверены, что на данный момент полная приватность не достигаем. Yeah, he's saying that unfortunately, I understand everything that you're saying, but in the whole, I have understood that that you are interested in privacy, that you have become interested in privacy, although, just give me a second, guys. I'm reading the Russian, it's kind of fun. Although you are sure that in this particular moment you have understood, полняя, как это, что значит полняя? Приватность не достигает. Oh, so that it might not actually be worth it, or I think so, right? Did I get that right? Скажите, пожалуйста, tell me, please, how have you been so sure that GNU Nano is безопасен, is unsafe? I've never said that. If I understand what you are writing, what you have written in this is hodom code in the code. Oh no, I've never said, Петр, я никогда не сказал ничего про приветство, нано, это другое дело. В конце концов, это другое дело. Это не приватизация, это как это значит? Guys, I gotta look at this. I really want to follow this because we have a Russian chiming in, and obviously they have interest in privacy for all the right reasons, which is one of the reasons I'm interested in it as well. So, Петр говорит, Роб, я, к сожалению, понимаю не все, что вы говорите. So he's saying he doesn't understand everything that I've been saying. But, но, в целом я понял, in the whole, I've understood, что вы заинтересованы, that you are sort of interested в приватности, in privacy, однако вы уверены, although you are уверены, что на данный момент, although you are sure in a given moment, at this moment, полная приватность не достигаем. Достигнуть. Oh God, what is that? That we can't достигнуть. I think достигнуть means to be. You gotta make me get my Russian dictionary out. Что значит достигнуть? Я забыл. I think that it's not worth it or it can't be proven. I think that's what it means. Rob, скажите, пожалуйста. So, Rob, please tell me, как я могу быть уверенный в том, что GNU Nano безопасен? How can I be sure that GNU Nano is safe? He says, oh, maybe he's making a point. He's like, if you are saying that, then how can you even be sure that GNU Nano is safe? That's an interesting point. Если я понимаю не все, что написано в его исходном code, if I don't understand the code. Oh, I see what you're saying. So he's saying, okay, let's take Nano. How can you be sure even Nano is safe? Because if I don't actually understand the code, and how many people actually read the code? So security might be more of a factor. So basically, the illusion of security. Достигнуть means to prove that you have privacy. If you are авторитетный, if you are the authoritative источники, которые скажут источник, I don't know what that is. If for example, was to say some sort of thing were to say, который, the kind of person who says, мы проверили, we have checked out, мы проверили исходный код GNU Nano и заявляет, что программа безопасен. Oh, this is because you could call yourself an authority, and then you could say suddenly, we have checked out the code, all of the internal code of Nano, and we have determined, заявляет, we have determined, we have uncovered the fact that this Nano code is not safe. Безопасность is safe, that this code is safe. Без, it means without, опасно means dangerous, so it's without danger. Безопасности. Very, very cool. So Piotr is making the point, sounds like, and when I have a Russian participant, I'm going to spend a lot of time on it. You can be damn sure of that. So Piotr, our Russian friend, is saying, safety and security is not only an illusion, it's an interpretation that's made by people who claim to have authority, and they could equally say that Nano is safe, but we might not ever even know that. And by the way, that's how we got the biggest hack in America recently, is people just saying, well, the code is safe, and they didn't even bother looking at the large base 64, bin hex kind of sections that had the payloads. That's a point well taken. All right, let me move on. I'm thinking move away from Firefox, but I first want to think first want to make some reverse engineering track. Yeah. Well, if I use SMIME, it can be encrypted on your computer with any provider, so there's no difference security-wise that way. Vera, and point is well taken too. I think Vera's point, main point. Vera, make sure I get this right. I think your main point is that the idea of encrypted email is also flawed, because at best you can just encrypt the package of it, but you can uncover who it's going to and from, and that's very damning data all by itself. Is that a fair statement, Vera? 1 gigabytes of memory for 8 tabs. Does that sound right? Polnya, in total. Oh yeah, polnya means total. Piotr, spasiba. Безопасности equals safe, right? It's not inherently the web, but sure, almost every aspect of it is bloated and built on a lot of legacy code. True. GNU PGP is secure if you can get the key from someone you trust. Food is warm? Okay. I'm talking about privacy with people. I'll be right there. The online key stores, however, are screwed. It was faulty by design. I'm on Windows inspecting the app with Task Manager. I agree with GPG, and that's the idea behind KEG, is you can encrypt the whole thing. They can't even see any of the content. But you would have to get it to the person somehow, and that I don't think can be secured. One of the reasons that I have a transport agnostic approach to the knowledge exchange grid, to KEG, is because I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to sneakernet a USB stick to my friend or at a conference and communicate information that can't be intruded upon, because it's a physical connection to the system. If the system's not compromised, I want to be able to transfer my knowledge node data to the other person and have it plug into their system so they can search it and use it and share it in equally efficient ways. If the entire thing is encrypted in GPG, it's 100% secure, as secure as the keys are, because there's no information about how that data was transferred, and it has no historical trail to show where it came from. And that's very in line with what Aaron Schwartz wanted for the world. The freedom of knowledge and data, not illegally so, which I find is at odds, interestingly enough, with the whole privacy idea. Now, in some sense, people would argue that all knowledge should be free, not IP, but the knowledge should be free, particularly knowledge that is declared to be free by the Constitution and the courts in America, which is what Aaron Schwartz did, is he bypassed the corporations making the money on it, played their own game and did a full GameStop on them. He had everybody write code to go into the library and download all the data and put it all on the internet. Nothing he did was illegal, but it pissed the hell out of the corporations, the 1%, who lobbied the shit out of the government and ultimately pressured him into committing suicide. It's a really sad story, actually. But the freedom of knowledge that was supposed to be free, was just an equally valid pursuit as the pursuit of privacy, but is it an illusion? Can I get a Google Pixel and be okay with it? Those are the questions we ask ourselves every day. So, are there any reputable sources that say, did you translate that in Google Translate? I had much more fun doing it my way. As it claims the program is safe. That's no fun, Vera. I have a good Russian accent. Spasiba. I'm using it's an explicit. Don't you dare spoil my Russian translation. Because I love it. I miss it. Put something. How can I be sure that GNU Nano is safe if I don't understand everything that is written in its source code? Well, that makes me feel better. I got the translation right. Thank you for that. I think I need to add up the explicit allocations of each PID. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. About memory of Firefox. Oh, yeah. Stephen A. Becker-Zood, yeah. Imprudent discourse. If someone knows everything about you, then they can label you as something. Right. They could use your information as evidence in an argument against you, and they have. Overwhelmingly, they have. It can also be used to manipulate people into action or thought, which has been done also. Cambridge Analytica, the documentary on Cambridge Analytica, is full of objective case studies of the influenceables being shifted enough to throw an election in Trinidad. That was the first time they did it. And then they said, can we do this elsewhere? So it is a real thing. It can also be used to manipulate people into action or thoughts. So imagine someone knows everything about your most closely held desires and values. That's power too. And not everybody wants to live their life on a 16-hour-a-day live stream. And they shouldn't have to feel like you have to do that to be part of our society. That was a comment about the whole, but I have nothing to hide. Yeah, I completely agree. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for spending the time reading my long read. I like it. I mean, Piotr, спасибо за все, что вы написали. Я очень много забыл. Это ужасно. Столько я забыл. This is correct. However, all the tools for encrypting the body of the email were made easier by ProtonMail. They just used tools that had been out there. Yeah, they totally did. That's completely true. Since the 80s. Yep, they just redid the PGP thing. That's all they did. If I care about privacy, I only care about protecting myself against hackers, not governments or big data, because I have no chance anymore to protect myself against them going offline. Yeah, Dennis, I'm kind of right there with you right now. Also, in memory allocation in general, there's multiple levels of indirection. The OS will keep tabs on reserved committed pages. The memory allocation system. Oh, you're talking about, you guys are adding up how much memory Firefox uses. Okay. The issue was that it wasn't that he went into the library, he broke into a wiring closet. That was different, Vera. That's a different issue. That's a different instance. The MIT instance is the one that got him convicted because he crossed the line. I know all about that. Way more than I will care to know. The incident, yeah. So the incident with the thing I referred to with Schwartz was all of the stuff he did before that, and then that was where he crossed the line and MIT threw him under the bus. Right. He directly connected in order to bypass the firewall to get to data that was proprietary. But it wasn't. But he didn't. There was no intention for him to release the data. But it was enough circumstantial evidence to go after him on that particular thing, which was his mistake, and it was done in an attitude where people were playing drums in the streets and stuff in the movement, and Anonymous was all over the place, and they threw him under the same bus and they convicted him. They tried to convict him before he died. Yeah, and. Yeah, they went after him for the core switch thing. Yep, and that's where he crossed the line completely. The argument is that that's nobody else had. MIT had an atmosphere of hacking their own systems to get around stuff and do stuff. So it was what he did was not, against, even though those things that everyone were doing were against the rules. And what he did was against the rules. The argument is that what he did was no different than any other student who was constantly hacking the network and doing different things. The difference is that MIT and the government decided that this particular incident they were going to go by the rules, and it was kind of selective justice. That's the argument. I don't believe that for a second. That MIT didn't want to press charges. I don't believe that. If you have evidence to suggest that, I would love to read it. But isn't the essence of security just giving the most obstacles in the way so there are very few people could ask? Yes. By the way, what do you think about SAS apps? I'm having trouble with software as a service apps. Although in general, I use them. So Discord, our Stallman doesn't like it. Our Stallman doesn't like anything. See, Stallman is the other end. Stallman doesn't have a smartphone. I mean, so he's the opposite end. When I start these apps on my laptop, try to become a helicopter fans go crazy. Yeah. Well, I recognize the word or two, then I realized you were speaking Russian. Nailed it. Yeah. I wonder what RMS actually likes. All the enterprises are moving from PGP to SMIME. Are they? That's good to know. Do you know if Golang has native support for SMIME? I need to look that up. I'm almost positive it will. One of the greatest advantages of Go over other languages is it gets standard library support for stuff that you care about fast. And I really love that. I found that out with PGP. It's when I opened up Golang and it had a full, robust PGP standard library, which I had fought against with libpgp and GPG at IBM for years. I was sold in that instant. I'm gonna go put this there. Look up if Go has SMIME standard support. I imagine it does. I'm just gonna put a thing out there for that. We're at 2 o'clock here. I'm gonna go eat some lunch and take another quick break. And do you think there's a place for DB-based knowledge nodes instead of file-based? Probably. The thing of it is I don't plan on telling anybody what to do with their knowledge nodes. That's the whole point of it. The whole point of it is it's completely transport and storage agnostic. In fact, some people may choose to implement their knowledge nodes as a database, and that's not. I want to be really clear here. I do not intend to specify any implementation. I just want to make it a standard that people can agree upon for sharing knowledge, and then how you implement it is up to you. And I will be implementing KEG and KN for my own purposes in my own way, but I don't want to get sucked into the implementation decisions more than you can make it a database, you could make it a file system, you could use, actually the more I got thinking about it and reading about Zettelkasten, you could have done, which was done back in the 1900s, you could do the whole thing on paper. Don't even need anything else. You can follow the method on paper if you want to. So yeah, very small text instead of base. Yeah, completely. Linked together through metadata. Yep. Suitable for DB. You could probably do it as a DB. Yeah. Early on in the prosecution, MIT adopted a position of neutrality. It did not issue any public statements in support of Aaron Swartz. According to who? Wikipedia? MIT privately communicated to the prosecutor's office that it should not think MIT wanted to jail time for Swartz. It did not advocate. I want to believe that. I really, really want to believe that, Vera. I really do. That's MIT's release of their side of it. Приятный аппетит. Спасибо. Bon appetit. Crypto Open PGP. Yeah, that's the one I love. Is the Crypto Open PGP have SMIME in it now? I already knew about that one, but does it have SMIME also? It was an independent audit. That's an independent audit? Okay. Well, I have to go read that and catch up. Portability should really go with SQLite. I like SQLite a lot. What's your opinion about firewalls? I personally don't think I need that data in that. So I would rather have YAML data in flat files than to do what you're suggesting. Because I don't want to build a database dependency. My whole take on KEG is I want the least possible technical dependency. That's my whole thing. Interesting combined nodes of the blockchain. Storing hash. I'm not a blockchain fan, so I will never be interested in that. But you can definitely play with that if that's your thing. This independent audit. Again, did not request that federal charges be brought against Aaron Swartz. It was not consulted about in its opinions or appropriate charges of punishment. Right. That makes sense. That's what I remember from the documentary. If you guys want to know more about Aaron Swartz, by the way, if you want to watch the documentary and then read the reports that Vera's talking about to get kind of a broad picture of it, you can go duck yourself. Aaron Swartz, the internet's own boy. You can watch it for free on YouTube. It's a very, very, very sad documentary, so be ready to cry. But it's very important. It's related to this whole privacy, public information, knowledge kind of question. What do you think about XV6? It's apparently a modern implementation of 6th edition Unix and NCC. Have not played with that. I have not played with that. That sounds cool. Yeah. Vera, I think it'd be interesting to combine the reports that came out after the fact with the watching of that movie. I'm looking forward to going and reading those. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. What about Google? What about Google? Is it Bobby Dungeon Master? Well, we've just spent about an hour and a half talking about it, so you can right in the video. If you go to my YouTube, I have chapters linked that you can click on that will take you to the beginning of the conversation. You can also go to my Twitter and click on the link there, and it will take you to the beginning of this conversation, which I'm now about to wrap up. But I think this was kind of a report to the president. Nice. Oh, Vera, it's good stuff, man. I'm gonna make a whole document on Schwartz because God knows I want to do all of this. And I've dedicated KEG to memory of Aaron Schwartz, who was just trying to share knowledge and get people to have knowledge. He was an amazing human being. Co-invented RSS, co-wrote Creative Commons licensing with constitutional scholar Lawrence Lessing, recommended me years ago. Actually, music, I don't know. Wow. Yeah, that looks really good. Is it for providing that you wrote content at some point? Well, to prove that you wrote the content, that's what PGP is. That problem's been largely addressed by PGP and SBLIME. They already are protocols for signing content, and they don't have anything to say about how it gets around. That's what blockchain does. But yeah, the new Minix is probably a better implementation than that. The problem I would have with any blockchain solution for any kind of content is that information by definition is public, and that would open up encrypted data to attack by everyone because they could put it on a supercomputer in the desert because they had possession of the content. Because to use the blockchain, you have to do that. So I would say blockchain is probably not a solution in this particular case based on that. The new Minix is probably a better implementation of that. Have you played with Minix VMT, the new one? I have to make something that is practical. Yeah, never the answer. Stated a little more strongly than I did, but Torvalds used Windows to play games with his son. Yes, he did. The signing doesn't prove when you signed it. You're right. It doesn't prove when you signed it. Good point. That's a good point. Yep. Unless you put that in the content, but then you're trusting the author anyway, right? Blockchain is swarm commit anything you want. Yep. Yeah. Vera just perfectly stated my position on blockchain. The architecture itself is flawed. Not all of the other issues it has, but the actual underlying architecture is flawed for what they're using it for, in my opinion. Next three. This made me get here. This is really great conversation, but I have to pull myself away, so I am going to go have some lunch. So please continue the conversation for a spot of lunch. And I'll potentially come back, maybe not. I usually do. All right, talk amongst yourself. I'm going to take off for a bit. All right, I have to capture a thought that my wife and I uncovered while we were talking about this over lunch. And some of you out there may be like, what the fuck are these people talking about? Why do they worry about this? I don't know. We just like to think about things. And I do still have a number of things I have to do today. I'm going to leave the stream up as usual, but for this conversation to happen, which is nice because it's crossing Twitch and YouTube and everything. And by the way, if I drop the stream, it's not possible to comment on Twitch, which is kind of lame on Twitch's part. I mean, you can still chat, but it's not, unless you start it up, you don't know what's there, and you can't go into it. At least people are not familiar with that, so I like to leave the stream up so people can just see, jump in. Which is really the point. The point is conversation and dialogue and learning. And one of the things that I learned that I just my wife and I were able to just kind of put thought around during lunch. We do that, the kind of thing, we talk about this stuff, is believe it or not, it's interesting that you guys are talking about blockchain and all that, because the conclusion I've made currently is up for scrutiny and everything, but it boils down to, where do you want to expend your energy? And how does that relate to privacy? Well, for the Bitcoin kind of thing, and I don't want to get into a Bitcoin argument right now. We've already covered it yesterday. We covered it quite a bit. But I have to state this position so that you can understand the follow-on. I believe that the technology involved with, propping up currencies and stuff with Bitcoin is misplaced, and that's an unusually large amount of energy and resources dedicated to something that would better be addressed by actions and attentions in the socioeconomic, political arena rather than the technical arena. In other words, if we were to bottle up all the energy and money dedicated to, so-called currency reform and stuff like that, this is my conclusion. I know it's going to spur some comments. I don't mean it to. I just want to make this conclusion so I can make a follow on to what I'm going to state about privacy. He's a power of the whole country, right? And I know we talked about that a lot yesterday. Grateful, you might actually be interested in some portions of the conversation about that yesterday. And so based on that conclusion, so what would happen? What if all of that energy, time, and influence were applied in different ways to solving the same problems that Bitcoin claims to address? Nobody's even asking the question, because for reasons I got into yesterday regarding power structures and stuff. That's really what it's about. It's not so much about actually finding a solution to all the stuff that they talk about. It's more about power and money, and that's really what's driving it. And they can say they want to allow everybody to participate safely and privately and securely and not have to worry about fluctuating currency. It's all bullshit, because if they really cared that much, they would provide equal amount of effort and attention into alternative sources and resolutions that are not technical. And they would at least get equal attention in the forum of solutions for the problems that they're talking about. And I don't believe they do. I think they're disingenuous. I think the whole blockchain movement is disingenuous in that regard. They claim to be doing this and this and this and this. Well, if they really were interested in all of that, then they would put the tech down for a second and look at the other alternatives as a consideration. They may conclude the tech is better, but they're not even including alternative solutions to those things in the conversation, which is disingenuous at best. And so, there's a whole quantum computing. Based on all, that's a conclusion I had to kind of restate, but you can look for all of my ways of arriving at that conclusion in yesterday's conversations. I don't want to dwell on that too much, but I had to restate it because those same tenets apply to the conversation about privacy. When you talk about privacy, humans need privacy. Not having privacy is a danger in the following ways. The statement of the problem, I think we spent a lot of time doing that today, and that's important. The statement of the problem. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that people manipulate us through our current system, and they invade us, and they cause harm through this information being available to more than those people who should, or for people giving up their freedom for privacy and all this stuff in ways that are allowing themselves to be manipulated. So people say, well, we need to have privacy, we need to check big tech because it's controlling society. And that's just kind of a statement of the problem, right? Well, and then the solution that we've been talking about is whether or not we should use Google or Gmail and all that stuff and Proton Mail. And I'm forced to carry on with the other kind of idea with blockchain and Bitcoin to this. So, what if we provided? What if we said, I don't care what Google does with my content and data that I give it, because whether it's Google or I know it sounds like a defeatist attitude, but hear me out. If everybody did it, if Google's not going to do it, it's going to be somebody else. Somebody else is going to step into the arena and they're going to manipulate you. It's going to be the internet service provider. It's not whataboutism. It's a statement of fact about there's always going to be some shithead there to manipulate you and take advantage of you. The techniques for doing that have just simply changed. Is the solution for that to address that at that level, at the tech level, or is the solution? So if we put in a crazy amount of energy, so for example, me, if I were to campaign and actively take down Google and try to make it bad based on the premise that I don't fully believe anymore, but that Google is evil and bad for society and violating our privacy and selling us to the higher bidder. Those are all hyperbole overstatements at this point, I believe. But my point is that if those were all true, even if they were true, if I were to spend all my effort making a Proton Mail, making an alternative, spending gobs of money and effort saying, we can't, the monopolistic practices of Google are a different issue altogether. I don't want to get into that. But if I spend all my effort there, what if I were to take that equal amount of effort and I were to apply that effort toward educating the populace in ways that help them become critical thinkers? What if I were to create tools that aren't alternatives, that are more private alternatives, but that are able to help people be more informed and to make wiser decisions and to know not to take their phone into the bedroom so their sex doesn't get recorded? Those kind of conversations, as opposed, and then just be kind of like live and let be when it comes to the privacy issue. So this is how most people are living their lives. Actually, most people don't even think about these things. Most people are like, my Alexa helps me tell my son upstairs to come to dinner. The end. It solves a problem that they have, that they care about. They don't care about giving away their privacy because they say they don't have anything to hide, and they're not interested in this. They have faith, frankly, an implicit faith in the system, and that one day somebody's not going to rise to power. It's going to use Alexa to find out where they're hiding and kill them. So, and that is sort of fun, but it's for a purpose. So everybody always says Google would have turned in Anne Frank. Well, would that have been Google's fault, or would it have been the fault of the situation? And that's kind of an interesting angle on this that I'm still trying to digest and process. If you take the equal amount of energy fighting against those who violate our privacy regularly, for that we've given our access to do that. Digital literacy, right? Literacy. If I spend all of my efforts, if I try to take out Google, let's back up again too. Google is providing a service for humanity. It's probably provided one of the best services we've ever had. The ability to find information quickly. They manipulate that all the time, but they do provide that service. And that's great. And we can compete against them on that service. We can create other services that do the same thing. We can create KEG so we don't even need it. All of that is fine. And those are just different solutions to the problem. And I guess my point is that rather than say the solution here is to put a lot of time and energy and money into really high grade encryption and all kinds of solutions that are guaranteed to be private when privacy is actually an illusion at best, unless you literally go completely off the grid. Or if we take all of that energy, collective energy, and we say, okay, we need to spend all of that time and energy and effort educating people so that they are not victims of manipulation by Google, which is the original problem. There's many problems with the whole privacy Google thing, but one of the big ones is the manipulation of our society by controlled content, blah blah blah. So one way is you take them down and make them go offline and beat them into submission through government regulation and all of that, or do we say, or do we? I don't know if this is a libertarian position or what. I don't know. I don't care. Or do we say, no, it's actually more important that you educate everybody in this. That same sort of logic can be applied to gun legislation and all kinds of other things, and you kind of have to take it on a case-by-case basis. But I'm at least entertaining the idea that of more of a live and let be sort of position with regard to, which is hard for me to say actually, take a kind of a live and let live position with regard to Facebook and Google. I can choose not to use it, but for those people who do tend to use it, they could, I don't have to use it, and I don't like it, and I can not use it for reasons that are beyond privacy violation. But if I were to take that effort, basically, if we all took our effort and we spent that time doing legitimate things to help people understand how they're being controlled and how not to be controlled, basically, and I think this is kind of Vera's position. He's not here right now, I don't think, but his position was, you know what, I don't care about Google because Google gives you privacy things that you can use. It gives you things that you can use, you just don't know how to use them. When I told everybody about when I read the audio recordings and stuff, right, the issue with Google might not be so much that they do those things. I'm still not sure about that, but it might be that people don't know how to manage their data on the Google service, even though they're providing all these things by default. Same with Firefox, same with Brave. So Brave's defense when the whole affiliation thing came out was they said, hey, affiliate, yes, we have affiliation. We do that. That's how we make money for the project. We've always told you that openly. You opted in for that when you started using the thing. You can go right here and turn it off. It's always been cleared how to turn it off. Well, you didn't tell me that by default, and the default says this, and now I feel like my privacy's been violated because now everyone knows where I went, or if they want to track my thing. And so we come down really hard on Brave. I come down on Brave because of the personal interaction between Brendan Eich and the people who made it clear that what was going on, and so that was more of my issue. But it could be that the anger from Ike toward that person was created because of this idea that this person is going way overboard. We are not violating people's privacy, blah blah blah. People just don't know, and rather than calling out Brave and saying that, putting pressure on Brave to make it the default or to educate everybody up front. And to be fair, Google has done a lot more recently, proactively, to tell you, no, this is how your private. That's how I'm monitoring you. I'm monitoring you here. I'm doing this, and I don't know if that's because they want the perception so they can sell you more shit, or if, you can buy more into their services, or that's possible too, right? They're gonna like give you a few emails here and there saying, hey, you make sure you check your privacy settings, just so they can say, see how good we are. That's possible too. So it's complicated, but I'm reconsidering my position of my kind of hardline position against people who, hey, thanks for the follow. My kind of hardline position against Google based on this, and this all started earlier on today when I tried to ask myself, is it okay for me to use Google to search if I'm just giving up my IP? Am I supporting them some way indirectly? Do I agree with what they're doing? Do I care? If they're killing babies in another department and I'm using search, do I want to stop using search because they're killing babies? Or do you know what I mean? It's like, or am I okay with just using search because I'm just using search? That's a very big moral dilemma, and ultimately it gives me my results the fastest I want, and in this particular case I don't think they're killing babies. They're doing horrible things. I think with the extortion that they're doing to label to put ads on websites is pretty damn bad. But I don't know if it is killing babies. I don't know if it's enough for me to say I'm not going to search on Google because of that. So if we're able to capture rich data on ourselves but keep it completely private, then we could use it to provide value for ourselves. Additionally, owning a private repository of valuable information on yourself could enable you to choose to share that data in exchange for money or currency. Yeah, and that's Z77. That's exactly the goal. You pretty much perfectly stated the goal of the knowledge exchange grid. That is exactly my goal with that, is to facilitate knowledge workers and everyone, frankly, to be able to capture their own data, their own knowledge, and to search it locally in their own terms, and to share it in a way that can be searched without any centralized service, just because that's the right thing to do. Centralized control of anything is always bad, almost always bad. I mean, I take that back. I'm rolling that way back. Centralized control of the power grid, not bad. Super centralized control of the power grid, I suppose it's one single target of attack, right? There are some things in our society that are going to be centralized. There's just no way around it. Government, and so it's not a black and white thing. And it sounds like the dilemma we talked about on the TV show, The Good Place. I haven't heard about that, Kai. Well, I'll have to go look at that. Keep repeating that on Twitch. Keep repeating what? What I'm saying about Twitch? Data about ourselves on KEG. And by the way, that's another reason I'm back on Twitch. I might disagree with the stuff they're doing, but there's a certain part of me that's like, I'm going to take advantage of as much as I can out of everything. And frankly, they don't give a shit about me, so I'm not going to give a shit about them. Kind of like some business relationships we enter into. We really don't care about each other, but it's mutually beneficial. We were for a while, yeah. I'm just kind of concluding a few things. Ultimately, this comes down to the question of, is it okay for me to use Google? Am I okay with that? Am I okay with that? And maybe this will inform someone else's decision. Who knows? It's your own, make your own decisions. But I feel like using Google to search is a no-brainer, because they're doing bad things in the world, but they're not doing bad things that are so bad that I would refuse to use their search engine. So if they happen to be really fast to search, I'll use that. Turns out they're not. DuckDuckGo is faster, so it's not even really an issue anymore, because DuckDuckGo is really, really faster. Where is it? Yep. Let's see. I gotta make sure I'm using the right one. Yeah. See how fast that is? Holy shit. So fucking fast. It's really fast. Google is a lot longer. It has to do another, you see all the requests it has to do? Yeah, I see Google Duck. So it comes down to searchability. And then further on from this is another decision I have to make, related to, there's no light version in Google. That's kind of the problem. So I've already concluded that I'm going to continue to use DuckDuckGo because it's the fastest possible search engine, and it's in agreement with the stuff. But for a second, I considered maybe using Google search instead because it was faster. But as you can see, it's definitely not. It's not. Now that somebody uncovered the server to use to speed that up, and we've got wicked fast times now. I mean, that is insane. So, hey, Rumbeer. The main population of Google service is easy and useful, and they're freely will to their privacy for access. Yeah. Other companies did is to be clear on their terms, and they're not, right? They're doing that more, and they're being forced to do that, right? They're getting in trouble for that. But even if, and you're right. So, do we spend our efforts attacking Google, or do we spend our efforts educating the public about what Google does rather than demonizing them? And I might need to change my ways. I might need to start saying, look, this is what Google does. It's up to you to decide what you think of that. And that's activism. Knowledge is power. So maybe we stop, maybe I stop making conclusions in their terms of service. They write it in their terms of service, but nobody reads it. So if you, what is your goal? Do you want to bag on Google, or attack them even, or do you want people to be protected? Right? The Google's not going to change. So another way to protect people is to educate them. So you tell the people, guys, this is what's in the terms of service. Let me rewrite for you. Here's the terms of service. That's not Google's fault, right? And I think this is what keeps coming up. What keeps coming up is it's not Google's fault. It's not Microsoft's fault. Any evil company, and there are evil companies, it's not their being evil that's the problem. What's the problem is that people don't know they're being evil, and or they are okay with it. And either way, that is a people problem. That's not a Google problem. That's a people problem. If we don't help the people understand what they're giving up, like, and what to do this, Facebook or whatever, if we don't help them to understand how they're being controlled, if we don't understand and teach them to be critical thinkers, it doesn't matter who's behind the technology, because somebody else will walk in. And Paulo Freire in Pedagogy of the Oppressed talks about this all the time. He's like, dude, don't address the symptom. And the Google is just for today. The nature for humans to buy into doing what their oppressors want has been an age-old problem. The solution isn't attacking the oppressor head on. The solution is educating the populace. It's educating them and helping them understand how to be critical thinkers, because they're constantly going to be under attack from a Google or whoever comes after them. And so I can spend my time attacking the perceived enemy of the day, or I can spend my time educating people to seek their own objective truth and personal truth, as Neil deGrasse Tyson calls it. I can help them identify those things. I can build tools. I can become a journalist. I can go to school to become a true journalist. I can work for independent journalism that's not tied to money streams, which is the whole downfall of journalism. Is you can trace it to cable news, not just Fox, all cable news. As soon as money was associated with news, it's all over. In fact, there's a big push right now to put in place the regulations that required opposite viewpoints in news, even on the cable news networks, to try to instill the kind of integrity that was sort of there when there was one or two news agencies for the whole country that were given special dispensation or special privileges, I suppose say, and so they had more of a responsibility to provide truly fair, balanced opinions, even though they failed a lot of that too. It's very 50s. Point is, journalism, the idea behind journalism is to educate people about what's going on. You want to end war, you can fight the enemy, or you can expose what's going on. So if you want to take on Google and you think what they're doing is wrong, you can fight against Google and try to take them out, or tell the whole world not to use Google, or you can tell the whole world you can help them understand this is what's happening here. You decide whether it's in your best interest. I'm your peer, and you can make your own decision. And I fucking hate it, and I'm not going to use it. But I want you to make your own decision, and here's why I think you should think about it more. See this part in the terms of service? Read it. So I can spend my time doing that instead of attacking the privacy in other ways, or ranting even. And frankly, I'm going to own something. What is my intent? If my intent is truly to serve the public and to help you, then I should spend less time grandstanding and soapboxing about how bad Google is, and more time objectively stating the facts about what they do and letting you make your decision. And that goes for any technology opinion that I have. And obviously I'm in and out of lucidity on this particular topic. Sometimes I'm really, really passionate and irrational. And moments like right now, I realize it's more about getting you the information so you can make your own decision. That's what this is about. This isn't about me ranting and hating on something. This is about me telling you why I arrived at this position so that you can arrive at your own position. And frankly, if we had more of that kind of dialogue in the world would be a better place. God knows I fail at it all the time. So that's my conclusion. 30 people here. I'm going to be a long road, man. I don't give a shit. I mean, the big part of this is that I absolutely understand that I am too small time to make a difference with more than a few people, but I don't care. I just need to make a difference in me.
and this conversation is happening internally. I just happen to be doing it. I'm just externalizing a conversation I'm having with myself, which is largely based on, can I search on Google? These are the questions I'm asking myself. Is it okay for me to use Google and search it and recommend it? I have people that use Gmail all the time. Is that okay? I now believe it is okay, as long as they understand what they're getting into. And that means if you don't want your tax information and your divorce thing and all your sex chat in Google's hands, then don't do those things in Google. You know, that's all it means. Just but that means when I tell it, I don't have to say don't ever use Google. I can say this is what you get. When I say you can use LinkedIn if you want, but they're gonna hold your data hostage. You're not gonna be able to get to it, and it's gonna be a pain in the ass to use their API, which they only give to partners, and that pisses me off. But that pisses me off, and may not piss you off. You can just I do accepted cookies on links. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Wiley, you have a good point. Hi, Og. I'm about to go for a walk with the dog. As if they analyze your sex chats. If a faction of us 30 can't differently day to day, it has the potential to impact others multiple ways. It might. I don't pretend to think that I'm going to have any more impact on myself and a few people of my friends having a conversation. But that's a good question, Wiley. I mean, in order to get Google to do anything, I have to re-examine it. I think I'm rejecting cookies by default. I'm either accepting or rejecting cookies by default. If I'm accepting cookies by default, then that's a bigger issue. I have to find that out right now. I absolutely see what you're saying. But I know W3M, one of the reasons it works so well for beginners is it accept cookies automatically out of the gate. It doesn't even ask you anymore. Well, yeah, stashing cookies, I don't know. That's my bookmarks file. Links. Where's my config? Oh, right. Config, links config. I'm pretty sure I'm accepting cookies. Force SSL cookies to be secure. Set cookies. If set cookies is false, links will ignore set cookie headers. If HTTP server replies, cookie file is not in use, if set cookies is false, links will ignore set cookie headers. Oh, there you go. Okay, so I'm ignoring cookie headers. That's good. I'm glad I'm doing that. I got that one confused with the next one here. If this one is true, I wonder if it overrides the other one. If accept all cookies is true, links will accept cookies from all domains with no user interaction. This is equivalent to automatically replying with cookie allow. I think this is set to true. Oh, false. Thank God. Fine. It can be overridden here. Nice. So my cookies are off. So the answer to is it okay to search Google with links for me is yes. W3M, however, accepts cookies by default. That I know. So accepting cookies by default, I love that you can accept domains, though. That's cool. I love that accepting cookies, I mean, W3M accepts cookies by default, but I'm pretty sure. So if, I haven't done an exhaustive review of the configuration and everything for W3M, I'm okay with recommending to beginners because it's easier to get started with. But if somebody were to ask me today, do I search, the way I do from the terminal using links for Google, I would say, yeah, links is fine because I can turn cookies off. If W3M is a different story because, well, if you're going to search Google, you're giving up your cookie searches and everything, and they're going to know everything you search about. Now, whether or not that cookie is, you're not logged into Google, so they can't really tie that cookie with something else, right? But they can definitely track your searches from this computer beyond the IP. So the answer to that would be you might want to turn it off. In fact, we should probably turn off W3M. I need to put a thing on that. I need to put a thing. Find out if W3M stores cookies. I imagine it does, though. The goals of the W3M project are not the same as Lynx. Lynx is like really, really anal about privacy issues and stuff, and W3M just wants stuff to work. So it's a different set of priorities. And I think that's enough. I'm gonna go walk the dog. So I'm still AFK, but walking the dog, and hopefully that's that's some interesting information there for someone. This ultimately means this ultimately means that actually I'm gonna do more than walk the dog. I'm gonna take a shower. Yeah, like you needed to know that, right? You don't need to know about that and other stuff. I just want to say that this ultimately means I still haven't decided yet, but it's very likely that the decision about the smartphone that I replaced my flip phone with as I go forward with the full-time job and stuff will no longer involve a consideration about privacy other than the convenience, which I like with the Librem phone, of being able to turn off my audio when I'm in my bedroom. I don't want my audio to be on in my bedroom. I don't want to accidentally record, whatever. So, but in terms of being tracked, that's less of a concern for me now than it was before. The reason I'm asking all this is because there's lots of considerations, by the way. I gotta go for my walk, but I want to be able to take you guys with me, which means I got to be able to set up, a GoPro, and I have to have a way to relay, and all the applications and stuff like that already work really well on the more well-known smartphone platforms. So whether I get a Pine or a Librem or anything, I might have to hack together all of that technology to work, and then you have to say, well, is what I'm getting by hacking together all that technology worth it? And if I've already signed off that privacy is not a thing, then I can just get a Google Pixel or an iPhone. My wife will definitely be getting an iPhone. And I hate Apple, but that she's an artist, and that's just kind of standard equipment. And in which case, then everything with the GoPro setup goes much easier. It's already set up because it's like a full blown in the central conservative. But do I feel like a solid at that point because I'm doing that? Lots of stuff. If I wife my girlfriend, I'm wondering about the perms. There are 76665 YouTubers. Yeah, kind of hard to be private while streaming publicly. Google Pixel or regular. I don't know that there is a Google Pixel. Is that such a thing? If there's such a thing as a Google Pixel 77, I would love to know about it. If you could post a link to the chat, I would love that, because I don't have any need for Google at all except for YouTube. And I don't even use a Gmail for that. I authenticate using my ProtonMail, which, like it or not, is more secure than Gmail. So, point being, how do I do it? How do I stream? Am I okay using Google for more than just search? Including using a Pixel, or do I de-Google a Pixel and just use the platform? The biggest value proposition of using Google is the conversational user interface. I really wish I could find a phone that had a hard air gap on the sound. And I know you're just trusting the manufacturers, and the Chinese could decide they didn't give a shit and they left it on anyway. All of those are issues, right? Another reason I wouldn't get a Huawei, although this thing about being afraid that China is listening on you is like, well, who do you, it's just really about who you care about, who's listening to you. If you get a Huawei product, the Chinese are listening to you. If you get this product, the Chinese are listening to you anyway, but so are also everybody else. Or do we just forget about it and just not do anything with any electronics around? Oh boy, what is that? Yeah, thank you. I gotta go. Let me go do that. Stealth VPN server. Interesting. Incredible. He sells the Google Pixels. Interesting. Yeah. See, I actually I'm going to head out at some point to the deep web and to the dark web to do some research about these questions. I'm openly telling anybody that I have nothing to hide. I'm not saying that because I'm honestly telling you what I'm doing, because the people have solved the solution for whatever purpose. A lot of times, yes, there are malicious intent behind some of these solutions that they've created, and you know, I don't mind. I definitely mind the bad things that might be happening, but I don't mind learning about solutions from these people and using those solutions, which distinguishes me a lot from other people. Just for the cookies. There you go. There's your cookie. You want a cookie? It's a biscuit. I think they call them biscuits, don't they? So that's leftover. I gotta get my coffee. All right, time for me to go for a walk. Case 170 for RPI. Case most likely false left master. Oh, really? Yeah. Hard to be private while streaming sharing. Yes. You know that cookie? It is definitely German. Yeah. Very German. My family's very German. And they're German and Asian and everything. We're kind of all over. So to all of you who are out there watching, I am taking a little bit of a break. And so yeah. Guy has a YT channel where he talks about them and other privacy related stuff. That's cool. I have a feeling that I'm going to do the easy thing, because it's at some point it comes down to economy of scale, and as I said, where do you put your energy? If it's going to mean X amount of extra hours to make it work because it's private, and that those hours could be saved completing KEG and making it and educating people on a live stream about privacy issues instead of fucking around with my, super private phone that doesn't work because it's non-standard. At that point, it's like, which one do you go with? And obviously most of the mainstream world, the decision is instantly made. They don't give a shit. They want to get value out of it. They don't even think twice about it. And I might overthink that decision. I mean, I've already burned 3 hours on this topic, right? How many mainstream people are actually going to think about this shit that long? Not many. Clementino's point is well taken. There's like 33 at most here talking about this issue at all. There are people on the internet beyond us obviously talking about this, but the point is that, what's that? IMG flip. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, the bigger picture, you know what, Wiley, it really is about the bigger picture. It's like Rob Pike using a Mac to make Go. It's like me using Pop! OS when I clearly could use Arch if I wanted to. Because why? Because it just works. And the issues at play here are bigger than, do I know how to install and run Arch myself? It's like, what's the end game? And if anything, as engineers and technologists, we get sucked into the details below, and it takes a good project manager to pull us up and say, okay, people, what are we doing here? What is the answer? Maybe the thing that's going to save us from total complete annihilation isn't readjusting the deflector dish. Maybe it's we all get in shuttlecraft and leave the ship. There's more than one solution to the problem. We have to think beyond. When we think outside the box, we literally mean outside of technology. There might be a non-technical solution for this, and maybe your efforts could be directed toward what might actually be a very simple solution. It's like the whole how are we gonna get this password out of the guy? It's that XKCD, right? It's like, I have this 164 AAA blah 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 key, and it says, the guy says, he gets a bat and says, what's the password? Whatever. He gets the password out of him. The bat defeats the most complicated encryption in the world because he can beat the password out of the user. So I didn't need to do anything. I just needed to use a bat. And it illustrates the point that obviously that's a different intent, right? But sometimes the solution is way not even in your view because you're looking really, really close at the details. And I think that's probably the case in terms of browsers and stuff too. Right. Is the issue with browser affiliation, or is it how fast can I use my browser, etc. So, based on that, yeah, how can we make privacy just work and have similar convenience or alternatives? Yeah. I don't know. Those are good questions to ask, and I think we should spend our time on them. I just need to decide whether spending the time on that is worth it versus other things. I'm gonna go see the dog. Go walk the dog. Take care. back from. I'm just going to answer this question just before I go on, so it's on record. I'm back from. I'm just going to answer this question just before I go on, so it's on record. I'm back from. Electron. So I thank you for the reminder that I need to keep this perspective on other things. I don't believe I ever stopped having this position, and that's all I want to say about that. I've almost always said, yes, I have a lot of passion and stuff, but yes, I've always said, for me or you shouldn't do this based on this thing, or for this particular profession, this is a bad idea. You wouldn't suggest somebody use a hand drill for a dentist. That's objectively the wrong thing to do, and I will continue to support those opinions, if that's what you're going to call them, as the best science, the best tool for the job. And Electron is not the best tool for the job for the stuff that VS Code is using. Right now, I am going to have to get more RAM and probably upgrade my computer because I'm running 2 or 3 or 10 versions of Electron because I have to. And the problem with that kind of thing is that when people decide that, oh, let's just accept it. So this is the real why it's a middle path thing. If we just accept that that's the way the world is without using the alternatives, that's also bad, right? I am not going to be using Gmail, nor will I be doing putting AdSense tracking in my websites because I don't believe in those things. The fact that they exist, I just accept and I use an alternative, and I vote that way. And I tell people that this is an option for you if you want to do it. People who use Electron and promote Electron don't think about what it does to the overall operating system because they're trying to get away with having people use Electron apps and not think about the next person who has to make an Electron app. Pretty soon you have 13 Electron apps and you're done. You're done. You don't have enough system resources to use it. And the people who promote Electron as an applications platform don't give a shit about that. They don't. They clearly have demonstrated over and over again that their only interest is producing, in the original case, the Atom web editor, and the thing that came from it. And they said, hey, by the way, if you want to make an app, you can use Electron. But if you make this app, you should probably tell everybody, it's like pushing something without a terms of service. It's like you should probably tell everybody that this is got an entire version of Chrome built into it. And nobody says that, so it's a part of the problem, right? As we talked about the solution to Google being that you educate people about what's going on, and then you help them go find the places to click and all that. Same with Brave or whatever your browser. At that point, any browser is fine as long as you are okay telling them what they're getting into and how to adjust it, and that's where we should spend our effort. So rather than attacking Electron, my effort will be to attack Electron by saying Electron sucks, and here's the reasons I hate it. And then you can make your own decision. If you choose to use a sucky thing that consumes 15 times more resources than even the lightest of editors to the contrary, Sublime or others, then that's your choice. But you're making that decision. And I will maintain my position that such things are really bad for society and for the world, and they need to be opposed diligently by people who are providing evidence to the contrary. That I don't have to say, let's see, for the stuff that's small enough, right? I can think of many other ridiculous frameworks, yes. How can you make privacy just work? When it comes to operating systems, whatever operating system works for you, but you need to be aware that certain operating systems are not going to address many of the needs that you have for a certain thing. For example, if you're going to be a DJ and a sound engineer, an Apple MacBook is got, I know this because their sound internals are way better than the Windows internals at the time that I tested it, and they have like multiple channels already built into the sound drivers and a bunch of other reasons that if you're going to be a DJ, picking an Apple product is better. It's just objectively better. It's easier to use it. It works better with your software. That's changing rapidly, and there's a lot of Windows suggestions there. So when you come to the OS, I've always been that way with operating systems. You don't see anyone using Arch in the enterprise because of the privacy concerns and security concerns. So I don't see how the comment, keep the conclusion in mind and adapt it to other things like OSs and editors is relevant at all. I don't understand that, other than I think you're trying to say don't attack people for picking their own things, and I'm gonna always defend your ability to pick the shittiest thing possible, but I'm gonna call it shit if you pick it, and if that offends you, that's your fault, your problem, not mine. Sorry, I'm not gonna call you a stupid person, but I'm gonna call the thing you use something that morons use. So, who don't, when I say morons, I mean people who don't like think through all the issues or don't have all the issues available. And maybe I need to backpedal on that thing, and you're absolutely right. I need to say only people who don't understand the issue, these following issues, choose this thing. And the people who do choose this thing, understanding these issues, unless they can present other issues that overwhelm those particular issues, then they're making objectively the wrong decision. And that's all. That's all. So. Let's see. Guys, a question. Hey, dudes, regarding workstation. Using Kubuntu. I've tried Kubuntu. That's a nice one. KDE Ubuntu. I kind of want more up-to-date software like Arch. I don't recommend Arch for a personal workstation desktop unless you're trying to get really up to speed in Arch software. Usually when people pick Arch, they also want an easy to use, so they end up picking something like Manjaro, which I don't like for lots of reasons that are not even all related to technology. They're related to the management of the project and the company behind it, who's clearly demonstrated that they are willing to sell out their users. I can cite instances of that, but I'd rather not right now. And so the distro that I would recommend, if you want to roll your sleeves up and really, really understand what's happening in your operating system, and you have lots of extra time, and you don't care if you blow away your files and operating system on random occasion, Arch is a great distro. It's great for learning Linux. It's akin to the way I learned Linux in the 90s, but that's not what people want. If you want a turnkey and just have a system that works that supports Linux, that can also play games and gives you the least amount of hassle, then Papa OS is my recommendation. Or Linux Mint Cinnamon. Either of those are fantastic distros. So again, it just depends on what you want, right? I'm going to use Arch, but I'm not going to ever use it as a desktop. I think using Arch as a desktop is a dubious decision for the way I use my computer. So yeah. Low-key thought your title said ask for a bit of lunch. Yeah, sorry for that. I don't write. Are you going to ask me for lunch? You want some lunch? I'll give it to you. It'll be a first-class audio subsystem. Pipewire will soon replace Pulse Audio and Jacked. Ooh, did not know this, Mac. Thank you for that information. I think Linux has every bit of potential to take over but as you saw the other night with my sound foibles, so disgusting. I'm so embarrassed. So yeah. It being in the next Ubuntu? Oh my god, are you kidding? It's that close? Oh, I hope it's stable. That's all I gotta say. I hope it's stable. That looks really fun. I'm gonna go back offline for another bit. When I come back, I still want to do some coding, and then later tonight I'll be playing some Shenzhen.io, in case you guys are wondering. I'm actually gonna put a time though. I'll be back I put back around 5. Okay, until around 5. So I'm gonna take another hour. Made by Tim W. Oh, is he one of the GStreamer guys? Wow, that is such good. Thank you for telling me that, Lumar. Hey, Lumar, do you have a good online resource for learning assembly that you recommend above all others? Because I'm actually gonna print out the book and start reading about assembly for Shenzhen.io, and I just was wondering. Yeah, I know. I like slow rocks that don't stumble. That's Mint for me. For me, Mint was that. It took me a lot. It took me a lot to test Pop OS. It did. It took me a lot to test Pop OS, but now I really love it. It's got some kinks, but for the most part, I think it's fine. Yeah. I lost my OBS graphic interface again. It's kind of annoying. It occasionally, the graphic interface will just totally just disappear. I think it's a problem with whatever the Pop! OS is. Oh, I found it. Okay. It got hidden on accident. That's good to know. How did I didn't hide it explicitly? Oh well. Very good to know. I found I found the fix for that. I feel kind of stupid actually. I'm gonna take a break again. I've been walking with the dog and just doing Saturday stuff. What's the catch? How's it better than PA? Low latency? What are you talking about? Oh, you guys talking about pulse versus? All right, yeah, have fun with that. Please talk about that because I want to hear what you have to say. Another selfish reason I leave the stream open is I get to come back and read everything. So that's my intent. Stick around if you want. Put us on in the background or whatever. Bye. for me to get some code done. Do. No ideas beyond the computer, and the research should be, yeah. Should actual data rather than specific implementation. Yeah. Computers a tool. Yep. Yep. Don't do implementation too early. Standard rule for tech, right? IT architecture 101. People do it all the time, though. Me too. Everybody does it. We all jump into implementation because we're engineers, and that's what we like. We like the stuff. Hello.
Instructions on how to put it together?
My instructions on how to assemble my Shenzhen IO hand manual. Right there. However, I realized after I printed it, I'm going to have to do the PDF anyway, because you guys, I'm going to be doing a playthrough, whatever that means to you. Go back and read all the chat. Go back to Stream Manager. We still have a few people hanging on this chat. That's our job is good. Alright, so I'm actually going to try not to get sucked into a conversation right now. So I'm going to go ahead and clear at least my view of the chat. Thanks for all your participation. I'll be sure to get back and read through that at some point. But I want to do shit right now. Am I in front of my screen key? I am. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit in front of it. Let me adapt the screen key a little bit before I announce to the world that we're actually here again. Screen key. Excuse me. Still looks like it's coming in from behind me, huh? That's because I changed my setup. I gotta pull it over some more. You're gonna have to bear with me for a bit. Probably still not enough. I'm guessing 2900 probably will get us there. Do. That's more like it. At least right now it is. Yeah. Tweak it just a bit more. Put it at about 20. How's that? That's perfect. All right. What is the topic? Well, I'm going to go back to the KN tool. It's in the topic somewhere. There we go. I'm going to jump right in. I'm playing some Shenzhen later tonight. I'm kind of excited. But I want to earn it. So I don't want to play my Shenzhen until I've earned it. And that means writing some code. Some of the kind of boring code that I've been writing. Right now I've been kind of writing the outline on this. PR and CompGo? Oh yeah, let me go look. It's a PR request, so you didn't do a full. You don't have access to it. Yeah. PR requests. Let's go look. Ankle mod. Oh, did I have a redirect in there? Sorry. I bet I did, didn't I? See you, local padre. Always have to merge one commit. Commits. Yeah, have a good one. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. We did change that. We got rid of the alpha stuff, right? And, good deal. Review change, a tiny little change, but awesome change. Thank you so much. Conversation pull requests. Nope. I need to approve. A breaking change, yes, definitely is. A breaking change to fix it. Taking it from broken to working. That's definitely a breaking change. Confirm merge. Huzzah! Thank you so much. Git pull. And yeah. Yeah. All right. So I gotta go back to the KN. Oh, a KEG. I call it the KEG now. So much to change. So much to organize. I'm gonna go to tmux in here. Set this as my core, my main thing. And titles change. Yeah. Okay. Looks key followed 13 minutes ago. Hey there. All right. I need to finish my docs really quick so I can know what I'm making and help you guys know. So there's the thing with day. I got caught in a description of that this morning. I didn't finish it because I was talking about it. Prints RFC 33 timestamp. Prints seconds since epic, which is what is the day of epoch. Current day number. Epoch. I think it has an E at the end. That search is so much faster now. God damn, I'm glad we spent all that time on that. That really paid off. I mean, that really paid off. That really, really paid off. Let's see. First day of the year, 1970. January 1st, 1970. Since Jan 1. 1970. The year of the boomer tech. Linux is boomer tech. Sort of. It's actually Gen X tech. Strictly speaking, I guess it's Gen X. Torvalds is definitely Gen X. Same generation as me. How old is Torvalds? How old is Linus Torvalds? What is the internet? God damn. Do you see how much faster this searching is? It's at least a half second faster now that we got rid of those extra quirks. Oh, so nice. It's 1969. Yep. He's 2 years younger than me. What the fuck? Torvalds is younger than me. That means he's definitely Gen X. Definitely Gen X. Torvalds. That explains so much. I want to be good. I want to get good. I'm going to get good like all these awesome people. They're very inspiring to me. CD, change it to no directory. Jax, no. We're going to do all the date stuff. So I've been trying to figure out all of the like utility date stuff. I'm okay. Thank you. So day, time, date, tstamp, RFC 3339, which by the way is something I learned. RFC 3339, which is specified in the Go stuff, is a specification, a sub-specification of 8601, which is pretty broad. This says you must have dashes and colons in it and stuff like that. So in case you're wondering what the difference is, that's it. I do want to do just plain old date, and I want to use Go date formatting. So I want to have a date command that you can pass it anything, and it will understand the language. I actually need to write a pagan notation for that. If that all the possibilities there, and I will be doing that today probably, because I want to capture the grammar in pagan even if I don't write the code in pagan. And if Quint's around, I don't think he's around right now, but if he were, he could help me write a generator for that. I wouldn't have to write it. But so I'm going to write the spec for it, and then I'm going to ask him to help me generate it. He's got his own generator. I've finished mine. These other things are just like really, really freaking trivial. So let's do a trivial one. Let's do epoch, shall we? Super easy stuff. So cd kmkn, copy one of the commands here. Any one doesn't matter. Tstamp. How about that? To time.go. Go. We're gonna change it to be output size 681.05. No. Outputs the date as we need to figure out what the standard. What are the Go dates? So freaking fast! I do this so much every day that when there's like a few millisecond change, I recognize it right away. I can't believe how much faster that is. Whoever found out to put HTTPS and Lite in the front as a server name or divide those extra redirects, I fucking love you. I want to kiss you on the mouth. Stardate time. What is stardate? Let's find it. How do I calculate the stardate? Why not? Calculate stardate with pictures. How to calculate stardate. System of Star Trek. Steps. Convert the common data date to stardate. I don't want to download a fucking article. Let's see. How long is the leap year? Well, yeah. There's got to be a calculator for this. Stardates. What is the official way to calculate stardates? PHP. That's it? That is so weird. I have found several resources online while up here to calculation, however, they're inconsistent. The Wikipedia entry on this is very little detail in the process. In the event that the official method is not accurate, I would ask some assistance. For the create our own method, problem I encounter is that a real day according to the Earth's rotation on solar day is 24 hours and 6 minutes. With the PHP is epoch is 1970. Yeah. This sort of calculations will begin at the year 2000 and take into account the Earth's rotational days, so actual day. Fraction of a second. For this method, I would like to know how I can convert the date. Alright, another thing. There's got to be a model. Golang, Star Trek, star date. I'm sure there's a link on this already. There has to be. Yeah, there is. There you go. I mean, how fast is that? Because God bless. There's actually a Star Trek API. The current common date to start date. That's insane. That's insane. What's this called? Topics Star Trek? Oh, that's like an overall topic. Well, that's not it. The Star Trek API. Stardate. Captain's log. Wait, there's not a Go thing for this yet? There's not a Go thing? I'm going to have to make it. It's going to just date me. This is... Wait. Oh, let's go see what this looks like. I'm going to full screen this. Actually, not full screen, but, you know, reasonably big. God damn, it's killing my eyes. Space nerds in space. Yeah, no. L-Cars? What, they have an L-Cars? You kidding me? L-Cars aesthetic. R-Trek. R functions, LCARs, started converter. There you go. This might have to be made right now. I know you guys don't think it's a priority, but it's a Saturday. Java fucking script? No. Started converter. What's started? No, this is shit. All right, we're gonna. It's not shit. I appreciate that they did this because now I can port it. So that's the appropriate response. I obviously don't. I need to change this. I need to change the topic now. Sorry. The topic is now. Topic is now. Calculating Star Trek. I mean, it's a Saturday activity. Star date in Go. There we go. It's official. Yeah. It has a new tag. Command tab has new tags. I already did that. Yep, I did. I did the whole thing. You might. Are you using the GitLab one? Yeah, let me show you. So we're at 4.0 now. You're probably still using the other one. I ported the whole thing and cleaned it all up. So you want to use the GitHub one these days. I'm assuming there's no. Yeah. Oh, go conf go? What? About tagging?
Where I'm going.
Where are you going?
Going to buy ribbon and
This
go
stuff?
upstairs to hear some get water and stuff.
Okay. See ya. That's a good time for us to code then. My wife's out of the house. We had a good afternoon together, talking and walking. All right. Still pointing to CM tab? No, it's not. Do you have alphas in there? Do we still have alphas in there? We shouldn't. We might have that problem in there. Do you guys realize alpha lowers the priority, right? It's something I found out after the fact. We should only have a 3.0 in there now. So if we have any other tags. Oh wait. How do we list remote tags? I know the command for this. I gotta remember. There's a command for it's git ls-remote tags. I can't remember it. List remote tags for in git. Get ls remote. Okay. Get ls. That was a pretty fast answer, right? I'm just gonna say that because I want to point out the fact that there's just one tag, so we're good. So I don't know what to say, man. Topic add command would be about a topic back in time. Could save you some time. Let's see. Consider having a topic add command. Oh, I've considered having like all the previous topics that I did and doing a select against them. Yeah, I'll eventually do that, but right now, no. Right now, I just use the history. So, but that's Wiley. I have thought of that. I mean, my kind of people, you're like thinking about these like sub-second optimizations, like in my topicals. Yeah, thank you for that. All right. I don't know what to say there, Og. I don't know what to tell you. We got the right thing up. Well, the whole thing. Yeah, there's an entire video node type that I have that uses YAML and stuff. It has yeah. That's all on paper here. I just have to get to it. Stay with the topic. Okay, so we changed the topic. We're doing start dates now because we are completely random in this channel. Sue me. So I'm gonna make a directory called start date. Actually, I'm going to make a repo called Stardate. It's pretty easy now that we have GitHub. GitHub repo create Stardate public go cd Stardate touch readme .md library and command for Star Trek start date. There you go. Excuse me. So I need some go tags. Actually, we can do it here. We can do, pardon me, rwx rob star date, and then I can do this, bang bang, and I got the hiccup. I can do go tags badges. No, I need to go badges. What am I doing? Bad me. Okay, bam bam go badges. There we go. Got my badges. Go ahead and commit this. Git add dash a git commit initial commit. Oops. Oh. Dash m. Git push is gonna give me shit, but I want that. Okay, git push set upstream. Sometimes I think it's faster to edit the Git file. If you edit the config file, it'll do the same thing. Yeah. And this like all the dashes and everything you have to type. I mean, I know it's not officially supported to do that, but it works. So, yep. And we can open up a repo now, and there we go on Git. We have it. That's you? I don't use it that much, Wiley. I don't. Thank you for that. Thank you. I owe you points, dude. So did you hear Wiley say, or is it Yule? I don't know. That does the thing. This does not look correct. I do not think this is what we wanted. Something's not right. Right, so close you. Yeah, I'm still sort of a Git noob because I got really corrupted by helping beginners use Git with tools. Big mistake. Oh wait, I didn't do anything. That's interesting. Oh, I know what's wrong. I'm sorry. I forgot to do something. I forgot my syntax. Go badges. Star date. There we go. That's better. That will work much better. Take care. Yeah, it's not. It's if it's anything, it's in the cache. You might have to use direct, Og. Have you set direct yet? This is what you need to do to get past the module. The module cache is probably shooting you in the foot. You set go proxy to direct, and it'll go straight to GitHub and get it instead of pulling the one off the cache. That's probably what's happening. I can't promise that's what's happening. I don't know of a way to clean the cache up to remove stuff that's already there. We might have to figure out a way to put something that's above the alpha level that's already there. But let me know. Yeah. Git. Dash S something. No. What is that? Badge is fixed. Damn, dummy. I'm like waning. I just want to make sure it got up correct. Why isn't it doing it right? Did Did I not push it? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm stupid. That's a little bit better. Much better. There's no go here to do, so. But it's definitely started. Alright. Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just doing it right now because I want to. Getting hot again though. It's hard not to get hot. Let's see. So we need to pull down the other reference one. I wonder if I can do it without pulling the whole file down. Yeah. Nope, not that one. Zero turnaround, start dash converter. Bum bum ba-doo 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 ba-doo. I'm gonna put that in a get ignored just for now. Just because, you know, it's a sub thing. Why am I have this here? I only have this here because I'm going to port it. I'm going to port it really fast. I want it close. So, Tmux in here. CD to start a converter. We'll make you so I can see what's up. Read me. Oh my god. Oh my god. What atrociously ugly markdown. Yeah. So super cool though. I mean, I like the idea. It's just shitty node. Not whatever. Sue me. I don't like Node. Sue me. Star Trek Epoch. Why would you have to set that? Really? Seriously? Is this even reliable? Calculate start dates. Okay, well, I guess there you go. A date, get full year, get month, get day. Why would you export those? I don't need that. Round, start year, star year plus star date. Well, I guess we'll just do all of this. Alright, this is gonna go fast, so we'll just do it fast. Okay, pay attention if you want to know how to make a new Go module. Go mod init. github.com/rdvx rob star date. Go mod tidy. Don't need it yet, but there's nothing here. Alright, so now what? Now, actually, I'm going to make my Go mod 1.16. Yep, it's already that. And then 16 is released officially now, so I kind of jumped the gun because I built my own, but it's way better. It's got a different IO utility entirely. And so we have to decide whether we want this to be a package, a command, or a hybrid. And those are my own terms. No one's ever said that. That's how I refer to everything. A package just has a package people import. A command has a thing people download and run, and a hybrid has both. We're gonna make both. So touch lib.go. I usually call mine lib. You can call it stardate, make it match, whatever you want. I just call it lib because I want to know. I call my packages lib, and I call my library packages lib, and I call my main commands main, but that's just my thing. So this is definitely a package stardate, and we can throw something up in here. So let's say func. What are we doing first? Full year. So we're just going to do start at year, and we're going to use go method. Adding get full year is not idiomatic Go. It's like bullshit repetition that you don't need. So we're going to say year. Yep. Based on what though? Okay, so let me see something here. Get the year. I feel like we need to have a structure for it as well as individual functions to get it directly through the calculation. You know what I'm saying? So if we had, so yeah, what's the API here going to be? We just get the current, right? So current should be like the current year. Yeah, let's like craft our API. This is one way to do this. You can like kind of predefine what you want for your API and then just go for it. To do return. It's all going to be about the string. Is the start date an int? What is it? Is the start date? It's a number, right? I think it's an actual number, which I like. I like returning a number instead of, you know what I mean? Quoted to 2 decimal places. So it is a number. It's definitely a number. That's cool. All right, so is it a float 64? Yeah. All right, so a start date is a struct. Actually, it's not. It's a type. We're going to make it a float 64. Biggest possible thing we can do. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to do a current. So start date got current would be current returns the current time as a start date. There we go. And we're going to return. Actually, we can integrate this as a time. Well, it's just a float, so I don't want to force people to cast it. If we do, though, we could do things to it. Like we could do like add and all that jazz, you know. But I want to stay functional on this. I don't want to get too crazy. So we'll just make it a float 64 as a return value. And 0.0 for now. I don't know what the calculation is. Let's go ahead and do that. Holy shit. Year, month, day of year. What is that about even? So the day of the year. 1 plus day minus 1. Interesting. 1,000 returns 1,000 times the year minus the Star Trek epoch. Star Trek epoch. Why is that a constant? Oh, it's not. It's a variable. I don't know what this stuff is. I'm doing this for fun. So let's do this. Let's say var epoch. Equals 2323. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna do that. All right. Star Trek epoch start date is a float. I don't even really need to set the types, really. I don't really need to. I do not. All right, current, we got that. What do we got? We need, what? I already do 10 hours of this. We need to find a Star Trek background. What the hell? Star ambience, like Voyager shit. Night shift. Should we do the night shift? Ambient 8 hours sleep study relaxation. It doesn't have a. Oh God. 8 hour. I don't want conversation. Time war. Ooh. Wrath of God. Enterprise sleep quarters. No. No. Ooh, this looks good. Star Wars. Not the same thing. Is this Voyager? Oh, that's my favorite. But I want to see something like interesting. Starship sleeping quarters. Well, I was just using that. Battlestar Galactica. Ooh. Ooh. There's nothing. Okay. Okay. Oh, this one. Let's try this one. It's exactly the same soundtrack. Come on, show me out the window. I want to see out the window. There we go. Where's the window? I want the window. Yay. All right, full screen. Full screen. Engage. Engage your 720-ness. Really? 720 is all you got? That's not even moving. Fuck that. I have standards. Hey, that's me. I was like, what's this start? Ooh, oh, that's me. How about this one? Is that even moving? I mean, I think mine was the best one. All right, fine. We'll go back. Starship it is. Starship Enterprise. Here we go. The setting is in the 24th century, hence the year 2023. Oh, right. Well, we'll have to tweak that at some point. You have to help me understand that. I don't. Days in year. How many days are in a year? Is leap year? Oh God, we really have to do that? I guess we do. Is that accurate? Well, this is fun then. Fine. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make a yeah, I'm gonna have to make a functional thing. Fine. I'm gonna directly port it because I don't feel like fucking with it. And I guess it's a year. What is a year? Does a year have a type, or is it a number? What is a year? What type is a year? Oh, we don't know because it's fucking JavaScript. Day. Full year. Fuck. Oh, get full year is a JavaScript thing. It's gotta be a number then. I don't know. JavaScript sucks. Alright, so I mean, I don't even know. Okay, that's just getting it from the current date. Year, month, date. Okay, I see what they're doing. I mean, I don't need any of that because Go has it all built in. So yeah, fuck that. So is leap year? Actually, I bet Go has a thing for that already. Golang detect. Yeah, I bet that's already in the date library, the time library. Yep. Are you kidding me? That's actually what it is? Alright, if you say so. I'm just gonna cut and paste that. I'm not even proud. And I don't need to make it pretty because why? Do you know? I'll tell you if you don't. Why don't I have to make it pretty? God. Really? Really? Yeah, well, I definitely know this algorithm because I helped my kid do it in college. So, yeah, it's not as simple as that thing that stupid JavaScript person did. Sorry, I didn't mean to attack you, but it never is that simple. That's why I was like really suspicious. Fuck. Okay. I don't even remember which one it is. Yeah, that's the Perl version. Or the shell version. Either of which is acceptable to me. This is the Go version because we don't have short circuit and Go. Cause reasons. So, yeah. Actually, no, we do have that. That's just logical OR. What am I talking about? Yeah, this is like some dumbass Stack Exchange shit. Why didn't I notice that before? Of course that's what it is. Of course, you win the prize. Yeah, Omer wins the prize. The shortest possible best. That's the whole check.io premise, right? It's just like, what is the best answer? That is, you win, man, or girl, or woman, or person. Yeah, that's definitely. We want you're equal to 4. If it does that, or yours is divisible by 4. Or what? And you're 100, right? At first, when I saw that double bar, I was thinking short circuit for a second. I had shell in my brain. I've been known to have shell in my brain. To have a shell brain. And a Perl brain lately. I am a guy. Well, I don't know, so I'm trying to be respectful. That looks beautiful. So it's either 4 divisible, has a modulo of 400, a modulo of 4 in the year, or are you sure this isn't day? No, it's year. Okay, it's because we're talking leap year, not like leap second or something, right? Yeah, that's beautiful. And a lot of people don't know that that's what it is, including the person who wrote this fucking JavaScript module. I appreciate that they did that so I could go rip it apart. I'm being very caustic. Caustic is like one level below toxic, in my opinion. Oh, we got a little raid here. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, guys. It's like we're raiding some of this Go Star Trek shit. I swear a lot. Warning be known. I really appreciate people who don't swear, including the disciple, a bunch of people on here. I don't care. I'm swearing anyway. So apologize if that offends you. Is leap year is a working thing. Now we need to write test code. You too? Let's do some Go, huh? So we're just doing Star Trek dates. Okay, so in case you're wondering, you know, like what we're doing, we're like ripping on public code that sucks like this. And I gotta write test code. I'm writing my test case, guys. Gotta write my test case, right? Gotta write my test case. I'm a good unit tester. Yeah, don't get obsessed with test-driven development, but don't not do it either. That's my best advice. So in Go, you can just test. You put test in front, and then you just put the name of whatever. And Vim instead of yeah. Ah, ha, 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 ha. You don't know me at all, do you? Yeah, very clearly you don't. Let me give you a couple things you can look at. Vids editors. So there's a comparison of editors. And that's okay, he doesn't know. I'm going to be a nice happy Rob now. And if you want the actual really exhaustive rundown, you can go to rdvx.gg. README. Let me see if I can find it again. I wonder if it'll pull up. I wonder if I can go duck yourself. RDVX Rob RDVX GG NeoVim. I think it might actually pull up. Let's go see. Let me try that one. Did that pull up? Still waiting for DuckDuckGo. That's taking way too long. Open knowledge project. Nope, nope, nope. Documentation. It didn't find it. Damn it. I need to be able to do this better. That was a fail. So let me see if I can find you a better copy. It's just part of what my core thing is. I killed my tool for this. In fact, damn it. I have to do something before I forget. Please let me do something before I forget. Can find. All right, I killed my can find, so that's why I can't find it for you really quick. I've been working on it. Why didn't I keep my other one? Because I operate that way when I do my own stuff. Let's see. Get find name Neo. Fuck. I'm in the wrong place. No wonder. Find name. The bottom line is NeoVim is shit. And here's my explanation of why. So, and I didn't always think that. I didn't. I honestly, I thought it was better. And I slowly and sort of hysterically, because I was laughing so hard at how bad it was, as I discovered how bad it was. There's a couple things in there that I haven't even captured, which include the complete dismissal of the guy who made Vim by the NeoVim team itself, which I think is completely inappropriate and just shows that a bunch of whiny losers who couldn't get their commits committed in Vim. No offense, though. Is that good enough? So, because they don't like Brahm at the end of the day. That's really what it's about. It's not at all about capabilities. It originally was. Here's my question. Why aren't you using the default editor on the system? Because the burden of proof is on you, not me. Why are you changing your Z shell from the default? I don't have to prove anything. I'm using the default on the system, which is on millions of systems. You have to prove to me why I should change. Ready to go. This is going to be fun. Look, I don't hate y'all. I'm just having fun. I'm sparring with you, just so you don't think I hate you. Is leap here? Okay. Testing and go. I forgot the T. Of course you're using fish. Actually, I would be more inclined to use fish now than ever before, because I don't use bash as much as I used to. I'm more of a Perl guy now, and always was. I kind of revisited that a long time ago. Apropos, Vulkan performance. Here's a good example of Vulkan can improve FPS. Nice. How's it going, Millimoxy? Been a while, huh? Yep. Yeah, Perl kicks Bash's ass, and Z Shell, and everything else. It's the world's best shell programming language. Well, let's just try it. So, I need a bunch of numbers. So, what should we do? Let's do numbers, years. We'll make it a bunch of... Well, I don't know. Does it take a date? What does it accept? I don't remember even. Whoopsie. Actually, I'm going to need a third one of these, aren't I? Because I'm doing testing now. Yeah, let's do that. So, lib.go. Let me change you up. And what are you? You are isleap year. You're taking a number, which is bogus. I got to give you a type. Duh. String. No. Int. That's what we'll do. Well, and I guess I can keep that year. That's not that verbose. Is leap year. Bool. Give me a bool, please. I'll take a bool. And the years are therefore ints, so string of ints. And I don't know, let's like do random ints. 2020, 2021. 650 AD. I don't know. 23. And for I in range, that's what that means. Years. T.log. I'll change this later. Change to, I always use t.log just to get the output, and then I'll eventually come back and do an actual if-then test, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, everybody uses oh my Z shell for bash. Yeah, there's oh my bash. I used it for a while just to test it. It still sucks. I'm not heavy into a heavy. I don't like a big command line. I think it's a waste. That's me. Change to actual conditional tests. These are actual tests. I just want to see if it's actually working. It's a fast way to. It's like basically print, but with a test for a stub that you can come back to and use more usefully later. So we'll do year here. I'll run this test. Now I could run the test from within the program, or I could just go out and run it. It depends. In this particular case, I might go ahead and split off and start a new one and start running it. This will actually run a test every time there's a change to the file, so I don't have to do anything. And I prefer that method to the alternatives. So tlog stardate. Wait, no, we're just going to do is leap year. That should be probably all booleans. Is lur year is not a thing apparently. Main history. I use POSIX a lot. I'm back to POSIX plus Perl, and Bash doesn't get much attention. I love Bash, but it just doesn't get it. Hey, look, 2020 happens to be a year. You know what we can do with this test? This is a really good example-based test. Let's do that. Let's do that. You guys know about example tests? Do you know about this? Do you know about example tests? They're awesome. So I'm going to copy this, actually, this lib_test to examples.test. Example tests in Go are runnable examples that are included in the documentation that users can run from the documentation and allow you to provide you know, more of a user-based test to look at. Example is leap year. It has a very specific format. There's no stuff in here. And basically, the difference here would be this. So you have to have output. I'm not even going to do. I'm not even going to do a for loop on this anymore. This actually is a better example-based test because you want to kind of see the output. So we can do that. We can very easily say. It's always println in these kinds of tests. And we could say, but also it's usually better for you to add the extra package on there to force you to import it. And then you can say is leap year. We'll say stardate dot is leap year 2020, and that will give us some output. And actually, when you do it this way, you don't even need to do -v and home stardate packages stardate test and lib home stardate lib packages stardate _test examples. What did I do wrong? example is leap year. Oh wait, this is it. Yeah, it's a function. So yeah, that's a function call. So that's not. It needs an underscore. So there's like a naming convention they use. Did I do text? Where? World 2. I have write test first then. Oh, test first? Yeah, a lot of people do that. I don't think that's necessarily the best way. I think you can spend way too much time spinning your wheels writing tests. There's a phase of development that involves exploring the possibilities of the API, and if you write the test first for that, you're going to waste so much time. So I'm against that. I'm not against TDD, and I think you should think about what you're creating first, and if tests help you do that, fine. But if they don't, and they get in the way, and you're too stuck on what the test should look like, then you're slowing your development down. I'm not the only one. Jim Copleen totally agrees. Sorry, test example go, no stardate lib. What did I put as my package in here? Did I spell it wrong? I don't understand. Oh, I didn't import it. Duh. God damn it. Dumbass Rob. It's because it hasn't been installed or anything, so it doesn't know about it. It'll work now. It will eventually. Stardate. I actually could do SD if I wanted to here. Let's do that. Oh, I put start date, didn't I? Well, that explains everything. Then I wouldn't have even had to do that. Watch. No, I guess I did. There we go. That's happier. Output. In fact, star date underscore test examples. Star date. I think this is a problem. Something obvious I'm missing. Just manage texture. Writing a framework. See, it is the best way. You're just writing a small tool. Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, yeah. It depends on what you define a framework to be, really. But yeah. I just, all my recommendation is just don't get fucking tied to TDD. The world has gone crazy. People are testing their mocks and mocking their tests, and they're spending all the time on that, and they're not spending time on actual creating value for the user and the end user and solving the problem. It's like an ongoing problem. And user acceptance testing is way under discussed. Everybody's focused on really finite unit tests, and they're not dealing with actual testing, which ultimately depends on how the user uses your product. I'm not saying don't use testing. I'm saying just don't overly obsess about the wrong type of testing. At IBM, there's like 3 layers of testing, 3 or 4 layers of testing, and it's worked very well. So yeah, and don't rule out the human factor. Is leap year? I have a problem here. It's telling me I have a different. I must have done my package wrong in the test library. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna get rid of this anyway. So yeah, we don't need this guy for right now because I switched to example-based testing. So we're gonna. In fact, something is really wrong. Did I get it wrong at GoMod? Get.com, RTX, okay, good. That's usually because there's a package line that's wrong, and it's not. I found it says I found packages starting under guess, and yeah, I might have to do a go. There's something up. I've got a spelling error in one of my. Oh, I know what it is. I bet you it's this. This stupid thing we put in here temporarily. I bet you that's being examined. In fact, I'm almost positive that's it. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Well, it didn't fix anything, so that was not it. Lib. Star date. What am I doing wrong here, guys? All right, so star date is also this, which is fine. I wonder if the package name. No, it shouldn't be. It should not be. How about we do that? Nope, that's not it. Got a package problem here. Is leap year? I'm not finding it. This is annoying. This is really annoying. I should do this earlier in the day. Start date test. Start date. Why is that working? I'm going to get rid of that and see if I can get this to pass. It was passing before. Yep. No packages starting underscore test. But it's a test lib. Oh. It has to have the right name, people. I'm so sorry. I was just going fast and I forgot about that. You have to have tests. Otherwise, it will not do the right thing. That's what it was. I feel silly. I didn't remember that. That's because I'm going fast. There we go. Everything passes. Thank you. MS Words ID. No, that's kind of funny. Anyway, so that apparently is a year. 2021 is apparently not. So let's put a false here. Give me another date that passes. Scrutiny. So if it's divisible by 400, how about the year 400? How about 4 times 6 is 24. So how about 2400? How about that? That should be 1, right? Make this true. That should still pass. What else we got? We got. I don't know. How about something not divisible by? Well, how about something divisible by 4? The year 4. How about that? Is that too small? Excuse me. Uh-oh. I burped. True. And another true. What the fuck, Rob? Oh, that was just a line update. Okay. And divisible by 100. Alright, how about this? How about the year 99? Is that should be false, right? False. Yeah. False. And the year 100 is true. 100 is true. I mean, I know this is a case of like overly testing it, right? But wait, that should be true, dude. Divisible by. Oh wait. No, it's different, right? It's not a leap year. Hey, wait. 1900 is not a leap year, right? Because it's. I forgot about the or here. So this says if it's divisible by 400, then it's a leap year. Period. So we've got the 24 there. That's good. Let's see that one first. If it's 1980 is also true, right? But it's either that or it's divisible by 4. If it's divisible by 4 and the year does not end in 0. Oh no, wait. And it is not a year that ends in 0. Yep. So 1980 is true. So that would be a case of where the year is divisible by 4 and the year does not end. Does not. Let's see. The year is divisible by 4, and the year is not divisible by 0. Not. I mean 100. It's not divisible by 100. Yeah. So that would mean, so like 2400 should be divisible, but like 20, what's divisible by 4? So it's like 20, let's do another one. So like if we did, I don't want to get into this too bad. I mean, this is the problem with like testing. I trust the algorithm. Somebody do their homework. I'm doing somebody's homework here. And I really don't care about the algorithm. I just want to get it to work. So 100. So if it's divisible by 100, what's divisible by 4 but not 100? So, God, that would be. I'm going to stay with smaller numbers. Divisible by 4 but not 100. So that would be 100. So the number 100 is false. Yep. So there we go. True, true, false. And yeah. And then what? If it's divisible by, so divisible, not divisible by 100, but it's divisible by 4. So 104 is divisible by 4, right? So that should be true, right? I mean, nobody's going to use that here, but I guess not. I guess not. 26 times 4. What is that? 104. Why is that not divisible by 4? That's not working. Oh wait, did I delete one? I did. God damn it. Okay, I'm not crazy. I thought I was crazy. Uh-oh. We got an argument going on. That's good as long as it's a healthy debate about technology. Is leap year. All that just to check for a leap year. And we want to get good docs, so is leap year returns true if divisible by 400 or divisible by 4 and not also divisible by 100. Good times doing people's college homework. I didn't start out doing that. I just thought it'd be fun. This is a good assignment though. They go say, hey, go implement the algorithm for blah blah blah, but use one line. Actually, I'm going to save this as this is a really, really good compound logic exercise. It's also a really good modulo exercise. So both are important, and I'm going to keep this in my set of challenges for those tasks, those concepts, when I do my mentoring. So yeah, I'm gonna keep this together. Anyway, so now that's part of the documentation, and we got a leap year in there. It's gonna take me like an hour or two to do this at this pace, but whatever. All right, let's do another test see what else we got in here. Wait, did I zoom something? Looks like I did. Oh, maybe not. All right, so what we got? I'm not seeing what we got here. Wait, did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. 2 is the thing we've been doing. So we got our leap year in there. What other functions can we import really quick? This is totally bork. Alright, so Santa Claus Yeah, if you want me to be, I can be anything you want to be. What do you want me to be, Mega? Do you want me to be Santa Claus? I can be your Santa Claus. All right. Math round number dot times 100. I couldn't resist. All right, so number round start each recorded to 2 decimal places. So how do we round to 2 decimal places? Actually, I don't need to do that in a round. I can do that in my. I don't need to do this at all because printf does that. Ho ho ho! I married Mrs. Claus. True story. She'll even tell you so. Her dad was born on Christmas Eve. This is not an exaggeration. That is not an exaggeration. That actually is true. It's a true story. If you see her, oh, she's naughty. What are we talking about here? This is not suitable for work. Days of the year. What day of year? What? This doesn't make any sense to me. Day of year is whatever. Oh, these are the year. This entire algorithm is fucked. 18 plus. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Mega. Just saw that. Let's see. What do we got? Month plus day. What? I don't trust this algorithm at all. I think this person has interpreted this script kiddie, JavaScript script kiddie, has totally misinterpreted what's on this page. So, given those facts, I'm going to open it and do our own interpretation. Let's do this. The only problem with this is that, what? No, get the fuck out. I'm paying you money. He's pouring the milk. We could do that all day. Let's not, though. Pretty much make it up. It's pretty much true. I think you're right. It's like whatever time you're in with, right? How to calculate start dates. The writers more or less randomly pick them. That's what I think happened. You know, it really sucks too because they could have really. How long the year is there? There are 1,000 stardate units in one Earth year, according to who? Can you prove this? Can you disprove? I hate that they made a picture for this shit. It's like, really? I can't load this on text-based browsers because I have to have this nice, pretty picture for this, whatever. Okay, so 1 year equals 365 days. Yeah, okay, and the number is called N. BC, whatever. Choose a base date. The base date will determine all of your other calculations. There are 2 base dates that you can use, 2005 and 2323. The standard year, 2005 or 20, is now called B, and the start date year, blah, 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 is called C. Okay. January, February, blah, blah, blah. Calculate the month number. This month shall be called M. Here's the list. M. Other months. Add 1 if it is a leap year. Why would you add 1 to your months if it's a leap year? It doesn't get an extra month. Is this the number? Who the fuck would use this time system? This is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. It's like, I mean, it's just fun, but who gives a shit? I'm with you, Wit. It's like, what relevance? Timestamps to Star Trek database. It is kind of yazzy. we just thought we'd put a KN star date in there. It's kind of an Easter egg, and yeah, the currency, it also is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying this. Okay, so find the day and year. The day and the month is called D, and the year is called Y. Put these values into formula. The start date formula is C plus 1,000 times Y minus B plus blah blah equals start date. The start date works out to be blah blah blah. The start dates are usually quoted decimal places. Convert the start date to a common date. Oh my god, that's like so hard. I'm losing interest really fast. It's like I want to get shit done. This is unnecessarily complicated. I mean, I can do it. I just don't want to do it anymore. But I will finish it. Maybe I don't know. We'll finish it. Should we finish it? It shouldn't be that hard, you know. Whatever the fuck. Okay, fine. N. How long is your year? 365. The number is called N. All right. So we're gonna get the. Let's do this. Let's do the number year. So we will do. God damn it. Dude, I'm gonna be okay. I promise. I mean, it's just like crazy dumb shit math, but start date year was 10,000. Yeah, we could totally do that. But why? I don't know. It's just, I thought it would be fun. I don't know. Time to create your own time standard to use instead. I know. It's like, I don't know. How did they even keep track of that? It's like, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm kind of, is this sunk cost fallacy happening to me right now? Am I having sunk cost fallacy right now? I think I am, but I kind of want to do it anyway. RPX here. Why the fuck not? I mean, come on. It'd be more interesting than this shit. I mean, really. Am I doing sunk cost fallacy? I am, right? It's like I have to finish it because I started it. You came up with KN. The timestamp of the day. I do. It was actually, you know what? That's funny because it's probably in the Git repo for Essential Web. That was when we first did it. Essential Web was in 2000. Whit might know. It was in 2014. Yeah. That'll be some internal thing. I mean, having an internal Star Trek joke is stupid. So, bye-bye. Watch this, guys. You want to see the magic? Yeah, new magic. GH delete RWX rob / stardate. Goodbye. It was fun while it lasted, but I got things to do, like play Shenzhen. That's more valuable than Stardate. It is. I'm not even kidding. It's like, yeah. Watch. See how. Watch. See how. Watch. Wait, that's not it. There. RVX Rob Stardate. Not there because I deleted it. You know what's even more useful that you might actually like? Yeah, you want to see something cool? You want to see something cool? I'm in a silly mood tonight. And my wife's out of the house. So, who knows what's going to happen. Config. I got to show you the right thing. If I show you the other thing, you'll see my token for GitHub, and I don't want to do that wrong. What is it? No. GH. It's not hosts. That's all I remember. All right, so here we go. Oh boy, that's Lunmar in a nutshell. BMT. You just have to accept it. You just have to accept it. Going well with streaming though. Yeah, I've kind of accepted the streaming is the thing. It's a part of my life. So here we go. Look at this, man. So this is, you can call the API. You have to bump up your token so it has more access. But then you can like delete things. You can list all of your stuff. You can list all of your. You can actually, this live one right here, this changes my status through the API. Yeah, you guys be nice to each other. Repos is here, and then we have JQ calls and stuff. So there's actually, this is when I really got into GH, is when actually Vera showed me the ability to extend GH to do things that you want to do, like delete repos, which is not enabled by default because it's too dangerous for beginners to just stumble upon. If you want something like that, here is my start at it. Making sure that's not my key in there. So that's one you can go get, and that will change the topic now to something more useful. Probably back to the KN tool. So I'm going to be adding, I'll change the KN to topic to, let's see if I can find my other KEG stuff again. KEG Node Utility. I mean, it's just a generic thing. So I'll set the topic back. Now that we've gone past our foolishness, and let's do this. We'll exit this. We'll get rid of this because it doesn't exist anymore. In fact, I can kill that whole pane window. Yep, you're dead. You die, and you don't even exist anymore either, so I always do this wrong, so I want to get it right. There we go. Tmux is gone, so we can go back to things that matter and start adding actual data information. So, so yeah, let's do tmux in and go back to the docs on this. So I've got the date, time, date temp, step, the epoch, which is date since January 1. And this stuff I have to implement. It's pretty easy to implement. Pieces of the KN tool and Go. It's all Go. It's all in Go right now. Yeah, the whole KN tool is in Go now. I've already moved it over. I have the other stuff here in .bin, so I can refer to it, but it's all been ported. I've already got markdown parsing done. Yeah, that was ridiculously fast. I thought that was going to take me a lot longer, but yeah. So let's do this. So I believe the one that I think we already have one done, and that's what got me on the date one, right? So let's do that. Let's do time, date stamp, CD, add KN main time. I think, is it time? Oh yeah, time was it. So time is a copy of timestamp, and we're just gonna do wait. I think, do I already have that? I do not. KNT stamp. There's my timestamp. That's good for JSON, YAML, and lots of other things. It's RFC 3339, in case you're wondering. The config setup uses the config-go lib I finished a while back. What did we decide this was going to be? I gotta look at my doc. We decided that time. Oh, right. So let's do epoch first. That's like super easy. Let's do that. Yeah, let's move time to epoch. I mean, that's like, this is like nothing. This is gonna take me a few seconds, a minute maybe. Wait, we need to get. Wait, where is it? Here we go. Oh wait, there we go. So, oh boy. Dig nibbit. I should probably just put print. I mean, it's all it is. It's a print. It's print. Why does that have to say output? Change to that. Alright, that's not hard, right? So, I don't even need this. This is a built-in, so actually I need to be able to adjust this. Yeah, I do. So I need to make an optional thing here. This is something I've really gotten into with date. I love being able to modify the time by providing modifiers, a date modifier, and I want to add that. That's going to be a trickier thing. The modifier itself is a whole language. It's the date language, the date modifier language, and I want to be consistent with the date thing because a lot of people already know it from the date thing. And so this is going to have a mod, and this is going to have a format. This has to have an FMT. Well, actually, we're going to make this an optional thing, or you can pull it from this. You can pull it from the config. It's an interesting thing though because it's going to be pulling. It's going to have to detect if it has 2 arguments or 1. So we can play around with that. I mean, these are good like tiny little commands to cut our teeth on. Captain's log, and then we're gonna do case temp. And so yeah, if we have a separator, these are pretty easy too. I can do that right now. These also need. Oh man, what if we should do first? Actually, we can do separator, and this is another thing we can detect because the separator has to be a single character. So, you know what I'm saying? So this is some fun intelligence we can code into the command. Detect. Okay, so separator. So if it's got 2 arguments, so this is gonna be fun. Okay, this is. I mean, argument wise, it is what it is, but it's gonna be really useful once it's done. So, and this is just date time stuff. And again, the reason I'm doing this instead of just forcing people to use date is because I want all this functionality to travel with KN, which actually sparked an idea for making an entire shell that's in a single static. Has all of my main hacking and note-taking commands built into a single static binary, which is like one-stop shopping rootkit sort of thing. So I might build a version of the KN tool that is, a payload with a full rootkit in it. It would be great if I could build like an IRC client in it in addition to everything else. That would be just super cool. It's totally doable too. It's totally 100% doable on paper because you could because this subcommand idea, you could write an entire master command and then just it would be big payload. So that would be the trick, is you'd have to be able to fit that payload onto a system you've hacked. But once you got it over there, you could have like an entire OS on the system in one command. Yeah, with no rootkit, like no like subcommands or anything. It'd all be built in one master hack command. Isn't that cool, Cult? Wouldn't that be awesome? Because no rootkit, yeah, you could build an entire rootkit into a single Go executable. Yeah. And so you can put all of your functionality in there, and then you could modularly add stuff to it as you go by adding different subcommand actions like I'm doing right here. So I'm actually really looking forward to trying this out in the wild, but I'm a ways from that. So this is how subcommands work, right? You have a main command that just executes the top level subcommand, and then that subcommand calls it has this, and here's the really cool thing: you get tab completion for free. So if you get a full shell, so let's say you get a rootkit with a full shell, you get tab completion for free if it's bash, because you could just do this complete -c kn, and then you hit kn tab and you get completion. Yeah, so you can build in config variables and stuff like that. This actually, I got to think about this some more, because I want to be able to make a version of this where all of the config, this looks for your desktop XDG config, like in home.config local or whatever. And I really want to make it so you make a version of this as a rootkit that doesn't do anything outside of its current directory. So then you could just put any of your trick commands in there, and you have the full power of Go at your fingertips, which means really wicked, amazing encryption in the standard library. Not to mention the best net HTTP server in the world. I mean, it is the best. I swear. There's just so many possibilities, and I'm looking forward to this. It's not so much of a forensics thing as much as it's like a gray hat hacking tool, but because you could also do all the note taking built into it. So all the canned note taking that I have, because you could do localized note taking on a remote system, and then somebody could just plop in an IRC module and just like, there's just so many possibilities. It blows my mind, but I got other stuff to do. So one thing at a time. I like just taking a moment to think about what's possible. Epic is super easy to do. So I need to add a to-do here, add modifier support. I need to get the modifier support built as a library. For example, all the time-related stuff. Yeah, I thought about that too, Lunmar. But in this particular case, I use these particular commands so often that that's an option. These are the only time-related, date-related interface things. They could easily be under, like date and then day, or something like that. And of course, the puntable one, the one everybody can use, is just date, right? And there's an idea of, because I use these so often that I don't want to type a lot. So I'm gonna be a little flat in my architecture. Because I just must have, but right, the completion would get crazy, right? Because it would be like so much stuff in there. So the snip, for example, Jack's got cut because I'm going to make it into a snip. Renders the whole thing as whatever you set up your render as. Usually by default it's an HTML using Goldmark or something. That's what it's doing now. Date path. The date path I think is not necessary anymore, actually. In fact, I'm dropping date path because you can do date path by default. By default, date path is the date, is the day. You can just do day, and that'll give you the date path. The end. It's good once you get along a list of top level commands, you can title to flip flop. Yeah, I totally can. It's my fucking app. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Thanks for telling me that. Yeah. So let me go back here and decide some other stuff. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, we're gonna do time now. This is not the best possibility right now, right? So, but let's do this. Let's do time.now, just basic time, and then we'll do Unix epic time dot. I think it's Unix, isn't it? So golang and time. We're gonna go look that up. Lamar, I have to hit you back, man, because you hit me hard all the time. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're friends. So, package time provides functionality. I mean, you like make fun of my flip-flopping all the time. So I'm gonna punch you back. Monotonic clocks. Okay, here we go. Time.now. Start.time. It's as friendly as we're gonna get for the U.S. versus Denmark. Fight. Anyway, you see the big wink. Did you put a wink in there? Did you put a wink and I missed it? Oh, you did put a wink. Oh, okay, I take it back. I'm sorry. I was harsh. I missed the wink. Damn. Missed the wink. All right, Lamar. Back to split the API. This package is time. No. Where's Unix? You're in here somewhere. Time.unix. Is it really that? That's all it is? Yep, that's it. Wait. Presently is time and time is special. Okay, yep. It's not time.now. It's time.unix. Print ln time.unix. Unix. I don't think that's it. Actually, no, it's not. It's definitely not. We want the Unix time in 64. There we go. It isn't in 64. Nice. Okay, so we want print. We can use the standard printing here. So time.unix. This is not even hard. Time.now. Yeah, that's it. That's all we want. That's literally it. All right, so let's build it. I don't hate you, dude. It's such a more conducive word for your work. Yeah, I use hate. I use hate all the time. Yep, I'm a big hater. Yep, I am. I think people misuse the word hate all the time. I do. So, yep. All right, let's do this. Okay, let's do a build here. And I know you don't necessarily have to do this every time, but I do. Oopsie. .cmd can. No, build the. I'm going to install because I want to. I use this all the time. Thank you. Motivators. They are motivators. They're motivators to make something better. Are they not? I don't hate Stallman. I told everybody that Stallman is. If that's what you're saying, maybe you're saying that they're examples of haters. Oh, motivators. They're examples of motivators, right? Is that what you're saying? Let's see. Unix. Don't need that anymore. What I do need, though, is to get this bug out of the way. Kn command epoch. Not enough arguments this time. Unix. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, I think it wants times that now. That's what I think it wants. I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know. Have time minus 0. Oh, right. You have to have the what is it? There it is. It's the nanoseconds. Yeah, 0 nanoseconds. Actually, I think I can convert an existing time to Unix. I remember this somehow. I'm pretty sure I can do that. I don't remember. I can go look it up. Yep, that's it. So we need to enable this beautiful new simple thing by adding it to the default. Jax is going to go out. I'm going to get rid of it later. Actually, we should probably let's call it epsex. Should we call it epsec? Should we call it epsec? Oh, GPW3, right? We do have an ambivalence relationship with the guy. There you go. Exactly. Well said. Epsec. Should we put epsec or should we put epoch? Epoch. I don't think common people are going to know what epoch is. I'm going to put epsec. Epoch seconds. I'll put second there because it is seconds, right? I don't know. What do you think? This is my app. I just made a big deal about it. And I'm asking you, what would you do? Okay, so let's do. You like epsec? Yeah, alright, I agree with you. I was trying to like think about other people, but let's be real. If you know the terminal, you know what an epoch is. And if you don't, you should. So it'll be your opportunity to look it up. So, Ken, where are you? There you go. Oh, we already did that one. KN.go sec epoch install can tab and there's our epoch. Huzzah. So yeah. How's it going, Danny? Only one. Thanks for the follows. Go Gorsat. Let's go back to this. I'm getting Jax. Jax can go away. It needs to go in a snippet, but I'm not ready to do snippet yet. But I don't want to support it, so I'll just leave it in there and unused. Let's do another install, see if I got rid of it, make sure I did. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll leave the code around, but I'll go get it later. Timestamp's working, CD's broken, config works, date path. Date path needs to go away. In fact, date path can change into our date thing. I'll leave this in another window for good. No. Docs. You can stay up. All right, so what we got? We got day, time, date, epoch is in the house. I don't quite know how to indicate it's done, so I'm gonna do that. I don't know. I need to figure out a way to list all these things so I can track them all without a full-blown fucking... My keyboard went wild, and crazy keyboards. I don't know. 'Cause I kind of want to keep them organized too. No, I'm not gonna even do that. I'm just gonna do the ones that are done. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Log was done and now it's not. Create is broken. Config works. HTML works. Alright. I'm going too fast. I gotta take a break. I'm gonna fall over. Log link, new, find. So all this stuff is sort of unrelated. We have dpath, so let me do that one. I know what to do on that one. Okay. Nope. VI command. You are date path. First of all, we're going to change you. You're not going to be date path anymore. You're going to be day. You fell asleep by the keyboard, right? Oh. Puts the current date. It turns out the current date is a relative path. So with optional, what do you want to call it? Optional divider. Delimiter. Optional delimiter. Alright, so this is all there. We don't need that. Wait. Oh, this is with all the modification I had going on. Yeah, I got rid of all that. Alright, cleanup time. Move date path to day. DuckDuckGo. Can to go. Date path. Day. VI day. We're doing Go stuff now, so I'm gonna return this back and do a to do. Add modifier. We need to support modifiers, but it's gonna take a live sub library for that. So this is actually super easy. There we go. We're not calling out to date at all. We're just gonna go ahead and print it. Which actually I should probably make these into functions. Actually, now that I think about it, because high-level functions, so they can be called in the API that I'm going to put together later. So yeah. Fuck. I mean, at this point, this is just a handoff. It's hard to decide where to put it, what level to put it, because if I put it here, like way down here, I won't be able to call it later if I want to put those into, like, so say if I make this rootkit thing, I might want the entire can all the functionality from the can library, but I won't want to use, I don't want to have the subcommands in there because I want to put my own subcommands in. Or I might want to include all the subcommands, and just modularly add this. This was really great about my subcommand thing, is you can plop the subcommands in as modules and then just rebuild, and they're in. Cobra doesn't have that. So with that consideration, I'm like trying to think if I even need to have higher level functions that get called into for that, particularly because that would build a dependency on the package, if that makes sense. And I don't think I want to have a dependency on the sub package. On a package, I actually want to have dependency on the subcommand. I want it to be independent so they can travel on their own without dependencies on the entire package. And if that's the case, then there would be no dependency whatsoever. And then if you did have like a really core dependency on something, you could do that. But a lot of these utility commands, like you say, you just want to add a day or something to it. I just plop those subcommands in and I get them automatically. So I think I just made my own decision not to do that because I don't want to remove at this one particularly right now. This is calling KEG tstamp, right? But I don't really need to do that. I don't need to do that at all, and I would drop my dependency on KEG, and then this file, in order for me to share this subcommand with you, I could like get it to you. I mean, just I could like ex it to you, and you could put it in your own command tab subcommand directory, and you automatically recompile, and you get the subcommand for free, because there's no interdependencies, and I built that really specifically into command tab for that reason. So I'm actually really glad I got to talk through that issue, because I'm already had a couple library dependencies sneak in, and you know what else that means? That means that the KEG library and the subcommands are probably going to be independent from one another. They may share certain aspects, but the more modular I make them, the more they don't have a dependency on anything else, which actually makes KN into its own tool. And we haven't even talked about KEG yet. KEG will be its own tool that may or may not have dependencies on another library, but those libraries will end up being modular instead of being some massive umbrella of just all KEG utilities, which is what ended up happening with my conf stuff and my auth stuff. The conf stuff started out as being specific stuff for KEG, and I was like, nah, I can really reuse this anywhere, and then I factored it up, put it into its own Go package, and now I can use it anywhere, and in fact, Og has already used it in another one of his projects. So if I continue to tell myself, okay, no package dependencies in my commands, then I no longer need a hybrid, and now I can drop the KEG thing and make my own KN utility package, command, and then I don't have to have a library, and it's not a hybrid anymore. It's easier to track, and it forces me to have no dependencies on anything but other actions, which are delegations to another action, as opposed to internal dependencies with the library. So I have just talked myself into an entirely different architecture here. It's not a flip-flop, Lunmar. This is new information. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go ahead and make another repo called K. And this will also put everything at the top level. I won't have to keep going down into command directories all the time. So I'm going to make a new one. So GH, it might give me crap because I think I already have one, but we'll try. So I'm going to make a KN directory. It also, people don't have to get it the whole thing. So we'll go into the KN directory, and I'm going to move all the KEG stuff from KMD out. And all of this goes in here now. And if this does not build, then we know we have a cross dependency. Actually, I need to go init stuff still. Git hub. Wait, go mod init. Init github.com / rbx rob/can. I have to change all these packages to be KEG instead of. All right, here's some pie for you, people. All right, so if we grep out all of the, if we grep about all the KEGs in here, you'll see there's lots of them, right? And actually, no, there's not. What are what the packages say? Git grep package. Where am I? Wait. Subcommand. Oh, these are all main. That's right. I don't even have dependency. I outdid myself. Small victories. That's awesome. Yep, that's what I expected. Module depends on command tab. So go get. I don't even have to do subdirectory gets because I'm at the top level now. Thank God. So yeah, go. God, is this gonna build? Oh my God. Yeah. I outdid myself on this. I'm sorry. I'm kind of happy at following this architecture. I've got to have KEG dependencies in here, don't I? I do in timestamp. Or did I drop it? All right. So it's time for me to change what KEG is now, and that's going to break this dependency. So let's do that. Yep. Let me make sure I don't really kill anything. So what is in my lib here? I think it's just like the timestamp shit, right? Yeah, it's nothing. Like, why would I do that? This is long. This description can go in my subcommand instead. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Whoops. This can go into T-stamp, tramp stamp, T-stamp. I'm sick of saying outputs. It's just print, damn it, Rob. Speak simply and plainly. Prints, it's not, it's an, RFC. It's really important. This is specific. ISO 8601 is really broad, and RFC 3238 is very precise and includes the precision you have to have dashes and colons. It does not allow them to be optional, which 8601 does in its different incarnations. So just know that. Delete some stuff here, in there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this and this. I sometimes do this because it's nice and happy. There we go. Put that on there so I have my description in there. I'm singing Mr. Gadget again. Someone shoot me. Someone shoot me. I just don't know what's in my head. I have like such, my wife and I are talking about all the random shit in our head. We have random shit in our heads. And I don't know that that's a bad thing. It's just a thing that is. And you can expect to have random things come out of your head. Yeah. She was like thinking about Bob Ross randomly because that was the only thing on television besides sports and soap operas. Anybody remember that? Nobody here remembers that. Go build. You're not old enough to remember that. When literally the reason Bob Ross is a thing is because he was the only thing on television during the day, except for a bunch of other shitty stuff. Game shows, soap operas, and possibly sports on the weekend. So Bob Ross was it, because cartoons weren't on. So you had to like watch something else. Yeah, you did. You really did. That was it. The overly sensitive mics. Is my mic overly sensitive, or are you talking about in general on soap operas? Yeah. I apologize if... You guys tell me if my sound levels are weird, by the way. Because I'm just going off as if everything's totally okay. I love the sound of those engines in the background. I just love that. Okay. Missing string, no type string and error argument. Oh, I just have to print on the thing. What the fuck was I thinking? I feel dumb. Uh-oh, my wife just got back. I'm gonna go say hi. What a perfect timing. She brought food too, and water. She's the man in our relationship. I brought home food and meat and hamburgers and stuff. I'm not even kidding. That's my relationship. You just don't worry your pretty little head, Rob. Just keep coding and make us money. She's so funny. She's the best. I love her so much. She's wearing the blue jeans. Oh god, yeah. Ex-welder. She's got the guns too, man. She does. She punches you, it hurts. So then I'll get her, I'll like troll her on something, and she'll come in and she'll like punch me in the shoulder, and I'll have like a bruise. She's she's like, you know, 4 foot nothing, but she's just. My theory is that God said, okay, we can't put this much power in a bigger package because people will die. So, 'cause she also drops shit all the time. She's not clumsy's not the word, but she breaks shit all the time because she's just so intense with everything she does. Love her to death. All right, KN T stamp. Hey, it worked, and it compiled. So, goddamn, I can't believe that was such an easy port. I mean, there's not much in there, but still. Tab, is it the same one? Yeah. Help, give me help, please. There's my help. Let's look up our new fancy description, shall we? KN help for T-stamp. Should get a big full description this time. Oh, I don't have the completion on help. I gotta fix that. What? Add sub command completion to built to CMT whoops tab help built in. All right, no. KN help T-stamp. There we go. What? Why is that so ugly? This cannot stand. This complete ugliness cannot stand. There is a tab in there, I swear to God. There it is. Yeah, I found you. You can't hide from me. These tabs are fine. That one was not, however. Because it wasn't at the end of a line, and so it did get stripped by my little routine that does my pseudo markdown parser. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's do this. Go install. Can tab help T-stamp. Yeah, that's much better. Very happy day. Notice it calculates the width based on what it's using. Yeah. Yep, that's an ioctal call, by the way. It's a system call. It's why I have to have conditional building in command tab because Windows doesn't have that. So we just punt and set it to 80 characters or something. I have to fix that later. I want to get some help on some of the command tab extensions that need to be added to it and clean it up a little bit. Re-go through the code base because I'm building so much on it these days, and the ability to share subcommands is really becoming more compelling. I don't think I fully realized how portable subcommands are. I always was shooting for portability, but I didn't realize that you can like curl it to your friend and they can have a T-stamp subcommand in their own app just by adding it, and that kind of blew me away. In fact, this particular config one is directly taken from the KEG site, and you just curl it down from the site and put it in your own, and boom, you have config support. So I love this idea, particularly because everything's going to be compiled, and this is the way that you can end up with a directory full of 100 or so subcommands, and you can basically make a pseudo language that travels around with you in a single executable into any rootkit or any remote space you ever want to be in. So I'm liking it a lot. Time for me to rip KEG apart, though. Rip open the KEG. KEG is no longer necessary, so KEG will become a command, and that will be it. Do we have anything in test data that I was using? My old Perl stuff is in here, so we're gonna have to move that out. Don't forget that, Rob. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. I'm gonna make it more visible because I'm afraid of deleting it. I prototyped everything in Perl, the main stuff in Perl already, and so I want to put that here so that I don't lose it. Yeah, I also had this idea of extensions, and I'm kind of souring on the idea of extensions. I will keep it though because I want people to be able to use KN and say, hey, I prototyped this extension, and I'd really love to see this in the standard KN build, and so people could send me their prototype and I could put it in Go in there. So I'm gonna support kn.d directory stuff as well, but not right now. All right, back to KEG and make sure nothing's dangerous over here. I mean, there's no libs or anything. I mean, it's completely empty. Tree, let's just tree the whole thing. Yeah, I mean, the nodes are dumb. We don't need those. Or do we? Was that in the lib test? Yeah, I don't need that. I mean, it doesn't hurt for me to move it, so KEG / test data to here. What else we got? Oh, that's right, the Markdown library. Wow, I'm glad I ported that over. Truth be told, that Markdown library can be encapsulated in the HTML command. It can, it's not that big of a deal. So let's do that. God, I'm so glad that I thought through that. I'm really glad I thought through it. It's going to save me a lot of time. It just is. See all this stuff? That's all it takes to convert. That can go in a subcommand. I don't know why I did this. I made a 2HTML converter and everything. I don't fucking need that. I just need this. See, this is a perfect example of the end result that I want. I want subcommands to have dependencies on external modules that can be vendored locally if necessary, so that people aren't afraid of losing them, but that also prevents an intermediate dependency on a library that prevents the subcommand from being portable. So this subcommand is portable in the sense that another command can pull it down, and then when it compiles it, it's going to pull down all its dependencies. If I didn't do that and made it depend on another part of its command, it would pull that thing down. It's a little bit different. So I love this. Okay, so I'm not going to have to do all of those. I'm just going to have to go. I don't know how much of this is going to go in directly, so we're gonna take a peek. Yeah, yank all that. So, what do we got? We got, where's my HTML? Here we go. You're going to get a full dose of Markdown. To HTML, there we go. Boom. Another thing, too, is I could... Actually, that's what I should do. That says I can't modularly put that in here, too. That's what we do right there. What is the VI command to extend to select a whole function? I know it's yank if grabs everything on the inside. Is it yank xf? I've been trying to learn that command. It's a Vimism that I don't normally use. I don't know. If you guys know what I'm talking about. No, that's not gonna do it. Yeah, I need to look it up, sorry. Yank with Vim. It's yell? Is it yell? No, that's not what I want. That is not what I want. C family function. Brahm has spoken. Weather's crazy in Germany. My God, it's been crazy here. I'm probably just hitting you now. That's not it. Navigating through the text is very often unless you should learn how to do that quickly. We're going to see to jump between there. To jump back at the current block. I want the stuff in addition to that. From the use of a variable to its local declaration. I didn't know about that one. Local declaration, GD, I don't use that at all. No, that's not gonna work. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. You can get to the opening. No. No. Wow, that's cold, man. That is cold. Really cold. I'm used to using a Ruby is built from that. Text objects. First post map. So there's an opening on the first column. No, don't like it. None of these work. I think it might be Go specific. I think there's a Go specific one. I know there's one of these. I just don't know what it is. They did a mapping for it's a specific Golang mapping. Extract function. Generate it. What? Bo 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 bo. What's going on with that? It's one of the. It's one of the ones. 4 seasons in one day, every day. Scary stuff. Hey, oh, thanks for the follows, guys. Of course. Yep. Function selection. All right, so test compile, go test, no. Select the content of a function enclosure. There it is. IF and AF. You kidding me? It's IF and AF. It cannot be that easy. GAF. Wait. GAF. No. I don't know. IF means inner function. Is it just IF? No, it's not. I wonder if it's yank IF. Ooh. Yank AF. Oh, that's it. It's yank AF. It's YAF. YAF and YAF and YIF. YAF and YIF. Log. Don't forget about. I knew it was something. The first yanks the whole function you are in. The second yanks just the body. Yarks yanks just the body of the function. Today I learned. I should probably label all that stuff. That'd be fun if I had like a tab for labeling. Go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Golang. YIF and YAF. We're yanking functions. Enough of that. It's in my notes now, so I won't forget it. So yeah, let's do it. Yank as fuck. There we go. And now. Fuck. And now we shall put it into the HTML file. We'll go to the top here. Paste yarks. Why did it do? Oh, I know why. I'm so stupid. I feel really stupid. There we go. Huzzah. I don't need any of this in here anymore. What's that? No, that needs to be there. Okay, this can go away though. Uh-huh. Oh, this can, oh wait, it's right there already. Huzzah. Alright, so no dependency. I no longer have a KEG dependency. See, wait, why are you adding it back? I don't need you. Oh, because I put MD. MD dot. And we don't need that. So that dropped the dependency. You see it? Just cleaned it up. That's a Go thing. Thank God. That's a Vimgo thing. Vimgo, the single most tedious thing in Go to do without a tool is cleaning up your import list. It is so annoying. It is really, really annoying. So that is a thing that you can do that will save you from that. Grep KEG. Is KEG anywhere in here? It should not be. I have a dependency on it still. Nope. Okay. Pentistula. It's 1 p.m. here. Yep. Well, nice to see you. 7 o'clock here. What are we doing here? We're gonna do. This is the plan for tonight, by the way. I'm gonna finish a number of things here. I'm gonna eat dinner with my family, and then I'm gonna, if I'm still awake, I'm gonna come back and do a little Shenzhen before I go to bed, just for fun. So right now I'm getting rid of all my dependencies here. Oh yeah, these days I'm gonna be streaming every day, 5 hours a day, every day at least. That's the average now, because I'm streaming during mentoring, which is a brand new thing starting last week. So make sure you follow me. Make sure you hit like. I fucking hate that. Just know. Just do what you want. I don't give a shit. I don't. I'm gonna do it anyway. So. Yeah, it's only the most robust people can put up with this stream anyway. You have to have a thick skin to be over here. I mean that in a good way. I do. I really do. I do. I mean it because I mean that's what I mean. I'm gonna get rid of all of you. You can go away, and I'm gonna go get. You can fix all of that for me. Hey, look, now it's pulling matchjacks down, which is pretty good code, but it's actually pretty shitty too. It doesn't even have a fucking version set yet. Look at this. I want to replace Goldmark big time with my own markdown parser, and I have the syntax for creator and pagan, so I need Quint back to do all that. We're going to work on that together. Anybody else who wants to get into pagan.dev, please let me know, even though Google owns the domain, I just realized. So yeah. Alright, so what do we got here? We got, I think I just hurt myself again. Nope. Did it give me checksum? Yeah, it did. Okay. So go install KN. Make sure we don't have any. What? That makes no sense. What did I do? Did I break something? Mathjax, command tab, Goldmark. Oh, it's the Mathjax library, not Goldmark. I take everything I said back. The Mathjax library needs to get a thing. I should probably open a ticket for this. say it would be nice if you had an actual version. I'm going to do that right now. Because I can. I can go right here. And I can say... Actually, let's do this. Let's do this guy. I'm just going to do a quick little ticket, because why not? Issue. Welcome, dismiss. New issue. Wait, it said no tags available? I think we had there's an issue on it already. Is there as a module user? I'm gonna upvote this. Add a semver get tag occasionally. Yeah. Amen with this. Great package, but needs a minimal tag. Comment, there we go. Yay, it looks like somebody else already hit it. Good. Open, because yay, open source. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty old. Maybe I'll bump it to the top again, you know? How's it going, Pyros? Is that a reference to a band? It is, isn't it? I think it is. Something for Pyros? No, it's a game? Oh. Porno for Pyros. I was just gonna say, one must fall. This is why I have a text-based browser. It protects me from Porno for Pyros is an American alternative rock band in Los Angeles. Following the breakup of Jane's Addiction. Now I just want to listen to Jane's Addiction. You guys don't care. I mean, I'm, you know, it's Saturday night, right? You know what? This is another thing too. I don't care about demonetization anymore, but I do care about muting. But let's be real. You're not gonna go replay this shit, are you? Are you? If you are, I won't do it. But otherwise, I want to put on Jane's Addiction now. I kind of do. You know, I struggle back and forth between doing the DJ thing like so many other people do, and not doing that. Firefox has crashed. Yeah, guys, I successfully crashed Firefox. There's a bug bounty program I should respond to. I just killed the whole thing. I did. Replit sample can die. How to kick start dates can get the fuck out. This is decent, but I'm still gonna have the calm music. I'm just gonna have it. It's gonna be like I have rock music in space. Like I'm coding and I have like cool rock music going on in the background. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's my goal. Yeah. Let's see if I can do it again. Is it gonna blow up? Nope. Good. The YouTube. We'll go to the YouTube and find Jane's Addiction. Actually, let's do Porno for Pyros. You have to make sure you search for this properly on a live stream. Pyro's name reminded me of it, so now I'm like, I can't look away. Pets is probably the most, yeah. How loud is it going to be? I'm kind of afraid. Let me make sure it's not too loud. You probably know the music when you hear it. I'm not going to get muted, right? Who's going to mute me? I've turned the music down. Maybe if I put the Wait, maybe if I put the engine music, maybe the engine sounds are gonna make the music like so they can't pick it up. Wouldn't that be cool? Because it's like enough bass to like mess it up, you know? I'm sure their AI is smarter than that though. Yeah, I gotta check it out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. Enter Starship Rock. I mean, between my talking and like the background hum, we might be able to pull this off. Let's at least do a sample in this. So then I can. All I need to do is void the algorithm. I'm just a tiny little streamer. Nobody gives a shit. Color scheme. There is no color scheme. Hi, Fermi. Beep boop up. Color scheme. Groove box. Killing is out of scope. Make great pets. Make great pets. If you're looking for peaceful on this wonderful Saturday night, you come to the wrong place. Kind of silly right now. I'm usually peaceful in the morning. All right. What am I doing here? I don't think I got any. Oh, the can tool. Yeah, we gotta do that. That would have sucked. So. This one goes out to Pyros 2002. As I put my DJ voice on, I can hear myself. The end. Or is it just a refrain? What? I gotta get this art of streaming down, you know, now that I'm kind of good with music on my stream. I mean, let's be real, no one's gonna like filter through 16 fucking hours. You know, if I get occasionally muted here and there, and God knows I'm gonna be demonetized, it's the statistical probability of me getting demonetized every time I make a 16-hour stream is so high that it's almost not even worth thinking about. So the only reason I monetize in the first place, in case you were wondering, is so that YouTube will be tricked into showing people my video more than others, so you can come on in here and join us and be part of the crazy. What's next up? What's next up on the radio? Oh, that's right. I don't have it. It doesn't auto thing. I have auto thing off. So, what's the next one? What is the YouTube decided for us? Oh, of course, it's Jane's Addiction. Live Jane's Addiction. These guys are fucking crazy, man. It's like, how crazy can we get our hair? They're so crazy, man. Lunmar's. I hope you're asleep, Lunmar. He's like, stop singing. Grumpy grump, growl, growl, growl. Don't sing. Okay, so I think we're done with this port already. I mean, so I got to do a little bit more substantial stuff. tomorrow. Related to the earlier discussion, sometimes Elon Musk tweets are funny. Did you do something with Bitcoin? I'm kind of scared. I'll take a chance and open that. What is it? Oh God. Bitcoin explained. I mean, since we're like just riffing on nothing here.
Redskins, dodo heads, tepid lemonade.
Oh wait, this is an ad.
Get out of it.
Is it not?
Redskins, dodo heads, tepid lemonade.
Hey, mate. I'll take 5 of your Ratskins and one of those tepid lemonades.
It's one chicken, mate.
One chicken, mate. Here's your Bitcoin.
It's not a chicken.
No, that's much better than a chicken, my friend. That is gold.
What?
Gold. The currency of the future.
Great, come back in the future.
Ratskins, no, mate, I don't think you understand. This has unlimited use.
Can I eat it?
No.
Can I wear it?
No.
Can I use it as firewood?
No.
Starting to sound pretty legal.
But
Oh
you
God,
can
major
melt
points
it
to Grateful
and
Tomato
then turn it
for
into
showing me this.
whatever you want.
This is
Can I turn
awesome.
it into food?
No, you can't eat it.
Is this gonna take long?
Hold on your horses, mate. We are dealing in futures here.
Oh, what's that? Is that a rock?
No, worse, it's cold.
Oh, cold. How do I get some cold?
Gold. I have people mining for it.
Oh, you have people. La-dee-da. We got a rich one here, eh? What do you pay them with?
Gold.
Next.
No, they say that this currency could be worth 1,000 Ratskins.
Oh my
maybe
God.
more in just a few years.
This is so awesome.
The people with gold.
Fuck. Next.
Look, every economy ever has been controlled by the big chicken banks.
Next.
And this is our opportunity to get out from under the big chicken boots,
Fuck me.
shake up the market, and start taking back
I can't.
our
My side
economic
hurts. This is so
independence.
funny.
Are you with me?
This is so totally fucking perfect.
No.
This has got to be tweeted
Really?
immediately.
Come on, man.
Come
Look, all
on,
my mates
man.
are doing it.
I'll just get your hand off it, all right? Everyone's trying to predict the next alt rock. First it was stone, then bronze, then iron, now gold. What can I even do with this shiny shit? Make fucking jewelry out of it or something?
Yes, yes, you can do that. Great idea, because it's malleable. And best part of all, there's fuck all of it. It's a finite resource.
Mate, I'll tell you what a finite resource
Oh my
is.
God.
Fucking patience, right? Now piss off!
You know what? Stuff it. I'm taking it back.
And there's an
It's
episode
like
about the
talking to
Purge.
my dad.
I love the Purge. I am gonna
Yeah, why'd you go
confess.
discover avocado
I'm
and smash
I'm
it
a
on
big
toast,
Purge
you dickhead?
fan.
Maybe I will.
Sorry, mate.
I'll have a dodo head, thanks.
Half a chicken.
Half a chicken. I just tweeted that.
Piss on me, not you two.
Oh, no. This is way better
This
than
is
gold.
silver.
It's silver, or as I like to call it, light gold cash. It's faster to mine. It's...
Gotta be the last
Oh,
one,
that is so
surely.
great. I'm so glad you sent that. Thank you, Tomato. Tomato, that is perfect. That is so perfect. Let's actually see if my tweet made it. Like I'm at, like I care, but it's my API. It does not. I don't want to make sure it's working. So if it worked, I will have something here that says something about the perfect summary of Bitcoin. Huzzah! Twitter rocks. You want a copy of that? Anybody want a copy? You can have one for $5.99. I did like it very much. Thank you. Let's do. Actually, here you go. Here's my Twitter command. You have to install auth if you want to use it. You can read the source. There's nothing there that's bad. It's just a way to authenticate use versus OAuth. You'll have to add yourself an app on Twitter too. Unfortunately, I can't control that. That's how they do it. But if you want that, you can go ahead and send yourself some Twitter tweets from the command line. Actually, that uses twirl, which is that particular one uses twirl, not auth. Back to porno for pyros and Jane's addiction. That's Dave Navarro. You guys know him? I gotta get tomorrow. Yeah, and they're wearing like lace and stockings. Not a hard thing to play. It really isn't. I mean, this did not really push their musical talents very far. It's like three chords. I mean, it's almost all three chords, but this one is like really, you know. Anyway, what are we doing? I have only a few finite minutes before I have to go eat and come back and do whatever. I think I got this KEG post done. The Knowledge Exchange Grid, that is what KEG is. Join the grid. It's the new net. It's the new web, the web with only knowledge on it. Not bullshit. Well, it's got bullshit. It just doesn't have bullshit. You know what I'm saying? KEG, and what else we got? I think there's nothing under KMD, so we're good. I think that's it, actually. So, okay, maybe the README has something useful. Nope. This one, maybe. KEG, KEG Node Utility. Uh-huh. I'm gonna make badges on this. So let's do Go badges. Regex Rob KN. I'm gonna send that whole thing to Bash and give myself a bunch of stuff. Now I've got a thing to commit. This hasn't been committed yet, hasn't been saved or anything. Change the docs up a little bit. I mean, I don't even know if that I need a docs directory. This is stuff that will land in the website that accompanies this. I'm gonna do GitHub pages on this or Netlify or something like that. So eventually that'll land there. Eventually. So yeah, that's some of the stuff's kind of redundant. Nice. All right, so I think this is ready to commit. Git. Let's see. Go install should be fine. Can tab. What we got? Config. What we got? So we config tab. Dump. Let's dump the configurations. There they are. We can print the configurations. We can set something. Let's add something. So config blah another, and we'll print that. We should have a blah another. Should be able to remove that. I don't know if I have a remove actually. I don't think I do. Let me check. Config dash go, conf dash go. Under. Configure. Nope, that's not it. Data. String. What do I have? I have string and map. Oh wait. I don't know if I have it. I made this recently, so I have to remind myself. You built Poco C++? What? This thinks it's a virus. It's just trying to help you out, dude. It's Redis without the Redis. Use cases. Is it time? It is that time. It is that time, which is good that I'm not going over. I don't see any gets. I think I just have an add. I don't think I have a remove. I think I have an edit the file, but I don't think I ever added a remove. I don't remember, so I'm gonna. Oh wait, there it is. I can't remember Node API. I could probably just go to the Go docs and look it up. Yup. Get. I do have a get. Okay, I have a set. I have a get. I have a save. That's right. I have. Fuck that. I can do. I can do. What? Why am I not? This is so dumb. I just need to take a rest. Can help config. I can do file dir dump print saved updated a name and value, and that will fetch the value. Command provides something extra. It does not delete the value because I wanted people to have to go in and edit it. I don't want to have them accidentally drop like stuff that's gonna give them trouble. Like I don't want them to be able to delete. So I could probably add it, but right now it doesn't have it. It does. I mean. At one point I thought I had edits. No, I was I was in the middle of adding edit, and I don't have edit finished. Edit will open up the editor on your local system and open the file and edit, and then you can just mess with the JSON file and be fine. Alright, so everything is good to go. I'm going to take a break for a while. I don't know how long, probably 30 minutes. And false positive, yeah. And then I'm going to turn off the crazy music, go back to some calm stuff. So you guys can relax, talk amongst yourselves, go watch another streamer, whatever you want. I'm just gonna be away for a while. When I come back, I am gonna do a little bit more KN. I actually need to commit this before I go. Actually, when I come back, I need to put that on the top of the list. Save latest KN port. And actually, I probably just do that right now. Yeah, let's do that right now. Go, well, I mean, I really could just save this one this way. So save, factored KN out of KEG. And that's really it. So it's not a bullshit piece of thing. That's my own code. Add dash a dot. Kids, come on. I don't want to stand up because I'll forget what I did. Git commit dash m. There's got to be a faster way to do this. I always do it the slow way. Factored out KN from KEG. All right. Git push dash u origin master. There we go. All right. AFK for a while, and so see you soon. do. Okay. A little bit tired tonight, but I'm sure it will pass. It's mostly because I just had a huge Five Guys burger my wife made me. This is not helping my butt or my belly. Those two things are getting really big. How's it going, Mikado Lucas? How about that? Mikado Lucas VP. Ooh. The sound in the background is hey, Flash and ActionScript. Yeah, actually, ActionScript was pretty cool. It was really well written. Is it Direct Sandstorm? You're probably detected. All right. I don't know. Let's see here. I'm gonna find a soundtrack. God, there's so much stuff, man. EDM, DACMA save for Twitter and YouTube. We'll see. So I'm not going to force you guys to listen to it if you don't want to. I do have a question though. I don't like it when people put music on their tracks that I can't like filter out and I can't hear what they're saying, particularly if they're talking. So we'll keep that music pretty low there. Yeah, hey Og, we're coming back. I'm gonna go for this. I don't know. Are you able to come? Let me change my title. I'm trying to get comfortable again. It's really hard tonight. I don't know why. It's just harder to get comfortable than usual. So you know, I might change where I'm sitting. Yeah, I might change my position a little bit just to get it out of the case. Oh God. What is all that? Why are you doing that? Hey, our first random spammer. Oh wait, parts of this seem difficult and impossible with the file-based CAM, but I would love to be mistaken about that. Let's see. How do you go about giving KN items a timestamp, author, version, in this case revisions, so that you can explore knowledge nodes over time? We won't be doing that because I actually gave it a lot of thought. Let me change the topic. Let me change the topic, and that'll help us out, I think. Shall we do that? There we go. All right, so okay, so I need to get rid of this mouse issue here. why that's so locked down there. All right, first question. So we had somebody in the chat ask quite a few questions about KN, so I'm going to go ahead and answer those because there's always open to ideas here, and I've thought a lot about this stuff. Probably too much. How do you give items timestamps, authors, and versions? So if you're asking about a knowledge node, every single node has a timestamp that goes in the data if you want it. If you want to put a timestamp in it, you can. You can put it in the metadata. You can give it a version if you want to. So there's data.yml file that you can put all that stuff in if you want. You don't really have to, and it's a progressive design, which means that the minimum essential to have a knowledge node is just a README file or a JSON, a data file. That's it. And if you want to add in versions and stuff like that, you can add all that to your heart's content. You can set up your own system for that, however you want. And that's it. So if you want to have a separate author for everything, but most people aren't going to want that kind of thing, actually. Yeah, that spec file needs to be changed. I love that we're kind of getting these. I love that we're getting these different questions. I love cybersecurity. Hey, data. So where are we giving? So that's what's up with that. All that metadata can go in data.yml. I used to have a separate meta file in addition to the data file, but I now realize that you can just set those as fields. We can reserve those fields or make them common. Any time that I feel like I want to make something standard, I always kind of back off a little bit off of it because I want to allow the community to kind of find their own way and find their own standards there, and just give a very loose framework as much as possible, the loosest possible framework to the whole thing, so that we don't end up over specifying something that shuts down some innovation someplace that could happen. Kind of like how Twitter was. Twitter became, like it or hate it, it's become very successful because it had no structure. It was like, let's let the community figure out what this is. Second Life, a very, very successful virtual world, same thing. Let's give them the tools to build and see what they come up with. And that's largely what I want for KEG personally. I want it to be, here's the minimum, and you find your way within that. And I've found that flexibility to be very liberating as I've discovered new things. So I've built a CV type, I built a resume type, I built a video type, I built a log type. So every one of these different knowledge node types kind of came about because of the loose structure. But not too loose. So it's got enough semantic structure in the README and the YAML data so that there's a consistent way to access the stuff and create your own search engines and search engine optimization methods. And that's kind of the goal of the whole thing. So yes, you would put timestamps and authors and versions inside the files. If you create a tool that looks at the timestamps of the file system, that's up to you. We had somebody ask today, could I implement this whole thing as a database? And the answer is absolutely. It might have been you, actually. The answer is absolutely. You can implement all of a knowledge node entirely in a database. It doesn't matter. We don't define how that you access the stuff so much as how to get to it. Although I will say, currently a knowledge node is defined to be a specific file in a specific directory, and one or other of these files. And the whole idea of that is that the content is transportable easily. If you wanted to implement that same idea through if you wanted to implement the same query syntax to get to it through a database, then you could totally do that. But that's not specified. That's what's it may or may not be specified in the KN tool. I'm trying to decide whether the KN specification for the KN query language, which is just JQ's query language, is something that we need to specify, or if it's something that we just allow to happen. I have a feeling that that's going to need to be specified because the way to get to data is basically just an extension of URI. So a URI in KEGN is a query. It's at least the initial part of a query. So we're going to be doing a lot of this kind of stuff. We're not going to have elaborate query strings such as are allowed in HTML and stuff like that, but we will be allowing kind of drill down queries that specifically grab maps and lists and stuff from the structured data. And in order for you to get a handle on that, I need to have you understand how URIs work. But I can't really get into that right now because I'm trying to get all that into the spec. I really appreciate the feedback though. Knowledge nodes over time. Being able to explore knowledge node over time is not something that's part of the spec. If you want to put timestamps in your knowledge nodes and then you want to use a version control system for that, that is fine. That's fine. It's probably preferred, and people are going to do it. I'm going to do that. But that's not specified, okay? So again, the point of this is to be able to use this entire system with paper if you wanted to. It's like, so here is how you organize the data. Digitally, this is how you organize the data, and this is how you share the data, from USB to tarball to SCP to a rendered web page. All of those are ways of seeing the data and accessing it, or a custom KEG browser, which I'm looking forward to making. And so those are all the ways to get to the data, and versioning and stuff like that could be saved in it. The most important data, the only timestamp data that is officially part of the spec, is in whatever becomes the manifest. Right now it's the special KEG type, and I don't know if we're going to even call it the tech. I think it's going to be called the DEX type. The DEX node type is a one file listing. It's essentially the equivalent of a file system table. We talked about this before, and that has to have timestamp information in it. And the timestamp information in that will be in the international standard stamp format, even though it's a little bit more verbose, for all the reasons that you would do that, right? So this manifest file or this DEX file, whatever, it will have a timestamp for every single node in it that indicates its time as of that moment. It only keeps track of 2 times though. It only keeps track of 1 time, when that particular thing was last updated. That's it. And the purpose of that file is to compare it against a copy of it that you might have locally, your friend might have locally, and then they can check it to see if you've been updated. This is where the KEG approach significantly diverts from anything RSS has ever even contemplated doing, because it allows you to diff remotely the content of a knowledge node that you're following. And so then you can say, okay, I see that these following nodes have been updated. Do I want them or not? And then you can decide to sync those or not in a very, applying all the best practices of Git version management control that we've learned. So this is just synthesizing a bunch of really great ideas that have already worked for source management and making them apply to knowledge management. That's the goal. So I'm going to keep reading. I'll talk about this all day. You know that. I want to code it though. Yeah, the whole thing with trust, by the way, is all about you having the same way GPG works. You just have to decide you want to trust a person and their URI, and that's why URIs. If you're going to be on the knowledge net, you have to have a domain. That's the number 1 rule. You won't be able to participate in the knowledge exchange grid. You can have knowledge nodes galore, private ones, all kinds of stuff. Save them, can't transfer them over USB sticks, Docker containers, however you want. And by the way, Og, I need to talk to you about the Docker stuff eventually. I'm sorry, I haven't got to that yet. And all of that. But when it comes down to it, you won't be able to participate on the knowledge exchange grid without a domain. It doesn't have to be a domain that you own. It could be a subdomain on Netlify that you get for free, or GitHub or whatever. You can get a domain for free, and even get one that you don't manage, that just ensures you own that thing. And then when you declare that that's your URI to your buddies can decide whether they trust you the way that you are telling them that, and that is outside the scope. So that means if you want to do GPG in an email, fine. If you want to just go look at their Twitter feed and you trust their Twitter ID, fine. However you establish trust with that person you're following, you do that, and then you associate the URI, which includes the domain, with that person and add that to your trust list. Or to your follow list, or whatever you want to call it. And then that information is automatically public with everybody else. And that's actually really important. So you don't get to say, I am not sharing the information with who I follow. If you want to do that, you need to make a separate persona on the knowledge exchange grid that doesn't share anything. And it might be followed or something. You can choose to not tell anybody about it. But you don't get to say, I am going to add something to my follows list, but I am also not going to share who I follow. That's not allowed. At least that's a part of the spec. The whole point is, if you're going to participate in this, you're going to be followed, and you're going to tell people who to follow if you're going to go public with your node. That's the whole idea. It doesn't work without that. So. But it's totally usable as a method of storing data privately or in smaller groups that don't have anything to do with the larger scope of the knowledge exchange grid, which isn't even defined. The knowledge exchange grid has no physical form. It is just a network of people who have nodes who share them in whatever way possible. That's it. It doesn't. That's why it can adapt to whatever method of technology is out there right now, because it just becomes a social contract with one another about how we're going to share that knowledge in whatever form. So that's really key to the whole thing. This is above all, the knowledge exchange grid and KEG and knowledge nodes are fundamentally just a specification about how you can how you can manage your knowledge in a way that's searchable semantically, and how you can share that knowledge with others. That's it. It doesn't say anything about specifics of the implementation other than some formality around the knowledge itself, specifically the knowledge syntax. And that's really the gold, because that's what allows people to interact and to exchange that knowledge and consume it and produce it in a consistent way, which is There's nothing we have that does that right now. Not to the level that we need. There's lots of things that attempt to come close, but none of them have attempted it. This might be yet another failed attempt, but it'll work for me, and that's all I care about. So timestamps created, user created. No, see, as soon as you start putting all that information in a piece of knowledge and requiring that to be there, immediately your average person, getting someone like my wife, who is very intelligent but non-technical, she's an artist, getting her to participate in the knowledge exchange grid would be practically impossible, because she doesn't even want to write stuff down, period. Let alone, she does paper for that. Let alone, just know the syntax and the required fields for a piece of thing. This is the thing that's killed the semantic web and all of the XML attempts to do this. Every time a scientist or an academic gets a hold of this, it just goes to the shitter, because they can't deal with the fact that people deal with simple things. And so, and by the way, if they were to come up with something so simple, they'd be laughed out of town, or so they think. It's more about perception management. I have to have this thing. HTML was a horrible idea based on that. The premise was great, but the implementation execution was shit, because your average non-technical person couldn't participate without yet another tool, which then led to the browser wars, which then led to everything shitty about the web that we experience today. So I'm sorry, I'm getting a little amped up about this, because engineers are both the help part for the solution, and oftentimes are the problem. And in this case, engineers fucked up the web. It was engineering mentality that ruined the World Wide Web, not React, not Facebook. It was engineering mentality that says, we will bestow upon you a tool that will make your life better, as opposed to coming to the person at the place where they are and producing tools within their scope and ability. That was never a consideration. So that's a fundamental tenet, probably the most important tenet of KEG. If it's not required, it doesn't go in. If it's too complicated, and that means mandatory timestamps. If you want to put timestamps in, that's fine, that's your prerogative. But if you want to mandate it, you can mandate it for your knowledge types. Anyone on planet Earth can define your own schema for a knowledge type if you want to do that. But if those, and then the thing I'm afraid of actually is that they're going to get legs, and then other people are going to say, oh, well, this is a really popular knowledge type, so now everybody needs to use my type, and it's super popular, and now if you're not technical, you can't use it, and you get left out. That's actually a real fear, because of the flexibility and the ability to define your own node types. By default, like hashtags in Twitter, right? Hashtags officially became a thing. Twitter didn't have a single say in it. They had no idea to put a hashtag in front of something and make a tag. If they wanted to roll that back, it was too late, because they gave the power to the community to do it. And sometimes you get assholes in the community who take over the thing and decide it's going to be technical, and it's going to not allow other people who are non-technical, and you can't control it anymore because you've been so flexible to begin with. So I'm kind of going off. I feel a little bit like Wolfram right now. I'm not nearly at his level, of course, but I was watching him the other day, and he just doesn't stop talking. He doesn't take a breath. He just goes. So I'm going to keep reading. Yeah. Only bidirectional references can browse by selected tags. You can search for a single item. Yeah. All the searching and selecting and tagging and all that stuff. The most important thing is that the README files are a part of a data model for every knowledge node. And that data model is nothing new. It's the same exact data model you use for JSON and YAML today. maps and objects. That's it. The README file that goes with the maps and objects of the YAML and the JSON is just an extension of that. So you could consider it .readme. And so you would be like my knowledge node .readme, all caps README, and the content of the README file, when queried in that way, is so Markdown becomes structured data just like a YAML map. And that's why I made Pagan, because I wanted to define the semantic structure, which is a further layer on top of regular Pandoc Markdown, so that you can query particular elements of it in that way. And that, so basically we have something like a DOM. In fact, it really is a DOM. We could call it a KEG DOM, the README DOM, because it is, okay, I have these headers, I have these things, and I have the summary, but it has some semantic elements in it as well, so that when you do a query like knq space, md.lang.readme.summary, you would get the summary only from that thing. And then you could collectively grab all of that data as if it were a database query from all the file system. But that's yet to be implemented. But that's the idea. And not all of that is in the spec yet. Yeah. The hardest part about bidirectional references and linking is going to be because people are linking to, people are going to link into this stuff, and I'm going to kind of discourage that. So you, in fact, just recently, last week, I haven't put it in the spec yet either, but I'm disallowing hashtags from Markdown. So if you're using hashtag auto-identifiers in Markdown, that's fine for linking within the document, but I'm deliberately going to remove those from the spec. If you use them, that's fine, but they are not a part of the spec. And the reason for that is we want to really seriously, I mean seriously, discourage people from linking into the middle of a document. And the reason, there's many reasons for that, but the primary one is that disallows people from, this is a main problem with the web. The reason you can't link in even into the middle of a web page is if somebody reorganizes that link, you've got a broken link, and now you might get to the top level heading or not. So there's going to be kind of a rule in this spec that says you can only provide URLs to an exchange to the thing, and that will, well, I got a lot of data in here, I want to keep it really, really long. I said, I'm sorry, then find some other way to do it, because you cannot, you need to break it down and keep it in a Zettelkasten kind of idea, which has been very successful for years. And you want a smaller nugget of data, and you want to be linking to those things, and those should be separate logical components, in this case files. And so the only substantial thing you'd ever link to by ID would be the title, the heading, and that thing at the very top is the only link for that thing. Now everything in there can link out, and it can link to other things. It's basically the exact opposite of Google's SRE, or the stuff that's come about because of Google's SME practices, SEO, because they penalize you for linking in. In this case, you are rewarded for linking out, and you can only link to the top level of a given node. And the reason for that is because the node needs to be able to replace itself. It needs to be able to go someplace else. It needs to have a version. If it gets migrated someplace else, we need to be able to put a redirect in the index so that when people link in, they can see at that location that thing has been replaced by a node that is of type redirect, so that they can either go to the other location by hand, or that whatever browser software you're using, they can make that thing, and eventually they can factor out those items. But broken links are much less of a problem, because most of the consumption is not going to be by clicking on somebody's thing into another thing. It's going to be replicating that thing in. And that, hopefully that will reduce the number of broken links. Right now, the number of broken links is still an issue, because I have a really heavy dependency on hyperlinks between things, because that's the way the original web was meant to work, and I believe it's valid. Hyperlinking is a very valid approach, but it's prone to breaking because stuff gets moved around. Yeah. You can definitely search for anything that only has certain tags. That's always been a part of the spec. I haven't covered that yet, but that's always been a part of it. That's why I added it, actually. In fact, if you go back and look at some of the old skill stack stuff, I still have hashtags at the bottom of every node. This gets into the whole idea of between category and tagging. I'm a big fan of tagging. But oftentimes you don't need tags because the data is already in the heading. If you've done the heading right, the heading title is wrong, all the relevant data is in the heading, and you don't need to add a tag in addition to that. However, if you want to add tagging for any reason, it's totally open and available to you. There will be some reserved knowledge node field structures, and I don't know if I'm going to make those all caps or not. So far, the reason I don't want to make them all caps is because I don't want to force people to have to type that every time. But I've got kind of a convention going right now that I might want to rethink, where anything that's reserved is all caps, so you don't mistakenly think that you can use it. Because people are going to be defining their own data models and everything, and I kind of want to reserve all caps for that. That's very possibly going to be in much the same way as environment variables, right? So that, and the other thing too is that would allow people to define lowercase versions of the same thing if they wanted to. The only difficulty there is it makes it much harder to query when you're writing when you want to write a quick little by hand query. You're not going to be able to just spit out all caps there because caps lock's been remapped and all kinds of things. So I don't want to make it look like Fortran when people are doing searches against the knowledge nodes, and the only way to do that is to implement some sort of I think that we could just do reserve tags. There's going to be people that are going to use reserve tags and not know better, and there's just no way around that. There's nothing to say that somebody else can take over a reserve tag, but they're going to, when they realize it's a part of the spec, the tools won't work with it, or they'll work in an unexpected way, and that's their problem. But I allow it if they want to do it. There's a very good chance that a lot of this will get forked at some point. Somebody will go, well, this is a great basis for a lot of this stuff, but I want to go in a completely different direction, and I'm going to take it over there. And if that happens, I'm not worried. The whole project will benefit ultimately because of that, because that will put pressure on me to add things that people want, and that's totally fine because I am doing this primarily for me and my friends to share knowledge, and those I mentor, frankly. So I'll talk about this a lot. Man, I've already been talking for a very long time. All right, so names usually try to capture the context. Hierarchical folders usually try to capture the context. Tags are much looser. Yep, agreed. The hierarchy of the tags and folders is the closest thing you're going to get to a category, whereas tags can be added on anything, and that's always going to be a thing. Tags, TAGs, is a reserved thing. It's like if it's in your YAML file and you have tags with a capital T, that's the other thing too, is if you have initial caps, they're exported. If you want to use any sort of internal things, they don't have capitals, and you can use those. Those will be ignored. Can be tagged with development and design and would appear within both the development and design tags. You could think of like folders if you wanted. Yep. File will be named. Yep. If tags under tag groups that contain more nodes are pushed to the top or are emphasized in some way, it could make it a lot easier to deal with. Make it to do with tags. Oh yeah, tags are essential. Tags are totally essential. Another reason that tags are essential is like when you're organizing data. So let's say you're going through a massive refactoring, which I've now been through my fourth one, and every time I do, I don't quite finish it. But when you do the refactoring, it's really useful to go tag all the data that you want to reconsider to be moved someplace else, and then do the move in bulk. Because tags are definitely a part of the plan. Yeah, a file base, okay, because you can tag files, no problem. Yeah, there's never going to be a database involved. I'm sorry, it seems like that's what you're hinting at, but that is never happening. Never happening. If you want to make a version of KEG that's compatible that uses SQLite or some shit, then that's fine. But that level is adding a database layer to this is absolutely against the core motivation for why I'm doing it. So I will absolutely not put a data query language of any kind other than what JQ already does in front of any of this. It will always remain files, because files are accessible to everyone. And frankly, if your data is becoming so big that it's overcoming the file system size, you need to make a new node. In fact, the system sort of checks itself, because if your knowledge nodes get too big, they become less easy to query. They become a little bit more cumbersome to manage. If you get too prolific with your nodes, then it's hard to paste them back together. And that's why we have, by the way, composition node types. Aggregation and composition node types bring together nodes in a way, they're a node themselves, but their type is the edtech is one of these. It brings together peers and says, okay, all of these nodes go together in here, so that if you want to see anything from this or you want to render it, you can bring them back together in a way that has more meaning. So if you want to make a book out of the composition, this is exactly how what's his face in the early 1900s was so prolific as a book writer. One, he was using a Zettelkasten, which I found out the other day. He was using the Zettelkasten technique, which is exactly like this in that regard. It was like a bunch of index cards with unique names on them. He would just constantly think things and put out a written index card while the thoughts came, and then he would come back and he would organize the thoughts, get him in a thing, write it all up, and get a book. He's one of the most prolific authors of his time, and he practiced the Zettelkasten approach, which I didn't even know about when I started this in 2014-15, and now I realize it has been a fundamental part of really well-informed knowledge management since the dawn of knowledge management, which has been, 1800s. So this is just a digital manifestation of that was, by the way, completely ignored in the considerations for the creation of the World Wide Web. The engineers at CERN had no knowledge of knowledge management. It's just really sad. They had no knowledge of how knowledge was managed, to be managed, and yet they launched into this thing that everybody picked up as what everybody would use. Had they done even minimal research to discover some of the other techniques for managing large amounts of disparate data, they would have discovered something like Zettelkasten, and they maybe would have made it better. They thought they were the shit because they implemented hyperlinking, which was a big thing around the time, and the only other thing around back then was Gopher, and they thought that was much better because it was hyperlinking, which it definitely was. Mind mapping, hyperlinking is essentially mind mapping, and at that point, they didn't even address the topics of minimal amounts of knowledge per Zettelkasten, and then uniquely identifying and them having composability of knowledge with simplified knowledge source capture. They didn't consider any of that, and if they had, they would have done it right. And what we ended up with was the shit that we have now, because they didn't, and then they tried to backpedal and add semantic web on top of that and failed miserably, because you can't rein in that monster, which is why it's taking me so long to finish this, because I've been through 5 iterations of this already on my own terms. So I can't imagine releasing something to the world that's not the absolute simplest possible scenario, and every time something new comes along, I'll go tell you, every time something new comes along, because we find, so JQ and YQ, the concepts of those technologies really influenced my idea for about a URI, so that we could query individual nodes using existing syntaxes for knowledge query that are based on nothing more than a file, and JQ and YQ were very heavily influenced by the Unix philosophy of do one thing right and do it on the command line, which GraphQL was not. GraphQL, as a means of knowledge exchange, is absolute shit. It's really great at doing what it's targeted to do, but it's not designed to do knowledge sharing, which is too bad. They really lost an opportunity there. That's another opportunity lost to kind of look at knowledge in general and back away from it and say, how can we turn our entire internet our entire human net into one of organic knowledge nodes that has been implemented as a consistent network. So the synapses between us work, right? Nature figures out a way for synapses to work together, and we don't have that. We don't have that right now. We have a bunch of disparate, cancerous cells trying to talk to each other, and they can't. Whereas if we kind of simplify the interface to the, we don't even have, unique electrical plugs. But if we can figure out a unique way that's really easy to deal with to connect everybody at that level, then then the sky's the limit. Because now all the humans can interconnect with each other, and we really do become a hive mind at that point. At that point, we are a hive mind, because we are all producing knowledge, and we're all consuming knowledge, and we're all trusting each other differently, and we're focused on that. Now, that's a dream. I realize it. It's a very utopian dream, but if I can build it for myself, then I'm fine. And if nobody else needs it, fine. It's always scratching your own itch. All the best innovations, and according to Engelbart in the Innovator's book, all the best, and it's true, he backs it up, all the best innovations have always come about by people scratching their own itch and taking existing ideas and putting those ideas together first to form a new idea. And that's exactly what this is, so I'm very hopeful. Yeah, I hope that covered that. That was pretty long. I get more context to here's some far. Yep, master KN. I just, yeah. Scaffold command something, yeah. As a command to have scaffolding minimum knowledge node. I am actually working on that right now. Get my Discord message. Yes, I did. I got your message about the Docker stuff. Again, I'm not opposed to those ideas. I just really want to focus on this simple specification first, and this KEG. I personally need the KN tool to be finished because I'm about to embark in a massive educational campaign for myself. And I need to develop an individual learning plan to get into cybersecurity forensics, which the whole entire cybersecurity industry suffers from a lack of consistent note-taking and knowledge exchange, and I will not step 1 foot into that arena until I have KN finished, because I can't share my knowledge. I can't say go look up what I did here. I can't capture what I did in a consistent, quick way, and so I absolutely need this tool. If I don't have this tool done, I cannot do the next step of my career, which is manage mentoring the most efficiently, which is where the whole idea came from, and participate in like wicked fast, lightning fast knowledge management and knowledge acquisition, and the whole KN is my idea of the most essential tool to an autodidact. It is the most essential digital tool to an autodidact, using the most efficient means possible to capture and share information, which is the primary skill in cybersecurity. It is above every other skill. The most important skill in cybersecurity is capturing information for reporting, besides root cause analysis and exploration and all that stuff, and sharing that information. You're either reporting it or you're capturing it, or you're learning something new, and that's in exchange because you're following somebody else who has already done that thing, and that is a top priority. So that's what I'm talking about. That I might need to take a break. Should we also ensure to warn against subdomain takeovers? Yeah, subdomain takeovers are. Look, I don't even. I mean, you can warn about that, but I don't. All I want to say is you need to provide a unique domain. The end. It's up to you. If someone who is not experienced is coming to this, who wouldn't know what that is, and say, hey, I get a domain on GitHub, and so I guess there's some valid, cause to scare people into being careful about what domain you pick, but for the most part, that's their concern. You just have to have a unique domain, and the only reason you have a unique domain is to prove you are who you say you are. That's the only reason, and every other system on the planet uses that right now. So that's the best system we have to do that. You can certainly sign things, but then you have to deal with GPG keys and everything if you want an extra layer of proving you are who you say you are. But that has never been a practical way of identifying your of establishing your identity. Google actually, when you're doing AdSense and you on Google on YouTube, if you post a web address, you can't even post a web address to YouTube until you prove that that's you, and you have to put a key on the site at that domain, which is of course subject to man in the middle and all that jazz, but it's HTTPS, so whatever. And then when they detect that file is there, then they give you permission. So the entire system of IT in the world right now depends completely on ownership of a domain as identity, as authentic, not really authentication, but sort of authentication. Is that a thing? No, it's not a thing. So that's the point I try to make. To put Blizzard relaunching Diablo 2, I don't give a shit. Should the scan links command be added to scan the node links and ensure they work? I already have that. So that whole code has already been written in Muppet, which is a Go library, which I plan to implement as a scanner. That was already in the original KN. and I was using Muffet, but I'm going to use the Muffet library from Go. This is the reason that I'm using Go for all this, by the way. All these libraries are already done. Now that we have YQ and JQ, and now that I know that Goldmark will do the job, we have all of the libraries necessary to put this together. There's nothing holding us back except for my time and just coding it. That's it. That's the only thing holding us back, and a few finalized decisions on how the spec's going to work. So we're like green to go, and I think we can finish before the end of February. I do. March 1st is my goal. I definitely want to finish before that, because I want to get into the next phase, and I have a lot of resumes to put out and stuff like that. And actually, my resume was a knowledge node, and it worked very well. And it turned out to be a PDF generator. It's one of those cases where they call it skinning the yak, I think, where we've been addressing all these little things. So when it comes time for me to do something that was completely unrelated, I ended up being able to leverage the system without even having anticipated the need for it, which is just fucking awesome. That's when you know that you're like in line with what is needed. Learning how to learn effectively. Yeah, I made a whole series on autodidactic learning, Naya Leeson. If you might be long-winded, you might not like it, but if you go look at my playlist on YouTube, here, I'll show you. Yeah, if you go to my playlist on YouTube, oopsie. Oh, you sent him the link already? Boost autodidactic. Actually, the better ones are autodidactic. There's a series of videos. It's about 4 hours long. It's a lot of storytelling, but there are other resources out there besides my storytelling videos. But that contains all the information other than direct links to books and stuff that people have that are covering that topic, none of which I've read yet. So those beginner boost data that he's linking to is pretty old. So just and what do we got? Path. I have a mini data. Okay. Oh, let's see. I have a mini data recorder. I just click in the red button and speak into it. Concepts and Go. Recurgate. I've studied during the week and explain it in blind audience. Yeah, adding metaphors that apply. Yeah, voice recording is going to be a real thing. In fact, the reason I was going so off on the Google thing today is because we're moving towards an audio interface to capture data. I think that's pretty clear at this point. And actually, I'm really actively trying to get real-time transcription on the screen here, particularly because I'm going to start listening to music and things that might make my stream get muted in any particular thing, so all of you might end up being deaf. But if I am putting it on the screen, then even in the moments where I'm deaf, you can read it. So that's my goal. That's my goal, is to do everything to create an audio interface for everything, and that includes taking notes, transcribing them, and turning them into knowledge nodes instantly. I want to be able to transcribe some stuff and say, here's the knowledge node for that. Boom. In fact, where's my notebook? I have a whole section on media nodes, it's called. Media nodes are nodes that encapsulate a single form of media, so that you can actually have a way to put metadata knowledge nodes around audio and video, and then save that. I would not suggest having a root node that basically the best practice here, it's not required, but the best practice is you have a root node that's got all your media in it, and then you have another knowledge node that calls into that node. And I have a lot of recorded data at this point that I've been keeping track of that I don't want to trust YouTube to keep around for me. So I'm going to get a disk drive and I'm going to put all that on there. And I want to encapsulate each one of those with a node. And that's actually, every time you see me make a note, when I change AFK or log or whatever, that stuff that gets written in that thing is ultimately going to be, I have the replacement written already it will be written in YAML data, and then that YAML data will be translated it'll be used for the metadata for the media that gets stored, but it'll also be translated into the chapter bookmark stuff for YouTube, which, by the way, I found out yesterday, I confirmed that you can't have over 12 hours of chapters. If your chapters span the length that goes beyond 12 hours, you can't have it anymore. You cannot have chapters that are longer than 12 hours. Whoever wrote the chapter code expected that there would never be videos over 12 hours. and I tested it. Yep, I tested that. And even though I have a 16-hour video, you can't have chapters that are past 12 hours. So this just recently, I just decided I'm going to be splitting my stream into 2 halves. So I'll be doing my morning stream, and then I'll be doing the evening and mentoring stream, and those 2 streams will be separated by 2 or 3 hours for me to go exercise and stuff, unless I decide to do a 3rd stream, which is just me exercising, and that will get me under the 12-hour limit. There's no way I would have known that. I actually tested a lot last night. I kept changing the thing and clicking it. It's not written anywhere. So that's some breakthroughs there. Yeah, no problem on addressing your questions. Multiple authors, yeah. This is not the whole idea of a knowledge node is a single author, or at least the semblance of a single author, maybe 1 or 2 authors. But it's the idea is that you would author one thing, and you can do whatever you want. But the thing I'm encouraging is for people to become very organic Zettelkasten knowledge node creators in real time. So they're capturing their stuff all the time, and the other people on their team are capturing their stuff in real time, maybe related to something that lands as a book eventually. And then eventually they come together and they make a book out of it by making a composition node, a separate root node even, that pulls together those remote nodes in an organized way, and then can be rendered as a book or a PDF or something like that. And so the collaborative authorship takes place independently. And that way you don't have 3 people dealing with a single knowledge node. You have everybody writing different knowledge nodes, and then if somebody says, hey, I'm going to give over you this knowledge node over here, you can literally take that directory of knowledge nodes and subnodes and send it over to them, and they can put it into their directory tree. Now they're the author of that particular bit of knowledge. And so you can manage this exchange of knowledge authoring without facing the really annoying problem of having 2 or 3 or 10 people work on the same thing. And that method of version management, of knowledge source management, trumps all of the version management sharing systems that are out there right now, because you don't have to have a fucking PR for the change or anything like this. You can just say, okay, we're going to render a new copy of this thing based on this structure, and you can agree on the structure, and both of you can independently work on that in your own root knowledge node that's related to the project. So it's in that sense, it's leveraging all the power of graph theory without all of the overhead of source management. So you're getting the benefits from the approach of source management with, individually, without necessarily invoking are you on our team? If you're not on our team, give us a fucking PR. Now, I imagine there will emerge systems independent that I can't even envision now that are going to help with that collaboration, where they're going to say, would you like to hand off? I imagine there could be a KEG hub, or something like that. I don't have KEG hub registered, I probably should. But if you had I have KEG.network right now. But if you were to do that kind of thing, that's what it would be. It would be, okay, here I'm gonna authorize the transfer of this KEG, and maybe it would have an SSH transfer mechanism through public or whatever, And so you could actually give away, subnode branches or trees to your peers and say, okay, I'm going to hand off this to you without making a new Git repo or anything like that. In that sense, Git repos have failed because they're designed to contain, sort of everything related to a particular library or package, and they tried really hard after the fact to layer in submodules, but it failed miserably. Submodules are disastrously bad design. They're really bad. Nobody likes them, and that's because the whole system wasn't designed for the potential exchange of certain subnode trees within the graph to somebody else. You can branch and all that other stuff, but nobody has approached this as if I'm going to hand off this thing and we're all independent entities from the get-go. And so I think it can build on the ideas of Git and do better, frankly. We wouldn't have a GitHub if Git had done it correctly. If Git had done it well, Torvalds would say it wasn't part of the scope originally, and I understand that. But I still feel like they missed an opportunity. If they had figured out a way to cleanly transfer directories within the Git repo such that they became, transferred to another Git repo in the tree. So let's say you have an upstream and you said, okay, I want to hand off. Basically what we have right now is we have replication of Git repos everywhere, but we have no knowledge in the Git system, and this may be something that Mr. proposing. There's nothing in the Git system that considers the possibility of interacting with another Git repo that is not a master or a clone or anything like that, other than submodules, and they suck. There's nothing that says, okay, I want to push a change. I want to submit a request to push this submodule to you, so that you get all this part, and this gets removed cleanly from my repo and is now sort of put in kind of an escrow until you get it, and then you pull it down, and now you have ownership of that extra piece, so that you could have that. If you had that would really help with the refactoring of Git repos, whereas the only way to do that right now is to delete the whole thing and make a new one or do a submodule or some shit. And that the idea of communicating between Git repositories was never a priority, because that's not what they're doing. They're focused on, I just want to make sure it's redundantly copied and has version management, and everybody's updates are synchronized. So it was never part of their scope to facilitate exchange between Git completely, different Git repos and transfer data cleanly between them. That was never a part of the original Git system. And then and nor was, collaborative commits that have, more than just the permissions you get with Git, and that's where you get a GitHub. So yeah. Atomic documents that are tiny and reference each other versus a big document. That's the whole point of Zettelkasten. Ignorant question on general query performance compared to DB. Nobody cares. Query performance. The query performance is always going to be fine. You know why? I'm going to bite my hat on this. The query performance is going to be fine because if using something like JQ becomes first of all, you're not querying the whole entire system. You're not. If you're querying the whole system, then you can use whatever caching mechanism you want. In my KN tool, I have a special node called words that breaks down all the words, and then it's able to find them. It's basically an index system, right? If you want to import an entire knowledge node into a database that can be queried, that's totally fine. That's totally within the scope of what can be done. If you're having a performance issue, but the truth is, if you're having a performance issue that's preventing you from using traditional commands like an asynchronous find, or something similar that's going through. The other really great thing about this is that every knowledge node is independent. So you can query every knowledge node independently with as many processes as you want. None of the other systems allow for that. And databases don't fucking allow for that. Databases are trying to optimize queries against a single thing. They don't have the idea of saying, I want you to, in an ORM kind of a situation, I want to search every fucking resource in this entire thing at the same time. Because you can in this approach, because it's graph. It's a graph theory. This is what makes graph so powerful, is that you can simultaneously query every single node.